I can see it. Just enough to see if it's got down underneath there.
Oh, these are yours? Nice. It's about time. Those Ray-Bans, man, they don't sell them anymore.
That's just almost an exact copy of the Ray-Ban.
It actually feels tighter. I like this. How much are they?
$50 per pair.
Of course, I couldn't fit in that. That'd be a good one for my arm. I like that. Nice. They can even hear us talking.
I don't.
Can you start? Ready to get started? We should start doing that.
Referees for platform 1. Referees for platform 1. Please take your appropriate positions.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the 2015 USAPL Collegiate Nationals. My name is Dr. Patrick Anderson. I'm joined by David Bell, and we are going to be starting at just about 2 minutes with Flight A on the red and blue platform. We're going to be starting with the women's on the red platform, platform 1, the 43 kilo and 53 kilo weight classes. And on platform 2, the blue platform, you will be watching the 57 kilo lifters.
All right, give me a big round of applause, everybody. Let's hear it.
Well, I guess we need to be able to see how much, whether or not Gino drowns us out. All right, platform 1 is already going here. We've got Carol Champion. That was an opener of 187.4 pounds. And she got 3 white lights there. That was a good lift.
Very easy opener for Carol at 187.
And you all should be seeing that right now. In the hole, no problem. All right. And so I guess all the weight classes have turned around now. All right.
So platform 2, we're moving up to 198 pounds for Sarah Use. She's out of Lafayette, Louisiana, lifting for the Ragin' Cajuns.
All right, so with the changes in the weight classes now, some of these lifters have moved in and out of their original weight classes. Isn't that right, Patrick?
Absolutely. In fact, what we're going to be seeing currently now on platform 2 on the blue platform is the 125, women's 125 pound weight class.
Okay.
And that's where Sarah just lifted 3 white lights.
Yeah, that looked great. No problem on the depth there. And here we go. We've got Paola Barbieri on platform 1. She's opening with 148 pounds, and that was a good lift. 3 white lights for her, no problem. Solid openers here so far.
Over here on the red platform, we have a combination of 2 weight classes. So you're going to be seeing the 94-pound women along with the 114-pound women's weight class.
All right. All right, so Lutori Williams on platform 1. She's got the same opening attempt as Paola, 148.8 pounds. And on platform 2, Megan Kupser with 198.4. Megan from Florida Gulf Coast University.
Yeah, she's a sophomore out of Florida Gulf Coast, just 19 years of age.
Okay.
And 3 white lights. Closing in on 200-pound openers over there on the blue platform. The lifter coming up on the red, Lutori Williams out of Louisiana Lafayette, she got 6th place at last year's Nationals, Dave.
Okay.
So she's looking to move up, climb up the ranks this year.
All right, let's see how she goes here with this opening attempt.
Very deep opener.
Looks smooth, look good. And the judges are going to agree. They're going to give her 3 white lights there for Lutori Williams.
She used her every second of her 60 seconds, Dave, but she got on the board, so that's what counts.
Right, as long as she gets that squat command, she can move right along. All right, is Caitlin Mulkey on platform 2.
Sophomore for Texas A&M University.
Opening with 220.
Looks like a tough opener.
It did look tough. They're going to give it to her, though.
Yeah, she was able to hit depth, and she just appeared like she got a little out of the groove, leaned a little forward coming out of the hole. You know, there's probably some nerves going on. For those of you out there new to powerlifting, when you're lifting on the national stage like this, you're lifting up on a raised platform in a hotel ballroom, there is balance and equilibrium that is offset from your normal training. Most of us are used to training in a gym, so you tend to actually sometimes feel like you're falling forward when you're in a venue like this.
Right. So Leah Rinaldi on platform 1 here, opening with 192 pounds. She's with the Penn State University powerlifting team.
This is a 192-pound opener, and she's competing in the 94-pound weight class. Looked like the spotters might have grabbed that a little early. I wonder if they'll give her another attempt.
It did look like that.
It'll be interesting to see. There is a jury table. You have the opportunity to petition for another attempt. We'll see if the Penn State coaches are doing that. She came out of the hole, got a little bit forward, but it did appear like she was still coming up with the ball.
All right, on the platform 2, we have Angelica Garcia opening with 231.5 pounds from Penn State University.
Hey, another Penn State. The Nittany Lions are in the house today, Dave.
Right.
They're taking control of both platforms. She's a nursing major, 3.66 GPA. And we got Brittany Bosco on the red platform. She got 4th last year in the 103-pound weight class, so she's dropped down a weight class this year, opening with close to 209.4, close to 210 pounds. Let's see how Brittany looks.
Right, she's with Louisiana State. Yeah, it looked like a solid opener from here, and looks like Angelica's.
Yeah, it looks like we got 6 whites.
Right.
3 whites for both of them.
And just so we know, Bosco, she took 4th in the 2014 Collegiate Nationals in the 47-kilo class. Now we have up on the blue platform, platform 2, Jennifer Ramirez out of University of Texas, San Antonio.
Now we've been hearing about them, Dave, as being the women's powerhouse.
Right.
As a team.
I remember you saying that they were the winner of last year's
team champions in the women's division, and supposedly, if it's possible, they're even stronger this year.
Okay. And then on platform 1, red platform, we've got Tiffany Vu, 237-pound opener.
Tiffany is actually the #1 ranked lifter in the 94-pound weight class coming into this competition. She got 3rd at last year's Nationals.
Okay. Whoa, and
no wonder she's
opener.
#1 ranked. Tiffany just about destroys a 237 opener.
I mean, that was beyond easy. That was good. And what's good is, you know, some of these lifters are traveling, so to see these easier openers is usually kind of familiar, right? If you're traveling long distances, you want to probably make sure that opener is something you can just get on the board. Then you can start to push it as we move up into our other attempts.
Yeah, and a lot of these lifters that have had some experience here, and the coaches will know, if you give them a light opener in the squat, like you said, it gets all your momentum built, gets you on the board, puts you in a position where you can actually have success throughout the day.
All right, Zachary Newman on the red platform, 248 pounds. All right, slow descent and looked pretty solid there. All right, Zachary Newman's got a good lift, 2-to-1 it looks like. He's from the USA Military Academy, and Jennifer Ramirez took 3 white lights on her opener, 253. On the first platform, red platform, Connor Gruntz, 275-pound opener from Louisiana Tech University. On the blue platform, platform 2, Lauren LeMague from the University of Texas, opening with 264.
So what we have for the people viewing at home, on the red platform, the platform on the left, you're going to actually be seeing the men's 116-pound weight class, as well as the women's 94-pound weight class grouped together in one flight. The flights are set up, designed to have the spotter loaders being able to lift weights that are roughly in the same category. So with this large of a competition, you sometimes do have multiple weight classes, but what you're trying to do is group similar lift categories together. We got Lauren LeMague out of University of Texas at Austin on the blue platform, Dave, with a 265-pound opener. She got 11th at last year's Nationals.
Okay.
Now that looked like it was borderline on depth. Let's see what the judges say. Yeah, 3 red lights for depth.
Okay.
I would have agreed with that call.
Right. Yeah. It didn't look like it. It didn't look like it made it all the way down from here. Yeah. Connor Gruntz here. If anybody was paying attention here on the red platform, he looks like that rack height might have been a little too high. He had to go ahead and get up on his tiptoes there, and since he was already under the bar, looked like the judge wouldn't allow him to change the rack height. Is that typical?
Yeah, typically you actually can request it, but it's on your 60-second time limit.
I see.
So the judge can allow it, but if it takes the spotter loaders longer, then your time runs out, you actually lose the attempt.
Okay.
So in his case, it would be better, obviously, to get that attempt rack height drop for a second attempt. Because you're right, if you can't get the bar out of the racks, it's a lot more difficult to squat than when you can get a good, strong setup. We're now moving to Mitchell Gonzalez.
Mitchell Gonzalez on the left platform. Red platform. He's opening with 286 pounds from Texas A&M, and that looked like an easy opener. Let's see.
Very deep. The judges agree.
Yeah, 3 white lights, no problem. Solid opener. He's on the board. We've got Jason Moore on the right platform. Blue platform 2, opening with. Okay, they actually just go ahead and nixed his. We've got Caitlin Buck is up on the blue platform with a 275-pound opener from Angelo State University. And let's see, she got 3 white lights with that.
3 white lights for Caitlin. Very strong opener.
And on the red platform, Shahid Kamran, United States Naval Academy, opening with 286.6 pounds.
This class, the 116 in the men's, has got a very close battle for the top 3 placings. Looks like he hit depth and a very strong lockout.
Yeah, that was definitely a solid opener for him.
Shahid looks like he's going to be able to go over 300 today in the squat.
Okay. Ricky Hu is going to be up on the red platform, left platform, opening with 292 from the University of Louisiana Lafayette.
Closing in on 300-pound openers in the squat at just 116 pounds of body weight. You and I can't imagine what it would be like just to weigh 116 pounds, let alone to be squatting nearly triple body weight for an opener. That's pretty amazing, the depth of competition, and we still got 2 more openers after this, including, I'm not sure if this is a misprint, but it looks like we're going to have a 400-pound opener in the squat.
It does look like that.
Ricky was extremely deep on his opener.
Right, Ricky wanted to make sure he got the lights beyond a shadow of a doubt there.
We're going to do a replay for Ricky's opening squat. You guys will be watching this at home. Check out the depth on this lift. This looks like he was looking to get 6 white lights. I don't know if USAPL grants more than 3 white lights, but if they were ever going to, that would be the attempt to give it.
Interesting, too, the descent on this. Like, he really drops it in there compared to some of these other lifters in their opener where they're kind of really taking it easy, really trying to find the groove in the squat. So he seems like he's comfortable with his gear, comfortable with that kind of opener. I think we might be able to see a lot more out of him. Yeah,
he's definitely looked like he's got a lot more. It's fascinating when you have a meet like this, Dave, to see the different styles. Some people are more aggressive, trying to use a rebound effect to get out of the hole. other people, you're right, use the law of physics that the slower the weight is descending, the less force it takes to turn it in the other direction.
Right.
Because you have a rebound effect in the squat as opposed to the bench where you have to pause, generally getting power out of the hole and dropping with some speed is to your advantage.
So this is our first 300-pound lifter on the red platform, Derek Ward. Yep. Oh, easy 303 opener there for him with 3 white lights. And the platform on the right, blue platform, is Megan Kupser.
Megan Kupser is out of Florida Gulf Coast, a sophomore out of Florida Gulf Coast. Megan hit a nice 198. Looks like Megan actually might be getting her opening attempt over. So what must have happened was there must have been a misload, because this is actually Megan's first attempt. So this is her opener at 198.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say, we saw her already, and this doesn't look like the start of the second. So now Dalton LaCole, he's this is our 402-pound opener here. And,
yeah, this is historic right here. You're talking 402 pounds. This is actually tying the American record, meaning this is the most weight that's ever been lifted by a collegiate lifter in the United States.
From Lackawanna College. Oh man, wow, that was awesome.
Yeah, we're going to have to get a replay on that one. This is an American record tying opener, deep. Got a little bit forward out of the hole, so it'll be interesting to see what he jumps to. But there was plenty of room, plenty of back strength to be able to complete that lift. So you've got to figure that young man's got, I would say, maybe 200 kilos. Maybe he's got a shot at 440. It depends how he can keep his form in the bottom, but there's a lot of power there.
Right. Looks like Sarah Hughes is up for her second attempt at 203.9 pounds. Again, at the University of Louisiana Lafayette. Oh, and looks like she stepped forward there as she was coming up out of the hole.
Going back to that squat that we saw from Dalton, I want to give you a little bit of perspective on what that lift is. The current American record's held by one of the all-time great USAPL lifters, Joe Falmo out of East Stroudsburg University. This lift, the Collegiate American record, was actually set more than 20 years ago. So that means nobody's touched that lift in more than 20 years. And we just saw it tied. That means there's going to be an American record attempt on his second attempt in the second round. We'll actually see, it's already been posted, he's actually going to 424 for his second attempt. So
you got to think Dalton's pretty excited about that. The record hasn't been touched in 20 years.
Yeah, it's one of the oldest records on the American record list. So it's going to be interesting to see. That lift was actually set close to 30 years ago. There's actually records dating back to the 80s in the collegiate division.
Now, Paola Barbieri, this is her second attempt, 159 on the blue platform.
Looks like borderline depth. That one's going to be close. She's probably going to get that pass, but there might be some reds now.
Now they went ahead and took it from her, yeah. Yeah, she just missed it there. Looked like she was about parallel. But I think that might have been a good call by the judge on that one.
Well, and for those of you out there that are tuning in aren't as familiar with powerlifting, this is the national championships, obviously. So you're seeing only national and international level judges. And the rules for performance require that you descend. It's a deep knee bend where the top of the thigh at the hip joint is below the top of the knee. So in a national championships like this, if you're squatting to parallel or a little above, you will get red lights. They're consistent across the board. Of course, that's the way we like it, because this is the nationals. When you win this competition, you've earned it.
Well, Lutori's back up here. Lutori Williams, University of Louisiana Lafayette, 165.3 pounds on the bar, and this is going to be her second attempt. Carol Champion's actually getting ready here, 209 from the United States Air Force Academy. Let's see what Carol's got on the blue platform. It looks solid from here for Carol Champion. And the judges agree. And Lutori Williams also a good lift. 3 white lights for Lutori. All right. Megan Kupser is up on the blue platform. 226 pounds on the bar from Florida Gulf Coast University. So she went up from her opener attempt after she even got that second try over here on cups. She's had the lift.
She's actually jumped up to 226.
Yep. And then Leah Renali over here, 192.9 pounds on the bar. Red platform, Penn State University.
192.9 pounds for Leah.
Let's see, it looked pretty good from here. Yep, she's got 3 white lights there. You know, there doesn't really look like anybody coming closer to Tiffany Vu right now, though. I think as far as the squat goes, it looks like, you know, Brittany Basco's the only one right now that's looking to give her a run for her money.
Yeah, Brittany actually got 4th last year at this competition. She was only 33 pounds behind Tiffany, who got 3rd. Okay. So I would say Brittany's definitely going to have a shot. Tiffany just looked awfully impressive on her opening squat.
She sure did. And then Megan here, it looks like, so they gave Megan the opportunity to retake her opener at the end of this flight here, and now she's getting an opportunity to take her second here.
Yeah, what they do when there's a misload is they put you at the end of the round, but then on the next round of attempts you get put back in the order. So Megan's actually jumping back in relatively quickly, so anybody out there that's rooting for Megan, she's got a challenge on her hands because she's doing 2 squat attempts in about half the time that we normally get between attempts.
Right, let's see what she's got here.
Out of Florida Gulf Coast, a sophomore.
It looked close on the depth, but we'll see.
It was very strong. 2-to-1 decision.
2-to-1. I'll take that any day. Brittany Basco here, 242 pounds on the bar, Louisiana State University.
Brittany's got a nice tight, slow descent.
Oh.
Knees seem to come in. She got a little bit forward. Good catch by the spotters. That's no lift for Brittany. I tell you what, Dave, it's early in the competition, but Tiffany is about to put a stranglehold on the national title and being first-team All-American. If she hits this squat, she's going to open up a commanding, and in this weight class it is commanding, a 50-pound lead over her nearest competitor.
Right, I mean, that was Brittany Bosco's opportunity to get within 7.5 kilos. And
yeah, if she hits that lift and Tiffany would have been unsuccessful on her second, Brittany would have actually been in the lead. So it shows you how close one lift going one direction. All of a sudden, this could be a 50-pound lead. And based on what I saw in Tiffany's opener, I feel confident she's going to make a strong run at this and be successful. Let's see how Caitlin Mulkey's looking over on the blue platform.
The depth looked really good. The judges are going to give it to her.
3 white lights. 2 white lights.
And that was 226 as well.
And Tiffany Vu looking strong.
She definitely she's bringing it today. She's here. She's got her A game clearly put together today. Making some good calls on the number. What a solid second compared to her opener.
Yep.
And then, she's really, sky's the limit here. She probably can set herself up to take, even if it's not a personal best, something enough to keep her well in the lead.
Well, yeah, and the thing that she's got is she got 3rd at last year's Nationals. So you have to know that there's a motivation when you get 3rd at the Nationals to come back and be able to change that color. I always say change that color from bronze to gold. And so Tiffany is in the driver's seat right now. Of course, there's still a long competition. You got to get a bench and a deadlift on the board. Right. But you'd have to say right now she looks like she's headed right for that first place.
So they've got Angelica Garcia on the blue platform and Zachary Newman on the red platform. They both look like they're going to get under the bar at the same time here. Angelica's got 248 pounds on the blue platform. Zachary has 281 pounds on the red platform. All right, they're both out there together right now, so it's going to... Zachary's in there. He's in there. He's fighting hard for it. Okay, Angelica's got no lift. Zachary Newman had a phenomenal attempt right there. Struggled to pull it out of the hole. It looked more like a 3rd, but he could have had some gear issues, possibly getting out of the groove a little bit. We'll see what he's got in his 3rd. That probably took a lot of his energy, though. Up next is Shahid Kamran on the red platform, and Jennifer Ramirez on the blue platform.
I don't know if you remember Shahid's opener, Dave. He actually was the one that really exploded. Had a very strong lockout, very tight form, descended relatively controlled, but looked like there's a lot more there. Now, he's a little bit hunched over walking out of the rack, so it could be interesting to see if he's going to be able to keep that form.
Well,
He's already leaning a little bit forward, but he's got a controlled descent. Looks like he hit depth.
Yeah, that's his lifting style, because he looked just like that on his first attempt. 3 white lights for him.
And it was an easy lift.
It was. And that was 292. Jennifer Ramirez has 259 on the bar. University of Texas San Antonio. Again, this is our powerhouse women's team. She's going to need this, though. She wants to get this weight on the bar. She missed her opening attempt. She's coming up. And it's just not in the cards right now. Jennifer missed her second attempt there as well.
Yeah, so Jennifer's actually going to need that lift to stay in the competition.
I mean, if she's going to represent for the University of Texas San Antonio today, she's going to have to get that third lift to stick around.
Well, and a bomb out in a team competition is critical because you can't get any points for your team. So it's critical that you at least get 1 attempt successful on each lift.
Connor Grunts here on the red platform, 303 pounds. All right, let's see what Connor got there. Connor, he's going to miss that lift 2-1. And Jason Moore, 264 pounds. That looked like a solid lift. She gets 3 white lights. Jason Moore came back and got her opener here and smoked it. So that was awesome. That's good for her. She's now on the board.
Yeah, that weight class actually had quite a few openers turned down. So what you're going to notice over the long haul is the lifter that can make some attempts is going to climb the ladder.
Right. Here we go. Ricky he ended up starting phenomenally well. 308 pounds on the bar right now.
He's a raging Cajun for Louisiana Lafayette. They got a strong powerlifting team here this weekend. Boy, I tell you what, he makes sure the judges have an easy job when they're judging Ricky.
That's for sure.
That was no question, unquestionable.
So 308 pounds in the bag for him. And
Lauren LeMay looking pretty strong, but there was close on the depth. It'll be interesting to see what the judges say.
They're going to give her 3 white on that.
We're going to do a replay. We're going to get to watch Lauren squat again. Actually, she does a very good job of keeping her chest and her head up. The knees came in a little bit. There was some instability, but you can see when you're getting to the max weights these lifters are pushing. A 275 squat like that, she's looking good in her weight class. In fact, right now she's in the lead, tied with the lifter coming up, Caitlin Buck. Currently.
And let's see, Mitchell Gonzalez here. That was 314 pounds. Oh, and he looks like he struggled there at the lockout.
It appeared like he actually was all the way at the top, and then because he had some instability, the judges turned it down. The rules require that you stand erect with your knees locked, your shoulders locked, and wait for the judge to give a rack command. Caitlin Buck out of Angelo State makes quick work of a gigantic 292-pound opening or second attempt squat. She's actually now in the lead, moving ahead of Lauren. So there's going to be some battles in that weight class. We've got 3 lifters within about 25 pounds of each other.
That's right. And you know, Caitlin Buck, though, what I like about her is she's clearly got control. Her opener was perfectly chosen, and that second attempt looked like a good transition attempt into her third here. Derek Ward, 325 on the bar here. And he's also with the Louisiana Lafayette.
Another raging Cajun. Very good depth. Kept his knees out. Good form.
He's got great form.
We're going to do a replay on that lift. You can see he's got very good form keeping his chest up. His knees came in a little bit as he came out of the hole. Be interesting to see when the knees start to come in, Dave, what that usually means is the next jump up could be the one that's gonna be the max lift, because as your knees come in, your hips stay back. It's harder to lock out the weight.
Right. So Sarah Hughes is also with the Raging Cajuns, 214 pounds on the bar, and this is her third attempt.
Everywhere you turn in this room, I see Raging Cajuns.
Right.
They're all over the place.
They are. They do definitely bring a sizable team.
3 white lights for Sarah. You know what's fascinating is they're not even the biggest team here. Northeastern, University out of Boston, has a combined 44 lifter program here.
Okay.
All right, folks, we're in for a treat. This is an American record exceeding for Dalton Coe. American record exceeding 424 pounds. This record's been on the books, like I said, for 30 years. This is history being made live here in Atlanta Midtown, the great room at the W Hotel. He hit depth.
Whoa!
Got a little bit forward, but as I said before, he's got a tremendous back strength. The judges say 3 white lights. We're going to do a replay of this lift. Those of you watching at home, you can see when you're dealing with max weight like this, it's critical how he keeps his knees out. He gets a little bit forward as he comes out of the hole and the hips shoot back, but he's got a tremendous lockout.
Right, and you can see the way, though, too, how he kind of falls back into the gear there. Like, his hips kind of shoot back, and then he was able to really pull the lockout through.
It'll be interesting to see if he's going to go for 200 kilos. 440, I think that might be a little bit out of his range, but it really depends on how much of a lockout he's able and how tight he can keep that so that his chest doesn't go too far forward and his hips don't go too far back. But that was history being made. You got to stop and think. This is a 116-pound lifter. Lifted 424 pounds.
Right. He's definitely putting a lot of lifters to shame out there, that's for sure. But, you know, he's definitely clearly got a good build, and he's definitely got a lot of strength. And, you know, you can't deny hard work and the strength that he's got there.
Well, a little interesting fact on Dalton over there, he's got a 100-pound lead after second attempt squats in a national championship. You don't see that very often.
Right.
He's already built a 100-pound lead, and we are only through 2 attempts.
All right, and here's Barbieri. That was 159 pounds.
That looked like a good lift. Let's see what the judges say.
Yeah, the judges are going to give her 3 on that one. Caitlin Mulkey on the blue platform. She's got 237 pounds.
Now that's definitely borderline depth. That one's a great fight. It'll be interesting to see what the judges say. Sophomore out of Texas A&M. She gets 2-to-1 decision.
2-to-1. 2-to-1.
Fortunately, I wasn't judging her because I was probably on the agreement of the one red.
Right. So she's kind of sitting in the early part of the weight class there. It looks like Angelica Garcia here coming up with 248 pounds. Penn State University on the blue platform, and Latori Williams for her third attempt squat on the red platform, 181 pounds. A Raging Cajun. And Latori's lift looked pretty straightforward. Yep, there beyond a shadow of doubt, she put it in the hole, so that's good for her coming back and getting her second attempt there. The next lifter on the red platform is Leah Rinaldi, 203 pounds for her third attempt from Penn State University.
Angelica over here on the blue platform, Dave, is doing a comeback attempt. Lifter out of Penn State University. She actually is from California, so she's traveled across the country to attend Penn State. Looks like good depth. Strong lockout, 3 white lights.
That was a good comeback lift for her. Really strong. You know, it may have been a technical issue before that.
Absolutely.
All right, Leah Rinaldi here, 203.9 pounds on the bar. She's driving it up, yep. That looked like a strong third attempt for Leah. Okay, and next up, Brittany Bosco. She's the closest in contention to Tiffany Vu here.
Yeah, we said earlier, Brittany needed her second squat. So if she needed it on her second, she needs it even more on her third, because Tiffany looks like she is on a roll today, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tiffany hits that third squat to open the lead up even more. So Brittany really, if she has any designs on a gold medal, on becoming first-team All-American,
then she's gonna want to hit this attempt here. Megan Kupser here, Florida Gulf Coast, 253 pounds on the bar on the blue platform. She kind of started off, had a rocky start here, getting that extra attempt at the end, and now now she's kind of in the middle of the pack here.
Ooh, that lift is not going to pass. I would have to say 3 reds on depth. No, she got
they
one
gave her
line.
2-1 though. All right, Brittany Bosco, she needs this lift here. She's from LSU, 242. If she wants to stay in the running against Tiffany Vu, she's going to need this here. And it's just not in the cards for Brittany there. That's a no lift. Tiffany Vu coming up, 270 pounds on the bar. On the blue platform, Jennifer Ramirez, 259 pounds. And Jennifer's going to need this lift to stay in the game today. She wants to represent for Texas San Antonio, who's known for their women's powerlifting team. So she's going to have a little pride behind this lift. She's going to want to get it. The crowd's clearly going to get behind her here. Everyone's getting behind Tiffany Vu with this 270-pound third attempt. That'll put her well in the lead. Tiffany Vu, the depth looked like it was there. It looked like a solid attempt. Oh, she gets 3 white lights. 270 pounds. Jennifer Ramirez.
We're doing a replay, Dave, of Tiffany's third attempt. Let's see how this looks. The knees came in a little, but she kept her chest up. Strong lift.
Right, and only a small amount of knee collapse there, just enough to kind of keep her under, a base there. Not so much that it was that she wasn't able to maintain it.
Absolutely. Right. And that pretty much puts her in a dominant position heading into the bench and the deadlift. You'd have to figure if she can get a bench and a deadlift on the board, she's probably going to be your first team All-American, your national champion in the 94s. Let's move ahead to Zachary Newman, 286-pound. Third attempt. He's 2 for 2 so far in the squat. He's a West Pointer.
He is.
U.S. Military Academy, so we should all be supporting him. He got forward. His chest dropped just a little bit.
He did get a little forward there. What do we've got going? Jason Moore.
Jason Moore got a little bit out of the groove out of University of Texas, but she was able to fight through and get the 2-1 decision. Looked like a depth call by one of the judges, but the lift.
Right, and that, I mean, that's great for her to keep her kind of in the game here. All right.
We're back online now. We had a nice commercial there for Team Roar Personal Training. Josh Roar, the meet director here. He's got some excellent information online if you want to go to his website.
And Lauren LeMague there, she just finished her final lift. What's 130 kilos.
286. That's a nice third attempt.
Yeah, so she's still in the game here against Caitlin Buck. This third attempt for Caitlin Buck, though, is going to really keep the, really going to show what we've got as far as the competition coming forward in the bench and the squat.
And Caitlin actually looked very strong on her second attempt, so it'll be interesting to see. Looks like she's jumping up about 11 pounds. Nice 303, and she got a little forward. Great catch by the spotters. One of the things you'll notice when they're dealing with max lifts on the third attempts here, the spotters are critical. Josh Roar's assembled a great team of spotters catching these lifters when they get a little out of the groove. With maximum weights, it doesn't take a lot to get out of the groove.
Right. So here's Shahid Kamran, 308 pounds.
We've enjoyed watching him squat so far today, Dave. He's had some nice attempts. Looks like he goes down with control. And if he can keep that chest up, keep his knees out, I think he's going to go 3 for 3. Now, it seems like he brought it up on depth a little bit, so it'll be closer on depth, but he had plenty of room to spare. And the judges 2-1.
Yep.
See, that's an interesting strategy there, Dave, because he had plenty of strength.
Right.
But it looked like either because of nerves or just, hesitating, he didn't go as deep as he normally went, but he had plenty of strength. But that lift right there, 2-1 decision, that costs you in the long run.
That does, right. You know, and that's a chance you have to take. I'm sure that's something they discussed in the back as a team. And now we've got an opening lifters here on the blue platform. Rochelle George, University of Louisiana Lafayette, 226-pound opener.
Yeah, it looks like we're moving into Flight B over here.
Right. Mitchell Gonzalez, though, on the left platform, red.
He's got quite the outfit. Those shoes right there, bright enough. He could be landing planes out at Hartsfield with those shoes.
That's the
at
truth.
Midnight.
He's got 314 pounds on the bar. He missed this on his last attempt, and he looks like he's going to get it here.
It was a good fight. Let's see what the judges say.
Yep.
3 white lights.
They're going to give him 3 white on that.
As a power lifter, there's nothing more I love than seeing a third attempt that you just barely get. It's like the perfect 5-pound increment. If you'd have gone 5 pounds heavier, you'd have missed it.
Right, and I think that takes a lot. That's a little between the lifter and the coach that's working with that person to really know their lifter, to know what number they can push it with. The longer you've worked with a coach and a lifter together, I think the easier it is to create that kind of relationship where you can really get that perfect number on that third attempt.
Well, when you're dealing with in the collegiates like this, a lot of these lifters, you know, you're dealing with 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds. They might not know what they're capable of on a given day.
Right.
So it really does take a lot of strategy and coaching. Jelena Corville out of Nova Southeastern, opening attempt 292, 2-to-1 decision.
That's a good lift.
She actually
for her.
hit 286 last year in the squat, so her opener was actually higher than she finished last year.
Oh, wow. Okay, so she's put on a lot of poundage.
Ricky, who is just, he's doing warm-ups on the platform today, Dave. He absolutely destroyed 319.
Right, and that was, I mean, that looked better than his second attempt.
Yeah.
He kind of got stuck coming into the lockout on his second attempt there. And
you think Ricky's got another meet he's going to this afternoon? Maybe he's actually planning on squatting more later today.
Well, either that or, you know what, he could have himself a trump card in the deadlift.
Yeah,
Could be
saving some strength. I wouldn't know because I don't have much of a deadlift, so I try and get it all I can in the squat. But
I understand.
I have a lot of appreciation for those who can put it all on the board in the deadlift. All right, we got some crowd support for Derek Ward here.
Yeah.
Derek Ward, another one of those ubiquitous Raging Cajuns. They're all over the place in Atlanta, and they're making some noise for a 336-pound third attempt. This lift is going to put him in a solid second place in the 116.
I'm sure he's enjoying that just because he came in 5th in last year's Nationals. So there it is. There it is. He's going to fight it out.
I think that lift's going to be good. Let's see, 2-to-1 decision. I tell you what, Dave, we talk about hitting the perfect 5-pound increment. That was the perfect 1-pound increment. If he'd have put some extra chalk on his back, he might not have made that lift.
There
was not much left in him.
He definitely fought hard, and there you saw where he did. The form broke, but he was still able to hold on to the lift, and that's really where it counts. That's when you can kind of tell that number's, I feel like it's just on the point.
Yeah. Well, and he needed it. I mean, obviously Dalton is just putting on a dominant performance, but, you know, other than Dalton, that's actually a lift right now that's going to put, you know, Derek in second place with a solid. Now, he's still got some people chasing him, but he's got a solid advantage, about a 15-pound advantage over third right now.
Right. So Jennifer Richardson over on the blue platform, 303-pound opener for her in the 57-kilo weight class. 125-pound
lifter opening at 300, and we've got Dalton LeCaux going for another American record smashing 435 pounds of cold-rolled steel, spine-crushing steel. Those Ivenco plates, Ivenco bar bending around his back at just 116 pounds of body weight. Oh, he's hit depth. Oh, boy. He had a lot more left in him.
He sure did.
We're going to watch a replay of that lift, Dave, and everybody out there should record this because this is how you hit a third squat. The knees stay out, the chest stays up, knees come in slightly and the hips go back, but that young man has got a lot left in him. That was a better attempt than his second, Dave.
I was just going to say that, Pat. It looked so much more like he was just a lot more in the zone, in the groove. And, you know, kind of in a sense, he probably hitting that saying, you know what, he probably can have a little fun with it now. He's already taken the record. He knows he's far ahead of the competition. And in a sense, he's kind of just having a day in the gym, really, when you look at it now.
Well, and sometimes fear is a great motivator in the squat. When you start putting huge weights on the bar, your body knows. I mean, your nerve system feels all of a sudden you're handling max weights, and it seemed like he took it to another level. Like he had more left in him.
I agree.
450 might have gone today.
All right, Alyssa Gayton, Angelo State University.
Alyssa got second at last
pounds.
year's Nationals, so she's definitely a contender this year.
Okay.
3 white lights, no wonder. I tell you what's interesting, Alyssa opened this year with the same weight that she finished with last year, so you got to figure she's got big designs on some big numbers this year.
Right. And then we just had Yasmin Trujillo on the red platform. And we've moved into the...
This is now Flight B, so what we're going to be seeing over here is we're going to be seeing this would be the 104-pound weight class, 103-pound weight class in the women's division.
So we've got the 103-pound class on the red platform. And
125 over on the blue platform.
On the blue platform, okay.
And the 125's class is huge. I believe there's upwards of 20 lifters in the 125.
Right. So we've got another Nittany Lion here on the blue platform, Jeanette Cohen, opening with 314 pounds as well. Let's see if it looks anything like Alyssa's. If it looks better, if it looks about the same, we'll have an idea of where these girls will be sitting.
Good depth. The knees came in hard, but she was able to fight through it. And that lift is good, 3 white lights.
Right, and you know what? Alyssa made it look a little easier, but we'll see. Jeanette, she's got some time here. That's only her opener. Here we go, Clarissa Johnson on the red platform, opening with 203 pounds for Louisiana Tech. All right, and for Michelle Ryan on the blue platform, you probably can't hear much because that's the Northeastern University getting nice and rowdy here.
Yeah, we told you guys, if it was a street fight, my money's on Northeastern University. They got 44 lifters here, 44 lifters in the men's and women's division. They are just a monster at this competition, and they're rocking the house for Michelle Ryan's 319 opener. I tell you what, that would make me lift a lot more weight. All right, she was a little tentative on that, Dave. Michelle last year actually was unfortunately not able to get a squat on the board, bombed out last year with 264 pounds. Looks like her opener this year even bigger, opening at 319, so they're expecting big numbers out of her. She's going to need to be able to get a little more aggressive and hit some depth on that. But if crowd support's going to help her, she's going to have it. I tell you what, I wouldn't mind having them at my next competition.
Right.
I got stronger just listening to that crowd.
Well, I think that's the kind of the interesting beast here with the Collegiate Nationals is it really becomes a lot like major competition, where you've got your whole team here supporting you. It's almost like having that crowd section at the football game or having that crowd section at any of the other major sports that these schools offer.
Well, yeah, I would actually say if you've never been to this competition, this is something as a powerlifting fan you have to go to. It's a whole different animal. There's nothing like it in powerlifting. The team support, the enthusiasm, the competition is second to none in all of powerlifting. We got Kimberly Johnson over here on the blue, the very strong 336 opener, 3 white lights.
And she's with the University of Wisconsin Green Bay. But yeah, that was undoubtedly perfect opener.
Yeah, it'll be interesting in this class. We're actually going to see we're going to do a replay. We're going to do a commercial for Team Roar. We're back live with Emily Liebert.
Yeah, Northeastern is really making a scene here. Let's see if she can get this opener. It didn't go so well for their other lifter.
Emily, though, was the second place runner-up in the 2013 Collegiates, and she made quick work of 341.
And they're going to give her 3 white lights for it.
Yeah, I'd give her all the whites she wants. She's got a lot more left in them.
And Diane here on the red platform, she had an easy opener herself.
I tell you what, Northeastern is putting on a great advertisement for Northeastern Powerlifting, because if you're a recruit, that's a great recruiting video. I would love to have that kind of support I mean, you at home, you can probably hear it, but the visual so you can understand is there is every bit of 4 or 5 rows worth of Northeastern fan support that when their lifter comes out, they all stand and chant in unison. I mean, you're talking about this is something that you'd see at an SEC football game, a big college basketball game. This is exciting here.
I agree. Wow, and Ashley Guzman there with a 237-pound opener, pretty much just plummeted it there. She got a 2 to 1. That was a good lift for her with 237. And now here we go. Erin Stevenson on the blue platform, Boise State.
All the way out of Boise State University.
358 pounds. Yeah, they're easy. She had a great form there on that. 358 pounds, taking it to the bank.
That puts her in first place in a packed weight class. So you're talking about a junior out of Boise State, came all the way across the country. She was the champion at the Women's Nationals in 2012. In 2013, she was runner-up, the Collegiate. So this is a very accomplished lifter.
And Sarah Cruz Ortiz here, opening with 242 pounds. It looked pretty solid. It looked pretty good. Let's see what they're going to give her. Yeah, that's 2 to 1 for Sarah Cruz Ortiz for her 242-pound opener. So Rochelle George on the blue platform.
The action here at the Collegiate is fast and furious. We got lifts going all over the place.
They're moving at light speed here, but kind of have to with the number of lifters that we've got.
367 at last count, I heard. The biggest collegiates in the history of powerlifting.
All right.
Rochelle George coming out of the hole. Strong lift.
And that's 3 white lights for Rochelle George.
We're going to do a repeat of that. On those of you watching online, you're going to get to see a replay. Rochelle hit a very nice opening attempt there. That's actually going to put her, I'm sorry, that was her second attempt. That's going to put her in good position heading into thirds.
You know, and what's, you know, you could see there, you could really see the knee drive she put on it. She was really able to really blast out of the hole with it. What a great second attempt, really setting her up for a third, really building that momentum. Brianna Ybarra here, University of Texas on the red platform, 253 pounds. And Jelana Corville on the blue platform. She'll be coming out for her second attempt at 303. So Brianna here, though, let's check out her opening attempt and see if she can get on the board here.
Yeah, let's see what she's looking at. She's out of Texas, Austin. That's a dominant program. 22-year-old lifter, 253-pound opener. This would actually put her in the lead. A couple big squats coming after her. That's going to be close on depth, but she's got plenty of strength.
Right.
And the judges say 3 white lights.
They gave her 3 on it. She's
Fortunately,
got a really tight,
I'm not judging.
Yeah, she's got a tight, narrow stance, too, which is interesting. A lot of the geared lifters you see so far, not really, a lot of them have a wider type stance, so that was interesting to see.
Jelena Corville was interesting over here. She got 2 to 1 decision on depth. What I noticed on that lift was I thought that was the perfect depth strategically. She just broke parallel.
Right.
Wasn't buried deep where she was wasting a lot of strength. She obviously got a 2 to 1 call. Interestingly, she got a 2 to 1 call on her opening attempt, but they both have been in her favor. So you can't really be upset because as long as you're getting it past, you move forward. You don't question it.
Right. Do you find it as with being lifting in the gear that if you go too deep, can that be detrimental or can it be a negative effect on the lifter using the gear?
It's a little bit of balance. The gear actually has a rebound effect, so if you hit the hole sometimes deeper, you can get more out of the hole. The problem is then you have farther to travel with the lift.
Right.
So it's kind of a checks and balances. You'll notice some lifters hit the hole aggressive. You saw right here Lauren Deniger over here on the red platform. She had a slow descent until she hit the hole and then hit with a little bit of momentum. And you could see, obviously, she absolutely smoked it. Now you're talking, she's the defending champ from the 125s coming all the way down to the 105s, 104 class to be competing this year. So this class right here is just stacked.
Now we've got Allegra Hudson. She's going to go ahead here for 303, which is a record attempt here.
Well, you know what's interesting? She's the defending champ from the class below. So you got the defending champ from the 125s coming down. You got the defending champ from the 94s moving up. we love that as powerlifting fans. What that spells is excitement.
Right, and you know, you have to look at Allegra, and you have to look at who's coaching her. She's got Kim Walford and Ian Bell, who are her coaches, who we already know are well-established powerlifters in the community, in the sport. So you know, she's probably going to really bring it today on the platform.
Yeah, and she's up a weight class this year, so usually you can see if that'll help her squat. Oh boy, that was an easy opener.
That was an easy opener. She holds.
And the judges say 3 white lights.
Yeah, so there she goes. She went ahead and took that record with no problem at 303.
And has a 28-pound advantage after openers. Interestingly enough, everybody in that class hit their opening attempt in a squat. So we're seeing some good attempts because I see all green on the board.
Right.
Green indicates on our computer screen a good lift, and I don't see a single lift turned down in that first round of squats.
And I'm sure Allegra, she probably adds to the, you know, what we know about the University of Texas San Antonio and their women's team. I'm sure she's probably one of their ringers that helps give them the reputation they're known for. Jennifer Richardson on the blue platform that was 319 pounds, and the judges are going to go ahead and give her 3 white lights there for Jennifer Richardson on her second attempt.
That was a critical lift for her, Dave, because this weight class is packed. She's actually going to have her hands full in that weight class.
Yasmin Trujillo on the red platform for her second attempt at 209 pounds from the University of Houston downtown. She's a mathematics major, and she traveled about 790 miles to get here. And she puts it in the hole.
Yeah, depth was not a problem.
She's going to get 3
over here on the blue, we got Northeastern's Michelle Ryan, and we got 30 of the crowd support fans for Northeastern standing up, making noise. Appears like she didn't hit depth again. She was actually able to complete the lift. That's going to be no lift for her. We're going to see a replay of that lift. You'll notice that she stays a little tighter this time, but it's clear that she's not descending low enough. If you'll notice, that top of the thigh at the hip joint has to descend below the top of the knee.
Right, I feel like they have to work it out where when she gets to that point, when she gets that parallel, she needs somebody cueing her to kind of let her know to really just drop it in there.
Yeah, she's going to have to actually pick up the pace or get a little bit of momentum, because at that depth, she's going to get reds.
Here we go, Kanekwa Hutchinson, or Hughes here, and she's 19 years old, and looks like she kind of just missed that lift altogether there. She went down, and they had to go ahead and catch her right away.
First unsuccessful lift on the red platform in this flight, so we do know that gravity is still in the building, Dave.
Right.
Sir Isaac Newton is not rolling over in his grave yet.
It was tough to tell the way that Dalton Lecoq was kind of defying gravity.
Yeah, he was trying to break the laws of physics, and you know, I've heard people say gravity's just a theory. That's what a lot of top powerlifters believe.
So Alyssa over here from Angelo State on the blue platform, she's got 330 pounds second attempt.
Now this is interesting. Last year she got second in this competition. So she is definitely looking to contend for the title. And 3 white lights, and she has already added 15 pounds to her squat from last year.
Yeah, and she's got some competition there with Kimberly Johnson, Emily Liebert, Erin Stevenson. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, what she has moving forward. Let's see what they're going to put on the board here too.
Well, the thing she's got going for is an excellent deadlift. She's competitive in the bench, but she's going to be second in the deadlift opener, so that's going to help her.
Right. And Clarissa Johnson here, taking a peek at the time, 20 years old, Louisiana Tech.
She's only got 3 seconds to get the squat signal.
She
got it within about a half second to spare. You could see the nerves and being rushed. She did not descend anywhere near depth.
Right. I think sometimes the lifter, when they see the time rolling down, they don't recall that once they get the squat command, they really have all day at that point. And there was Kimberly Johnson. That was 3:58. She's making it look good. We're definitely going to do a replay of that right now.
This is Kimberly Johnson's second attempt, 358 pounds. And you can see what she's got there. is a strong finish on that lift.
And what a beautiful squat. Form, everything, really.
Power personified.
For sure.
All right, we're moving over here on the blue platform to Northeastern and Emily Liebert. Emily, as you'll remember a few minutes ago, Dave, absolutely made quick work of 341. She's jumping up 22 pounds to 363. She's a senior pharmacy student, pharmacy major at Northeastern University. She traveled more than 1,000 miles to make this competition. This lift right here would move Emily ahead of Kimberly to put her in first place in her weight class.
Right, 363, I mean, if it's anything like her opener, we're going to see some awesome weight moving right here.
Nearly a triple body weight squat.
Oh, wow.
Let's
beautiful
see if she
depth.
got it out.
Oh, my gosh.
Got a little bit forward out of the top.
What a fight for that. And the depth was on point. Everything was there. Ashley Guzman there for 248. There's no lift. She didn't make depth on that. So here we go. We had Emily Liebert. She's making the depth, inability to pull it out of the hole there, and then we've got Ashley Guzman on the red platform, unable to put it down to depth. And I'm watching some of the form here. Ashley looked like she really descended fast, but didn't allow the gear to stretch enough at the hole. Like, what do you think was the problem there? Because she's coming down so fast, but it just doesn't seem like maybe there's even enough weight on the bar to really push her in there.
Yeah, and see, when that happens, sometimes the gear can be to your detriment.
Right.
We've got an interesting situation over here on the blue platform. The first triple bodyweight squat in the female division in this weight class. Triple bodyweight historically is a monster number in powerlifting. She's got a second attempt here, 385 on the bar in just a 125-pound weight class. Hit depth.
Wow.
Let's see if she can drive it up. That's going to be one we're going to want to replay for you guys. That was an excellent.
What an ascent she had on that one.
And that was no good for Sarah.
Tough work there for Sarah.
Going back to Erin, I want to talk about that because that's the biggest second attempt. She's in the lead. She had the perfect form. That was one of those lifts that if she'd have gotten forward, she probably wouldn't have been able to make it. It'll be interesting. Sometimes you might even want to pass your third when you have a tough second like that, unless she knows she can get her form to be able to raise that attempt. But that was a perfect second attempt. She's actually put herself in a position. She's got a 28-pound lead after seconds. Came in all the way from Boise State.
Right, and what's great is she's traveled so far. She's coming and she's performing very well today. And what I really liked about that lift with Erin was just the steady consistency she had coming out of the lift. Like
with a big weight on the bar. Yep.
Ascent that was really awesome.
Nearly a 400-pound squat at a body weight under 125. Females. I tell you, there's a lot of men in our audience today would love to have a 400-pound squat.
Right.
Of any body weight, whatever size they are.
And I'll say we'll see Brianna Ybarra here looked. No, she's still getting a 2-1. She was 2-1 on her last attempt. That was Rochelle George on the blue platform.
And that was another great attempt. That was her third attempt, and I tell you, that's the way to finish, as we talked about. She's hitting that third attempt. There wasn't anything else left on that one.
Right.
Perfect number right there.
That was a perfect attempt, and you know, I think it's funny. We're gonna be competing here today with the crowd. Clearly, the Raging Cajuns though are making an effort to try and maybe take the title from the Northeastern team as far as who can be the loudest. That is a competition between them today.
That is an interesting battle. Northeastern's clearly in the lead right now. If you're a Northeastern fan out there, you're probably in Atlanta because this whole room is rocking. All right, we got ourselves an American record attempt in the 103-pound weight class for Lauren Deniger, 292 pounds.
Whoa! Oh man! Oh. Tough. That was tough. The depth was there. Everything was there. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with Lauren there, but she clearly had the depth, and she just missed it there. You know, it looks like she came up out of the hole, maybe got thrown forward. Then we've got Jelena Corville here, 308 pounds on the bar, Nova Southeastern. See what she's got here. All right. Jelena.
That looks like that could be turned down for depth. Let's see what the judges say.
Yep. Yeah, they're gonna take that from her. Okay, so here we are back to Allegra Hudson, 319
pounds.
Again, University of Texas San Antonio, record attempt here. And this was our 43 kilo or a 47 kilo winner from last year.
I tell you what, there is plenty of room on that lift.
She's making it look easy.
And we're going to get a replay of this lift.
Yeah, we'll get that replay.
The knees go out. She hits depth, keeps her chest up. That's a textbook squat there.
Right, she's got a great build for it, too. You see the way she just kind of just cradles into the hole there, and no problem keeping the center of gravity and really being able to drive that squat out of the hole.
And you can see as the defending champion in the 94s moving up a weight class has done nothing but help her performance.
I'm sure.
All right, we got Kristen Crodel. That was a borderline depth. I think they'll give that to her, but it's very close. Let's see what the judges say. Nope, 2-1. So maybe I'm not the hardest judge in the room. Maybe there's a few in here that agree with me.
Right.
I like it at the Nationals that if it's not clearly deep, you need to get red lights. We need to make sure that every lift at a national level is up to the standards, the rules of performance. Let's see Yasmin Trujillo. Now, it looks like she hit depth. She was able to keep form. Let's see what the judges say. Looks like 3 white lights.
Yeah, and
we're going to replay that lift.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, she really put it deep into the hole, and you see the slight like kind of rebound that she created there.
It was interesting when she hit the hole. I didn't notice it live, but her knees kind of rocked a little forward, but she had enough power out of the hole to overcome.
Right.
Sometimes when you rock forward like that, throws your bounce off, makes the lift a lot harder.
And here we go, Jeanette Cohen, 325 pounds with the Nittany Lions.
Yeah, she's a senior, international politics major.
The depth look there.
Yeah, very good depth. Good form. I think that's 3 white lights, and the judges agree.
And she went ahead and went 3 for 3 in the squat there, along with Rochelle. And see Hughes here. Yeah, and that number there, 226, is just not in the cards for her today. That was her miss on the second attempt as well.
We've got a lift or go home. Michelle Ryan, third attempt. Up against the bomb out. What that means is if you don't get one on the board, you do not total in the competition. She is going to have to hit this lift. 325. She came up with it on the second, but she's going to have to hit depth. Let's see if she's more aggressive on this. I think it's going to take some power. She's going to have to hit depth.
She's going to have to get down there.
She took it a little deeper. I still think that's going to be 3 reds.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to give that to her.
Yeah. No, she got 2 reds. There's no lift. She did go a little bit deeper, and she had some room to spare, so it's possible that lift could have been there.
Now, you said she had bombed out last year.
Unfortunately,
as well.
bombed in the squat last year with a lot less. She was using 264 last year.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, yeah, that's 2 years in a row she was unable to get a squat in. My recommendation for what it's worth is next year, whatever her opener is, they should drop it about 20 kilos, get her on the board, do her last warm-up as her opener. Because a lot of times when you get that first lift on, it changes your momentum. Okay, Clarissa over here on the red, looks like she cut that one. I think that might not pass on depth. Oh, 2-1 decision again. Once again, fortunately, the judges aren't as hard as I am. We got one pass there for her.
Well, you know, it's kind of tough to see possibly the far hip crease. So, you know, on our side, it may look close. And then
well, it's interesting. The blue platform, we're at an angle that I actually have a very good view of the hip joint and depth. But you're right, on the red platform, the one that's closer to us, we're at such a sharp angle. It is sometimes hard to see with the racks and the spotters.
Right.
Yeah.
This is 330 pounds for Jennifer Richardson.
I would say that's clearly deep. Looks like a strong lockout. Let's see what Jennifer.
They're going to give it to her.
Maggie. That is 3 white lights. A 330.
3 white lights. That was a solid third attempt for her. I would say maybe 2.5 more kilos, if that, but
yeah, her
they're going to replay it here.
her foam looked good, so I would think there was more left in her.
And that was Ashley Guzman.
Yeah, we just did a replay, and she got that lift pass, and that's a great lift for her because she had missed her second. So
right, and that was 253 for Ashley Guzman, and Sarah Cruz Ortiz is going to take that as well, which also was her second attempt at which she missed. And then we've got Alyssa on the blue platform with 347. So
Alyssa Gayton out of Angelo State University. She's been putting on quite a show today. She's 2 for 2.
She looked like she might have just snuck it in the hole there. See what happens. 3 white lights for Alyssa Gayton. Oh, and a tough fight for Sarah Cruz Ortiz.
I tell you what, that lift for Alyssa is putting her in a good position. She went 3 for 3 in the squat.
She did, and probably, again, a solid choice on their third there. She's been looking strong.
Well, I'm a big believer in looking at what you did last year. She put 33 pounds on her squat from last year to this year. Impressive gains in that weight class.
For sure.
And that's how you climb up. She was in second last year, so you got to figure she's going to be in contention.
Right. And here's Emily Leiber here, 363 on the bar from Northeastern University, and I'm sure you can hear the crowd getting pumped up for her.
Yeah, let me give you guys a visual. There's every bit of 25 or 30 Northeastern fans standing, cheering, screaming.
Oh, and I know we're focusing on the other platform, but Diane just went ahead and got 115 kilos on the red platform.
Now this is interesting. What happened to Emily over here is as she hit the hole, her weight went backwards. So she started to fall backwards. She was still driving the weight up. It's possible the strength was there, but once your momentum starts carrying you backwards, as you're driving, you actually are pushing yourself backwards, and the spotters had to grab her because she would have fallen into the spotter. So it was one of those where technically strength might have been there, just got a little bit out of the groove, and with max weight, that's all it takes.
Right. Now here we go. We got Lauren Deniger again here. She's going to attempt 292. It's tough because all of our top squatters are kind of coming up in a row here on both platforms.
Yeah, it's going to take national level announcers to be able to handle national level powerlifters. Right. But I think we're up to the job.
I think so as well. So blue platform, Kimberly Johnson, 380 on the bar, and this will be good for Kimberly to maintain a lead ahead of Emily there and kind of bring her a little closer to Erin Stevenson. And Lauren Deniger here wants this record at 292.
292 and a half. This is a comeback attempt on the red platform. Yeah, they're both going down at the exact same time. They both made the lift. Kimberly's looks a little borderline, but she got 2 to 1, so hers was good.
Both lifts ended up being good. Right, like you said, Kimberly Johnson 2 to 1, and I'm pretty sure we had 3 white lights on the red platform for Deniger.
This guy's in the red light. What? The light. That guy right there.
All right, so we've got Brianna Ybarra on the red platform. She's also coming for a record attempt, 297 pounds. All right, it's a strong walkout for her. Erin Stevenson, though, 391, just shy of 400 pounds over there for Erin Stevenson. Let's see here. Ybarra's looking strong. All right, Brianna, 2 to 1. She ended up with a record there on that one. Stevenson fighting out the 391.
And the lift is good, 2 to 1 decision.
That was awesome. Erin Stevenson took it down to the hole, no problem down the hole, and just coming up, fighting hard for it over there.
I tell you what, she came all the way from Boise State. She did not mess around. She put on quite a show.
She sure did.
And she is now in the lead, nearly a 400-pound squat in the 125 female division.
And that third attempt was on point. She really just kept the consistency there. She's really bringing her A game. And that's what we like to see, and that's gonna keep her in a good lead here.
Yeah, now we've got Allegra Hudson.
Right, she's ready to go ahead once again and break her own record. I'm pretty sure every attempt she's had today has been a record attempt.
Well, you're talking about the defending national champion at 94s moving up to the 103s.
Right.
And she has looked impressive so far.
Right, I'm sure she's enjoying the, the added weight.
Looks like good form. She got a little bit forward. Not enough to complete that lift. A very close miss for Allegra. I still think she's in a good position, but she's definitely at least opened the door for Lauren Denninger.
Right. We got Matthew Cortez on the blue platform opening with 363 pounds.
We have now moved ahead to Flight C.
And he's from the University of Arkansas, and that's a good opener for him, 363.
Razorback sophomore out of Dallas, Texas. He got 12th place in last year's Nationals, looking to break up, move into the top 10.
All right, and then Alan Espinoza is on the blue platform, 374 pounds, University of Texas, San Antonio. And on the red platform, we have Emily Hawkins, 137 pounds on the bar for her, Florida Gulf Coast.
To keep everyone at home caught up on the red platform, your left platform, you're going to be seeing the 114-pound women's weight class. And over here on the blue platform, we've got the 130-pound men's class. Both of these classes are deep. Both of these classes are going to be tight battles. You got Emily Hawkins going out, and this is one of the first lifters we've seen so far in competing without the benefit of any gear. No knee wraps. That's not a tight lifting suit. And a very strong opener at 137 pounds out of Florida Gulf Coast University. We got Alan Espinosa over here on the blue platform out of Texas San Antonio, freshman kinesiology major. He's just 19 years of age, and he has got 374 pounds opener.
All right, and both of these weight classes are getting started kind of at the same time, so trying to keep an eye here to see how this one's going to go ahead and play out. All right, here we go. Allen with 374.
He hit the hole with some good power. Be interesting to see what the judges say. It was a strong attempt, 3 white lights.
3 white lights. It looked really good from here. And then Nicole on the red platform.
Another Raging Cajun. I tell you what, she hit the hole aggressively. There was a lot of power there.
Yeah, there was no problem on that opening attempt of 170.9 pounds.
Kudo Jang. I've actually seen Kudo before. He's a Georgia lifter. Lifting for the Yellow Jackets out of Georgia Tech. So what that means is he's not only a power lifter, he's pretty smart, and he's got himself quite the course load. Georgia Tech is not, that's not light coursework down there.
Right.
Kudo Jang's got himself 385. Just 22 years of age. He had some hesitation on the descent. Looked like he was able to get down a little bit lower, but there was definitely a groove issue there. Lots of strength. Potentially that could have been the gear. Sometimes, Dave, when the gear is so constricted, it actually, as you said earlier, makes it harder for you to hit depth. Okay. Almost looked like the gear stopped him, but he knew he was high, so he still had to keep going. Good idea to open light, because when you do that, you can overcome some of those gear issues.
Yeah, you can kind of see where he got down there, and he had to slowly kind of like think, oh, I have to push it just a little bit deeper here. You could kind of tell he was at parallel.
Yeah, and he got 3 white lights, so he's on the board. We're now moving to Taskin Amin from University of North Texas, the mean green of North Texas. I think he was the first North Texas lifter we've seen in this competition.
I think so as well. And then on the red platform, Courtney Halsell.
So Taskin's got 385, opening attempt. in a deep weight class that's going to be very competitive.
He put it in there with no problem, too.
The depth was not an issue. Strong lift and 3 white lights.
3 white lights, yeah. That was nice and controlled.
5 white lights when they count mine and yours.
Right.
I don't know if we get as much credit as the judges on the platform.
Probably not, but we could probably give them a run for their money.
Hey, we got the microphone, so we're the ones who can talk. So. All right, we are now climbing ahead to Jonathan Blood. Jonathan Blood out of LSU. Any SEC fans in the house? The Tigers. There's some strong SEC programs here. Georgia's got lifters. Texas A&M's got lifters. LSU. Jonathan Blood is opening attempt. 390 pounds opener in the squat. Jonathan got 7th place in last year's competition. Squatted 396, so he's actually opening very close to where he finished last year. And we got Selena Cheap out of VMI. First lifter I believe we've seen out of VMI.
Yep, I think you're right about that as well, Patrick.
Big opener. Now that was interesting. Looked like she was right on the border on depth, but it was very strong, and the judges, 3 white lights. Let's see what Jonathan Blood's got going on. He's a wildlife ecology major.
Okay.
Quite a unique major out of LSU. So he's an animal lover. So all you animal lovers out there need to root for Jonathan. I tell you what, that was interesting, Dave. He hit the hole. We're going to replay that lift. He hit the hole, almost had a little bit of a balance issue, and then as soon as he regained his balance, he smoked it.
He just came right up out of the hole like it was no problem. And Courtney Halsell here in the on the red platform, and she's lifting for the University of Louisiana Lafayette, so she's also Raging Cajun.
Whoa! I tell you what, there was a lot of power in Courtney's lift.
Yeah, she's only 18, so she's
that's
just
a lifter who opened with more than enough to spare. I like to see that in the opener. Over here on the blue, Dave, we got an interesting lifter here, Mario Leos coming out of University of Texas. He's a senior. He got 3rd at last year's Nationals. Actually holds the American and national record in the bench press. So this is one of the top bench pressers in the country. But he's got 396 on his back. Want to put up a big squat so he can add to it with that big bench. Very strong lift.
And they're going to give him 3 white lights on that one for Mario.
And Northeastern is in the house with Casey Landry over on the red. As you can hear, it gets loud quick when Northeastern hits the platform.
Right, and this is her first collegiate nationals.
A little bit of an issue on depth. Be interesting to see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
All right, 3 white lights for Casey Landry. And
all right, we're going to do a replay of Mario's opener. I tell you what, lots of power over there. Lots of power.
He's looking strong. Now we've got Kristen Lobo. She must also be from Northeastern. Yep.
Yeah, all you have to do is wait until the crowd goes nuts. You can tell what school they're from.
Right.
We got Mark Barbosa out of Texas A&M, a freshman chemistry major over on the blue. He's got 402, the first 400-pound opener we've seen in this flight. Looking to put himself in the lead. Kristen's down and up. Mark is down and up. And it looks like we've got ourselves 6 white lights.
All right, across the board, both of the lifts look very easy. Good, solid opening attempt choices on both of those lifters.
So now we move to 408 for Isaias Gonzalez.
Isaias Gonzalez, and he's with the University of Houston downtown.
Yeah, I actually met their coach yesterday during the press conference. He was telling me interesting things about that program. It's predominantly local Houston lifters.
Okay.
Relatively new program, but building something strong down there. Coach Dr. John Hudson's the coach down there.
Right. We've got Savannah Gray here on the red platform.
A Tiger out of LSU.
LSU.
SEC fans in the house, you need to make some noise. Let's see what we got there. Very strong.
242-pound opener for her.
I'll tell you what, she's going to put herself in a good position. There's a superstar in that weight class, Victoria Vargas, who you'll see shortly, who's kind of an outlier. She's going to be head and shoulders above the rest. But this next batch of lifters is going to be in quite a battle for 2nd and 3rd.
Right.
Isaias Gonzalez, let's see, he went 8 for 9 last year's Nationals and got 4th place. So he's clearly looking to move into that top 3. The top 3 positions are the first, second, and third team All-American. So when you're finishing 4th, I know because I finished in 4th in this competition, you really desperately want to climb up, because if you get in the top 3, you're listed as an All-American. So let's see what Isaias has got going on with 4:08. Very good depth and a good, strong finish.
And that was it. Did you see he really has the timing down? When he gets to right as he breaks parallel, he just lets it into the hole there and really looks strong. So Mika Duval, she's out of the University of Texas here, 20 years old, opening with 253 pounds. And solid opening attempt for Mika. She's looking strong there.
All right, we got, let's see, Josu Leon.
418-pound opener for him, and this is going to be our heaviest opener here in this class.
Josu out of Louisiana Tech, the legendary Louisiana Tech program. Billy Jack Talton, the coach for many years, produced some of the top lifters. Wade Hooper out of Louisiana Tech. Just an absolute dominant collegiate program. Probably the forerunners of the men's collegiate program.
Okay. There was a time when they kind of really held the title for
a number of years. And they were consistently in the top. You know, they were always a contending team. Right. And it put in together some of the most historical lifters. Calvin Dial out of there, some national champions across the board. That lift was good for Josu, 2-1 decision.
So that was 418 pounds?
Yeah, and he was actually the champion last year. He was a champion at 114. So he's moved up a class this year. Moving up to the 130s. Be interesting to see where he's at. That opening attempt was actually higher than he finished with last year.
Right.
So it's a good sign when you raise up in body weight that your opener is exceeding your best lift last year.
I was going to say, again, I'm sure he's just another one of these lifters that is enjoying the change in the weight class and his ability to pack on a few extra pounds.
I can speak for all powerlifters. We like the extra pounds. It's definitely beneficial in the squat.
So Gabrielle Hurley here, so she's out of the University of Texas. She's opening with 275, and she's going to be the next closest lifter to Victoria Vargas.
So this is actually putting her in a good position for second.
Right.
I'll tell you what, very powerful, Dave, very powerful. Looks like there's a lot more left.
She took 3rd place last year and went 9 for 9. So.
All right, we're in for a treat now. Victoria Vargas is going to be our lifter on the red platform. Let me tell you a little bit about Victoria, Dave. Victoria is the defending champ at 114, and she's so dominant that lifters literally run up and down just to avoid her from her weight class.
Right.
And the reason why is, in addition to being a very solid squatter and deadlifter, Victoria has bench pressed 259 pounds, the American record, at a body weight of 114. 259 pounds at a body weight of 114. Just for comparison's sake, the men's American record is only 286.
Oh, wow. So
she's within 25 pounds of outlifting the best men's bencher in the country.
Right.
So let's see how Victoria squats. She's got a nice 336-pound opening attempt. Interestingly enough, last year she squatted 330.
Right, and she's almost 25 kilos heavier than the
yeah, actually, this opener, you're
her.
right, it will put her a 60-pound lead over her nearest competitor. And again, this is more than she finished with last year. So this means she's made good progress in training. Looks like good depth and plenty of room to spare. I've been hearing all weekend about the Texas San Antonio women's powerlifters. I can see why.
I was going to say, you can see why Victoria Vargas is as strong as she is. The focus on that squat was exceptional. The way she just is clearly comfortable in her gear, clearly comfortable with the weight on her back. Solid opener.
Very strong and, like you said, technically sound, strength. You can see Texas San Antonio, Wes and Molly Zunker have put quite a program over there. Molly, Wes and Molly are the coaches of that team. Molly was actually the champion last year in the collegiate women's division at 105. And so she's moved on as she graduated to be the coach. But that team right there is just filled with top lifters. You're going to see All-Americans in that team all across the board this weekend. But Victoria's clearly, she might be, from what I've looked at the women's roster, she might be the star of the show in the women's across the whole competition this week.
Right.
Let's see, Kudo Jang, we talked about earlier, local lifter out of Georgia. Hit a nice 385 opener, but seemed like he had a little trouble on the descent. So let's see how he does on this one. A much more controlled descent. And let's see if the judges say 3 white lights, Dave.
Yeah, that was much more. He kind of brought it. He kind of got it together on that lift, which was good for him again, because that first one really looked close. Looked like he might have been a little off as far as understanding where he was in the squat. And this time he came back.
Remember, we felt his gear might have restricted him.
Right.
That time is kind of what you were asking about earlier. Sometimes the gear giveth and sometimes it taketh.
Right.
And when you get out of the groove, it seemed like it slowed him down. That one, he jumped up 30 pounds, but he actually hit it with better form. Then the gear actually helped him. Looks like he's got a lot more in him.
That's for sure. I mean, he's definitely got a lot to bring still.
Let's see, we got Mark Barbosa out of Texas A&M. Barbosa lifting on the blue platforms. He got 413 on the bar. A freshman chemistry major.
And you have Nicole over here on the left on the red platform. She had a good lift at 187. What are they saying about Mark Barbosa? He's got 3 white lights there.
Yeah, clear depth and very good form. Mark looks like he's got more left in him.
For 413 pounds for Mark Barbosa. And the bar's going to say the same. They've got a few guys here taking the same attempt at 413. So Jonathan Blood from LSU will be up next.
I was just noticing that, Dave. It'll be interesting because right now we've already got 3 lifters in this weight class who have already posted 413 on the board. So you're talking right off the bat, every one of these attempts is really going to make or break the difference in the total.
Right.
And as we talked about earlier, what we've seen is when you make that lift, you're climbing up the ladder and you miss one. I always compare powerlifting attempts like turnovers in football. You turn the ball over, you can't score. You miss an attempt, you can't score.
Right. And there was Selena Cheap here, 209, and that was a good lift.
2-to-1 decision. That was one I thought was borderline depth, but she did just enough to get it past. Let's see what Jonathan Blood's bringing to the table. He's got 413, a pack of 413 squatters. Let's see if Jonathan can join the club. Got a little bit out of the groove, twisted a little, but the bar continued up in 2-to-1 decision.
That was an interesting attempt. He really kept it together, even though he got that big twist in his torso there.
A little bit of windmill there.
Right, which can probably take a little bit out of you as a lifter.
Yeah, we as chiropractors don't like to see that on your spine.
Right,
but
I understand that.
He was able to complete the lift.
Well, let's hope he's doing the right kind of mobility to keep his spine healthy so he can kind of take a little bit of rotation.
Yeah, he needs to go see a good upper cervical doctor.
Right.
Let's see what Courtney Halsall brings to the table. 3 white lights.
Right, and that was 226 pounds for her.
Another raging Cajun.
And she's kind of in the middle of the pack there. Landry Casey's going to take the same weight, and she's from Northeastern, so we're going to get loud here in a second. But here's Mario Leos again, 418 pounds. He went up about 10 kilos from his opening attempt. Let's see what Mario's got for his second attempt. This will be crucial for him.
Yeah, he's going to need this lift because he's in a dogfight. There's a handful of lifters 5 pounds behind him. I tell you what.
It looked like it was right there.
That looks like a good lift to me.
Yeah, 3 whites. 3 whites for Mario.
He needed that. We're going to do a replay for Mario's.
All right.
And I tell you what, you can see on that lift, he got a little forward, but he was able to keep his chest up. That lift was good.
All right. Yep, here he comes.
Yeah, you can see it was interesting, Dave. His weight both shifted to the side and a little bit back. But as we talked about, he was able to keep that chest up and complete the lift.
Right, he was really able to hold it together. And that's kind of the crucial thing is, like, can you, if you can, as that's happening, what goes through your head as a lifter, and how are you compensating for that? That makes the biggest difference, because when you feel that, you can't panic. You have to just stick with it, maybe tighten up a little bit, kind of find that area where you've kind of gotten lax, and then continue to drive through it.
Well, and the interesting thing will be on a next attempt, if he can correct that, sometimes you can jump up and actually make the lift easier, as we've seen a few today, if you get your form improved. We got Taskin Amin over on the blue platform out of North Texas. No lift. The spotters did a great job, but Crispin Lobo made quick work.
Of 231 pounds.
Out of that Northeastern program that is just dominating the room in terms of crowd support. If there's going to be an award for the best crowd, they've got the early lead, and it's a quite dominant performance. I think Louisiana Lafayette's probably the only one we've seen even close.
Right.
All right, we got Isaiah Gonzalez.
Right, Isaiah's here is he's got his second attempt's going to be 4:29. This is again going to put him in a good position. He'll stay within, 7.5 kilos here of Josu Leon, and so that'll be good for him if he can continue to keep progressing here, and then we'll see how Josu does.
Well, yeah, because interestingly enough, this lift will put Isaiah in first ahead of Mario's 418 and Josu's 418 opener. Josu's got a chance to pass him on the second, but currently the highest squat in this class is 418.
Right.
So this 429 is actually going to put him in the lead.
Right. Savannah Gray on the red platform, 259 pounds on the bar.
That lift appeared to be not low enough. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1 decision.
2-1. It did look close from here.
Yeah, it appeared like Tony Cardello, former world champion side judge, did give that a red. So there is somebody who agrees with me on that.
All right, here we go. Isaiah Gonzalez with that 429.
Now, Isaiah, I don't know if that was a technical issue. He did not get the squat signal, but he had some balance issues. He's still got time. He's got to get that signal, though, in 2 seconds. And the squat signal was given right at the time, but they're saying it passed. So now let's see if he can get down and back up. Now that's going to be borderline on depth, but he's fighting it up. And that lift is no good.
Yeah.
Critical miss for Isaiah. That would have put him in a great spot.
Right, and that was crucial for him. That was really...
Two things hurt him there, I think, being rushed and then having the walkout trouble.
Right, he looked like he was struggling maybe even just with the weight itself on his back, and that can be a tough thing.
Well, sometimes when the clock's running, as you said earlier, you get nervous and you tend to not set up properly. I'm a big believer of you want to get to the bar with your full minute because you never know what's going to happen, and you always want extra time.
That's exactly it.
I know you predominantly compete in the raw division, but one of the things you'll notice with gear, different from raw, is that the gear sometimes, when you get to the platform, you might need to adjust your belt. Sometimes things just don't feel right. And so I like having that full minute. So I always coach lifters, literally, when they say bar's loaded, you walk to the platform.
Right. That's exactly it. You want to make sure you're prepared. And that can be kind of like a coaching thing, I think.
Absolutely.
Are you paying attention to that? Here we go with Josu, though. This will be a commanding lead.
Put him in first, yeah. With a commanding lead. Louisiana Tech, like we talked about, a giant program in collegiate history. Oh, boy, he absolutely smoked it. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1 decision. That'll be interesting because it was depth, Dave.
I don't know. It was close.
Well, the judges, they held up red cards, so they called depth. I actually didn't have a good view of it.
Right, so it looked close on my side. I saw it here, and it looked like he might have just missed below parallel. I think he might have been just at parallel.
For those of you at home, you might not be able to see because of where the judges are seated, but they hold up color-coded cards based on what the infraction is. So if a lifter, for instance, does not achieve proper depth, there's a red card that's held up. So we, as the announcers and being across the room, we can actually tell you what the judges' rule infractions are. Obviously, having been in powerlifting for almost 30 years, I have a pretty good idea on most of the calls what the actual judges' infractions are. Some of the viewpoint that we're at, the spotters or the loaders or the racks gets in the way. So sometimes we're going to have to wait and see what the judges' cards say. But Josu's definitely going to have another attempt at that to take back the lead. Matthew Cortez has got 374. I think that's going to pass. It was right on depth, but I think he broke parallel. Let's see what the judges say.
They're going to give him 3 whites.
And that's one of those perfect third attempts, Dave, where he actually put the perfect depth, just barely broke parallel, as well as had room to spare.
Right. Gabrielle Hurley here with 303, the next closest in competition to Victoria Vargas. That was a really easy second attempt. I mean, she really had good control of it. So
if it wasn't for Victoria, Gabrielle would be the showstopper.
Right, exactly.
Unfortunately, when you got Michael Jordan on the court, sometimes you got to just settle for being second best. So Gabrielle's putting on quite a show, and she deserves credit for squatting 300 pounds. In the 114-pound weight class.
Right.
But you're in for a treat. Make sure you get your popcorn ready, as Terrell Owens likes to say, because Victoria Vargas has got 363.8 pounds.
Right, and just adding to the legacy of this women's team at the Texas San Antonio.
well over triple body weight squat.
Right, and 60 pounds up from our last attempt.
Oh, yes.
The attempt just before with Gabrielle.
And interestingly, based on what you and I thought, she absolutely smoked her opener. Let's see if she can keep that momentum going. You can see the weight on the bar is definitely huge for her. But once she gets set, it is just power personified. 2-to-1, she did get one red for depth. That's interesting. The interesting thing about her, Dave, is when you're dealing with monster weights in a lighter weight class, especially for the female division, it's a matter of bar weight to body weight ratio that some of the lifters will actually struggle getting set up because they're literally handling such giant weights over their body weight. Once they get set, though, the lift was actually easy.
Right.
You'll notice some of the giant lifters when we see on Sunday, the super heavyweights, they'll walk out and it looks like there's a broomstick on their back and they got 700 pounds in the bar. So the dynamics actually vary. The lighter lifters notoriously will have a little bit of trouble getting set because they're handling such giant weight. And you're literally, as I always say, when you're walking out, every step you take, you're putting all the weight on one leg. So stop and think about that for a minute. 114-pound female, every step she took, she was balancing 360 pounds on one leg.
Right.
You can see where that'd be difficult.
Exactly.
Once she's set, though, she looked like she
right.
She looked like she could squat all day.
Right. She's got no problem with that weight.
Looks like there was a double or a triple there.
All right. And Mario Leos over here with 424. Let's see. He went up 2.5 kilos. He's got 3 white lights there.
3 white lights, but I tell you what, in that weight class, the 2.5 kilo jump doesn't sound like much, but that's going to make a big difference.
I think so.
Because remember,
we
talked about how close that class is.
Right. And we'll see later. You know, what I love about powerlifting is it's like, oh, great. Oh, man, that guy squatted so much when he came in, or that girl, they started off great in the squat, but who knows what they've got in the bench and the deadlift, and there's still a lot of competition left.
We were discussing that earlier, that for those of you out there who aren't as familiar with the sport of powerlifting, it's really the great equalizer. Because you can be dominant in one lift, but to win a nationals like this, you really need to be good across the board. And the advantages, for instance, in the bench press of having short arms are a disadvantage in the deadlift where you want longer arms. Kudo Jang, local lifter out of Georgia Tech. He's got 424 on the bar, and I tell you what, Kudo looked stronger every attempt.
Right, that lift just went so fast, I barely was able to even see it.
And he was the one that struggled with 385 because of groove issues.
Right.
Ended up with 424 with room to spare.
Right, he's coming back strong on that third and final attempt for him. Mark Barbosa with the same attempt, and on the red platform, Selena Chip from the VMI, 214 pounds. All right, here we go. Selena, 214 pounds on the bar. And it's looking good from here. She's going to go 3 for 3 more than likely here in the squat. And, yeah, the judges agree. 3 white lights for her. Mark Barbosa, 424. Depth looked like it was there. And it's going to be a no lift, 2-to-1 for Mark Barbosa. And that could be critical for him. That's going to really drop him back a few kilos in his placing. So he's going to drop back to about 7th or 8th place as far as that's concerned. Here we are, Casey Landry, Northeastern University. As you can hear the crowd getting loud for her. 226 pounds on the bar. She missed this on her last attempt. She's going to want it here to keep adding to that total. No, it's just not there. She looked like she got it down there, but it just didn't seem like she had enough to drive it out. Taskin Amin is up on the blue platform. This is also a 424-pound attempt. A lot of these lifters, Barbosa, Jang, Leos, Espinoza, all kind of taking that same jump right now, 424 pounds. And Taskin's getting the squat command. He's got to put it down, and it's not in the cards for Taskin today.
No lift for Taskin, Dave. We're going to go to a quick commercial right now. We got a lot of sponsors that we need to get to support our competition. Great commercial for Texas Strength Systems there. We are back online.
And that was just Kristen Lobo on the red platform with 242 pounds. And Courtney Hallsell is up next. And that bar is going to move to 248. Jonathan Blood here wants 429. Jonathan Blood out of LSU. I want to say Jonathan's team made a call here as far as where they're sitting. They want to keep him close. They want to keep Jonathan in the running here to take a spot.
Well, yeah, out of LSU, Jonathan needs this lift. This 429 would actually put him in first place at this point in the competition. And let's see.
They're going to give it to him 2-1. That was a crucial point in the competition for Jonathan Blood. Definitely wanted that weight, because here comes Isaiah Gonzalez, who missed this on his last attempt. This could move Jonathan Blood into second place.
Let me tell you how amazing this is. Jonathan got 7th last year with a 396 squat. He put 33 pounds on his squat. Currently, as of right this moment, he's in first place in this weight class.
You're right.
Until Isaiah's lift comes out, Jonathan is currently in first place with a 4. He's got himself 429 on the board, and that's a 7th place lifter last year.
This is really the great thing about it all too, is that he started off kind of just a little on the radar, and now all of a sudden he's got an opportunity to be commanding this competition right now, which is
you're right.
Really
because
awesome.
of the way the battle was, him hitting 3 squats, as we talked about earlier, it's climbed him up the ladder.
Interesting enough, because I know there's a lot of talk in powerlifting sometimes about the way that teams look as though they kind of sandbag lifting, but when you think about it, like, he's made all 3 squat attempts, so it really kind of gives a tribute. It's a tribute to those people that can make all 3 attempts and really pick the right numbers in the lifting.
I completely agree. Isaiah has got a 429 to actually tie Jonathan and move ahead on body weight. And there looks like he actually completed the lift, and then, interestingly enough, lost his bounce before he got the rack signal. So that lift is no good. You know what that means? Jonathan Blood is in first place.
That was a crucial moment in the competition here. For this weight class right now, it's getting exciting. He had everything in line there, and it was just that slight lean forward that pulled him forward to force him to make a step. If I'm Jonathan Blood, I'm not letting up the reins, but I'm excited right now, I think.
Well, and it's interesting, you talked about earlier about who makes the attempts. I'm a big believer in powerlifting. You cannot play defense. Okay, in our sport, you can't play defense. The only thing you can do is put points on the board. So it's a completely offensive sport. So what happens is you get 9 possessions. If you compare powerlifting to a sport like football or basketball, you get 9 opportunities to score. When you make a lift, that's the only way your team can put points on the board. When you miss a lift, it's like a turnover. You're scoring nothing. So you have a lifter right here in Jonathan Blood who, it didn't matter where he opened. In fact, looking at the roster here, there were 4 or 5 guys who opened heavier than him, and Jonathan's in first now.
Right.
And as far as I know, in my 30-plus years of powerlifting, they've never awarded an opening attempt trophy. They've never awarded a national title for opening attempts. They only count what your best lift is.
Right.
So Jonathan didn't mind having openers being passed by everybody, but by going 3 for 3 in the squat, he's put himself in first place heading into the bench. He's still got a ways to go, but this young man got 7th last year. That could be an unsung story to watch later in the competition. Let's move over to the red for Micah DeVal.
And I just want to make a comment about Renee, the lifter right before from Penn State. She really worked hard on that lift and just missed it on some technical aspects. Here's DeVal. That looks like somebody might have touched that a little early on the red platform here. Still looked like they might have brought the hand up.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it looks like the coaches might go to the jury table. There's a jury table of officials who are allowed to grant you another attempt if the spotters in the jury's mind grab it too early.
Josu, it's going to look close on depth. I don't know if it was there.
I think he might have gotten it. Let's see. We can't see the lights, and the lift is good, 2-1.
So 2-1 for Josu Leon. So So that's great. So that puts him now, that puts Josu in the lead with 263. But Jonathan,
463.
oh yeah, 460. Yeah.
In fact, that puts him in a commanding lead.
Right.
He's got a 33-pound lead over the nearest competitor.
Right. All right, so we have Gabrielle Hurley here, 319 pounds. She's going to want this. She's up. And the lift is good, 2-1. Making a good case, at least at the moment. And of course, here comes Victoria Vargas. She's got 385 pounds on the bar. Victoria holding the lead right now, beyond a shadow of a doubt. She is the strongest lifter in the 52-kilo class. So, and we're going to move to the bench on the blue platform.
All right, Dave, we've got some excitement. While the blue platform is getting set up for the bench, Victoria Vargas has got 385 on the bar. If you've been here all day, you've seen Victoria put on quite a show.
I mean,
this is a nearly 400-pound squat for just 114 pounds.
Right, and she's really built for this. I mean, when you look at her, you don't look at her and go, oh my gosh, that girl looks 114 pounds. I mean, she looks like she's rock solid.
And we talked about her walkout being a little unsteady, but once she got the lift, there we see it. Great catch by the spotters. Right. Remember, we actually talked about that earlier. When you're dealing with that much weight for that size, if you watched her, she actually struggled to get set up. She just seemed unsteady. And she actually, you'll see right here on the replay, you'll see that what happens is she just loses her momentum. There's a point where she's got the weight. It appears like she's getting ready to get the squat signal, but she starts to lose her balance.
Right.
And when you're dealing with that small of a lifter lifting that much weight, it just caused her to just fall forward, and a great catch by the spotters.
Right, and that's what's great about the fact that we have the spotters and loaders. Most of these spotters and loaders are trained, have been here before, and that really are able to keep all of our lifters safe.
While we have a break, we're going to take some commercials here. We're moving ahead with Roar, Josh Roar.
Like I'm knocking down pins. If it goes down in history, will I even get to see a tug of war with this game? Trying to be number one. It's drawn in my game book, spotted my position. The swag is in condition, paint a perfect picture. Yeah, I'm all about to win and nonetheless make it happen. Got me jumping.
competition? We need some competition. Y'all ain't no competition. Yo, where's the competition? Bring on the competition. We need some competition. Y'all ain't no competition. It's time to ball. Yeah, shawty, time to brawl. Cause see, we bout to stomp y'all from the jump.
Support Anderson Powerlifting. AndersonPowerlifting.com. We're in the back. Under the SBD knee sleeves. 3 or 4 ugly guys and 1 pretty girl. And that's AndersonPowerlifting.com. They partner with SBD Apparel in the UK. And by the way, the top 5 strongest men in the world now represent SBD. Top 5 strongest men in the world represent SBD. SBD knee sleeves, there is no alternative. And don't forget about benchblocks.com. Benchblocks.com. Raising the bar for a bigger bench, a new twist on the board press. Attaches directly to the bar. It's safer, more efficient, and fewer spotters are necessary. Please go see www.benchblocks.com in the back.
All right, here we go. And we're back. We are now moving into the bench press. On the blue platform, Sarah Hughes from the University of Louisiana Lafayette, opening with 99.2 pounds. And it looked like a solid opener for her. Yeah, and she's going to get 3 white lights for Sarah Hughes. And our first lifter on the red platform will be Paola Barbieri.
So now what we're going to start to see, Dave, is the battle starting to shape up. As you talked about earlier, you can be dominant in the squat, but if your bench or your deadlift tails off, all of a sudden you can see yourself falling back. And conversely, if your squat was not as strong, but you're one of the top benchers, you can start to climb the ladder. So we're going to actually be able to paint a picture for some of the people watching at home to be able to tell you where these lifters are, people that you're tuning in just to see where they are in contention.
Right.
So, for instance, what we just saw out of Sarah right there, she's now got her opening attempt on the board. We're going to actually be able to start seeing where she's going to be as the rest of the openers start to come on the board. Basically what happens is the top lift that is successful in each discipline, the squat, bench, and deadlift, is what gets put on the board. So lifters who have already completed their opening attempt in the bench press, we're going to be able to see where they're finishing and ranking. We've got Megan Kupser over here on the blue platform. Megan was the one that had to take 4 squats because of a misload.
Right.
So she is already more than warmed up, and she has got 100 pounds, 99.2 to be exact.
Yeah, and it looked like an easy opener for her.
3 white lights.
And Paola on the red platform, she's also got herself 3 white lights there. So far so good as far as our opening attempts here. Leah Rinaldi, she's Penn State University sophomore, veterinary and biomedical sciences for Leah Rinaldi. She's going to open up with 77.2 pounds. And Carol Champion here on the blue platform, opening up with 110, United States Air Force Academy. All right, and it sounds like our bar is loaded for Leah Rinaldi and for Carol Champion, so they'll be both benching together here.
Leah was successful on her squat with a 203-pound squat. Carol was successful with a 236-pound squat. So they're both looking to add to that in the bench.
All right.
Carol's out of the Air Force Academy. Interesting, looked like she had tough trouble getting it to touch to her chest, but very easy lift.
Right, they're going to give her 3 whites on that.
Sometimes you'll notice with the bench press shirts, for those of you out there aren't familiar, they wear a tight supportive shirt that can actually make it difficult sometimes, depending on your group, to get it to touch your chest.
Right. Yeah, I know with a lot of the bench shirts, it's about practicing with them, really understanding how they operate, and really finding that number that helps you really get it down to your chest. Sometimes they're not always, you can't just always bring it down, like you could if you weren't wearing a shirt.
And interestingly, for those of you tuning in aren't familiar with USA Powerlifting, we follow the international rules of performance. So you'll notice the lifter will receive a start command when the bar is at arm's length, a press command when the bar is motionless on the chest, and a rack command again when the bar is at arm's length. And the head judge will be giving those verbally and a visual dropping of the hand, and that command are required for the lifter to get white lights.
And Jennifer Ramirez here has the bar out, waiting for the start command. Bar's descending. And she's driving it up. And that looked like a good, and they're saying a no lift for her 115-pound opener.
Now, so you know, the yellow card over there, that could actually signify that the lifter's butt came off the bench, that their head came off the bench. There's multiple infractions that could be, but she received all 3 reds. It was not the red card, so it was not uneven extension, and she clearly appeared to pause the bar.
Right. Now, Basco in our last so it looks like we'll have Caitlin Mulkey on the blue platform, lifting for Texas A&M, and Brittany Basco on the red platform. And Brittany's coming out now for LSU, opening with 93.7 pounds. And Brittany was was trying to contend earlier. Brittany, we know, on the red platform here, was trying to contend earlier with with Tiffany Vu, but missed that, I think, her third attempt squat it was.
Yeah, she actually ended up missing her second and her third because she had to repeat it. And Tiffany opened up just a commanding 60-pound lead.
Right. So Brittany here.
Looks strong on her opening bench, though.
Right, and she looks like she may be hopefully trying to maybe get one up on the bench, although I don't know how much that'll help.
Yeah, the problem that she's running into is Tiffany is continuing to add with a 22-pound lead she's got in the bench opener. So she's actually going to add to the lead she had in the squat.
I see, right. And Caitlin Mulkey here. Caitlin Mulkey here opening with 121 pounds. All right. So Tiffany Vu there, easy 115-pound opener for her. Now we're going to move into the 53-kilo men's class with Connor Gruntz.
Tiffany is clearly the class of that class. There's going to be an interesting battle for second and third.
Right.
But right now, just off that opener, if Tiffany hits her opener in the deadlift, she's going to have this thing won. In fact, looking ahead at the deadlifts, her opening deadlift is 55 pounds heavier than her nearest competitor.
Right, okay. Now, I'm curious, what is it, you know what the team scoring is for some of these lifters as far as how does that operate?
Basically what happens, Dave, is the men's team, you're allowed to have 10 lifters.
Okay.
The women's team, you're allowed to have 9 lifters. You can lift up to 2 lifters in a given weight class. So if, for instance, you have a class where you don't have a lifter, you can fill another spot in.
Okay.
Up to 2 in one weight class, but your total team has 10 male, 9 female. Now what happens is at the end of the competition, the top 5 finishers of your team, you don't have to declare it in advance, it's just the top 5 finishers of your 10 or 9 declared lifters, those score points. And the points are 12 points for first place, 9 points for second, and then it descends 1 point per. So 8 points for third, 7 for fourth, and so on.
I see.
So a first place is 12 points is a considerable advantage because it's a 3-pound gain over the second place. When you're dealing with 5 scoring points, for instance, if you won 5 first places, you'd have 60 points.
Right.
That's very rare, especially in a competition this deep, but that tells you how close. 60 points is the maximum. Oftentimes, especially in a battle like this, you could have first, second, and third place teams separated by 3 points, 4 points, 5 points. Sometimes at the end of the competition, the last round of deadlifts will determine the team title. Literally, talk about pressure, Dave.
Right.
We as powerlifters are used to having individual pressure.
That's exactly
Picture
it.
when your third deadlift's on the bar, Dave, and you're going for a PR, you're going maybe to win your weight class, but you're also going for your entire team of 44 lifters strong to be able to win the team title.
Right, everybody here for you. And that's what's great about this being a team sport is that it really takes out a little bit of that individualness of the sport of powerlifting. When you are able to put together a sizable enough team that's competitive enough, it really adds another dynamic to the sport, which is really awesome.
And we feel like that's what's going to make this one of the more marketable events in powerlifting. Typically, most powerlifting is all about the individual. There is very little team aspect. The World Championships, when you're dealing on the international level in each country,
Right.
it definitely has a team aspect. But typically, most meets that you deal with, it's all about winning the individual. This meet is rare and unique in the fact that we have lifters from over 50 colleges, representing colleges all over the country. We have teams, 23 registered teams. So, for instance, you might have a lifter like we saw from Boise State. So she's here representing Boise State, but she doesn't have a full team.
Right.
So there's lifters representing more than 50 colleges, but there's actual teams that have registered competing for the title, 23 teams.
Right.
And that means those teams are bringing, in some cases, like we talked about, the Northeastern contingent, 44 strong. That's a gigantic team. I dealt with some of the coaches yesterday for the press conference, and we were seeing, I would say, average teams came to the competition with 15 lifters combined, men and women.
Okay.
If you had a max, you would be dealing with 19 because you'd have 10 men, 9 women. A few of the teams that were smaller, that were newer teams, McKendree out of Missouri had about 9 total lifters.
All right.
The team out of Houston downtown that we saw earlier today, I believe they had right around 12, 13 lifters. But most of the big name schools, the Louisiana Lafayette, the Northeastern, the Texas. They're bringing full contingents.
Okay.
And there are qualifying totals for the Collegiate Nationals. So you have to hit a minimum standard to make your weight class. You also have to be eligible by your school. Every school determines that grade point average, what makes you eligible. You cannot be on academic probation. You do have to be a full-time student, at least 12 credit hours in the undergrad and 9 credit hours in the graduate program. You also cannot have turned 26 years of age.
Okay.
As we obviously know, a lot of college students going back to school, you have to be 25 or under unless you had, there's a couple exemptions because we have a 26-year-old in here. If you served in the military and you were deferring your college training, your schooling because of your military service.
I see.
Or for a religious reason that you left school to go on a mission. But most of the part you're dealing with, the predominant lifters here are between about 18 and 23.
Okay. All right. All right. And so we've been moving along here. There's been a lot going on since we've been talking here about some of the logistics of how the Collegiate Nationals works. Derek Ward here, he's opening with 209, and it looks like we've had our first miss on the red platform. It looks like we might have had a couple on the blue here.
Derek is interesting, Dave. He's in second place after the squat. Obviously, Dalton put a hurt on the first place.
Right.
But Derek is coming out of a pack of lifters, and he's currently in second place. Had a nice 336 squat.
Right, and he's got a 7.5 kilo lead above the third place right now.
You know, that's interesting. Now that I'm looking at the scoreboard, Derek has a 15-pound, as you said, 7.5 kilo lead over Ricky Hu in the squat. But Ricky, if you'll notice, is opening 7.5 kilos ahead. So as soon as Ricky completes his attempt, they'll actually be tied right through 5 or 4 attempts. So there's definitely a battle there for second. Yeah,
so that'll be interesting to see, right? So here we're seeing that that lifter that out-squatted you, but now maybe won't out-bench you. And then they may have an interesting dynamic moving into the deadlift.
Yeah, it'll come down to the deadlift if it holds. The form we're seeing right now is you're seeing they could very well be tied after second attempt or after opening attempts.
Right. And looks like we're moving along here. I think we were having some technical difficulty with the blue platform for a few minutes here, but Caitlin Mulkey,
Aggie out of Texas A&M, mechanical engineering major, sophomore.
Right.
19 years of age.
You know, and I'm not sure if that's where we're at right now on the platform.
Appears like they're taking
that's where
a break, but they are ready for Caitlin. Actually, Angelica Garcia is the lifter.
No, I believe it's going to be Jason Moore. Sorry, we're having all of our information's getting updated here. So Ricky Hu, though, here we are, 226 on the bar.
Oh, boy.
All right, and Ricky made it look easy, starting off strong.
Ricky is saying to Derek Ward, you might have had the lead on me in the squat, but the bench is going to be my opportunity to take some back. So Ricky's going to be interesting to see how much can he put on his lead so that he can open it up with Derek. Looking ahead, he's actually got a 40-pound opening deadlift attempt advantage. So I would say right now, Ricky's definitely in the driver's seat for second place. But check what we've got now. The squat extraordinaire, Dalton Lacoe, looking to open at 242 in the bench press.
Right. Again, another like 14 pounds or so, right? 7.5 kilos, 15 pounds ahead of Ricky Hu here as far as the opener.
Wow. After a 435 squat, Dalton didn't mess around with a 242 bench.
Right. What an easy opener. Really, I mean, both of these guys right now are saying, hey, you know, we've got something to show here. We're gonna bring it. We want to get on the board, but now they've got an opportunity to start kind of pushing the numbers and maintaining that lead.
Well, do you want to know how dominant Dalton is? We're in the national championships in a relatively deep class. Dalton just destroyed the squat. I mean, he's got over a 110-pound lead heading into the bench. The bench is his weakest lift, and he had the heaviest opener in the bench. And now listen to this. This is not a misprint. He's got a 490-pound opener in the deadlift, Dave. You're talking he is 140 pounds ahead of the nearest competitor in his opening deadlift.
Right.
So as long as he gets that lift in, I mean, we're talking he could win this class by 300 pounds.
It'll be interesting to see. I'm sure. Now, is this Dalton's? Where is Dalton as far as, is this his first competition? Let's check on that. I'd like to see a little bit more about him. kind of get a feel for where he is as far as his lifting career.
He's only 19 years of age, so this is probably his first collegiate nationals.
It's his first collegiate nationals, his second year competing all together. His coach is Claude Welcome, and he was first place in the sub-junior worlds in 2013, and he was the 2014 junior world champion.
Wow. So this is, just so you guys know, junior worlds, what you're dealing with there is the 23 and under, and he was actually the sub-junior world champion, it looks like, in 2013. So that's the 18 and under. The junior world champion in 2014, that's the 23 and under. So you're talking about the best lifter in the world in his age group and weight class.
That's right.
And I always like to look ahead because we saw some amazing squatting. Dalton's opening deadlift is going to be 10 pounds shy of the deadlift record in the 116-pound weight class. That record was set in 1997. So I could look at Dalton. He was born in 1995. So Dalton was 2 years of age when the deadlift record was set that he's most likely going to smash later today. That's pretty impressive.
That is pretty impressive. All right, so we've got, looks like Megan Kupser is going to be the lifter here on the blue platform with 110 pounds. And we have Latori Williams with the University of Louisiana Lafayette.
The Ragin' Cajuns.
Right, 99.2 pounds on the bar for her.
All right, Megan Kupser, sophomore out of Florida Gulf Coast. 110 pounds on her second attempt. And Latori Williams looking very smooth with 99 pounds.
Right, strong lockout, smooth, consistent lockout. And Kupser looks like she went ahead and dominated that second attempt with no problem there as well.
We're going to head to commercial briefly for Team Roar. Josh Roar is the meet director, and Team Roar personal training. They got some excellent stuff, so if you get a chance, go online and check that out. I tell you what, Josh has his hands full, Dave. He is putting on the biggest collegiate nationals in the history of powerlifting, 367 lifters.
Right.
And if you're not here or you're within the sound of my voice, you need to get down to the W Hotel in Atlanta Midtown, because this ballroom is already packed, and we are on the light session first day of lifting.
Right. You know, it's interesting too. It's good to see because, you know, we've got collegiate nationals here this year, and next year they'll have raw nationals here as well, and that meet is also only exponentially increasing in size. I think they 330 a couple of years ago to 400. I think they just had 450 at this last one.
And I've heard talk, this is just rumor, of this year's raw nationals could actually get close to 700 lifters.
Right. So it's you know, it's really exploding on that scale as well.
I like to cause a lot of controversy, so I'll just be blunt. I'm adamant that we need to raise the qualifying totals for the raw nationals and for the collegiates, because for something to really truly be a nationals, there has to be a standard. And when you're talking 40 and 50 lifter weight classes, those aren't really the nationals. I know there's a lot of excitement in the big numbers, but I'm a big believer that the nationals just getting there should mean something. So hopefully we can compromise and maybe raise the totals a little bit. Probably not to what I would put them at, but at least enough to limit a little.
Well, and I think you'll get there at a particular point in time. That was Tiffany. She just hit 140. No, that wasn't 143.
No, it was 126.
126. Yeah. So she's still maintaining enough to stay ahead.
Yeah, she's actually opened up now. You're talking over a 100-pound lead.
Right.
About a 116-pound lead over her nearest competitor. Actually heading into the third attempts in the bench press, Brittany Basco is actually in second place with Tiffany. Looks like she's a little bit closer. She's probably about 77 pounds behind her. So it's going to be interesting for second place, but Tiffany looks like she's in command for the gold and the national title and first team All-American status.
So now we've got Connor Grunts on the red platform with a 143-pound second attempt, and Caitlin Mulkey with 121 on the blue platform. And Connor lifting for Louisiana Tech. Caitlin lifting for Texas A&M. You know, I think what you'll see too with some of these national competitions, I think as the sport continues to grow, some of the sponsorship is even changing and starting to expand. So you may see qualifying style totals come later on that are much more stringent.
Yes.
And I think because right now it seems that powerlifting is really in a boom as far as the sport is concerned. And so I think in light of wanting to draw larger crowds, larger groups of people, they may keep them low at the moment, but you may see that change as time.
Yeah, and I'm probably a stick in the mud. I like the excitement of the big numbers, but I just feel like what we should maybe do is promote a regional in the collegiates and in the Raw division where you have regional championships that are a little bit more wide open. And then one of the ideas that I brought up yesterday, and there's some support for, is to have qualifying totals be higher so there's less lifters that qualify that way. But if you have a regional championship, say 4 or 5 regionals, that you say the top 3 lifters, regardless of total in each weight class in the regions, automatically qualify. So you still have an avenue for a lifter to make the nationals without hitting the qualifying total.
Right.
If they can finish in the top 3 or top 5 in their region. It allows you where you open it up, but you also limit so you don't end up with 50 lifters in a weight class.
Right.
Which the Raw Nationals has actually had, and the Collegiates has had several classes that are in the 40 lifters. And my argument simply is, if you're at a national championships in any sport, you typically don't finish in 50th place.
Right.
And there's a reason, and there's nothing wrong with that. We should just be putting the nationals should be the best of the best. And if we want to promote the sport and be able to get it on television, which we're doing this weekend, you know, people want to see the best of the best. They want to see Victoria Vargas.
Right.
You know, they want to see Dalton LeCoe. They want to see the top lifters. And it's no offense, because if you're climbing the ladder, that's how you get to that part.
Right. Right, and I think it builds some motivation. You know, it's really cool, I think, to see some of the ways that like the national scale is changing slowly, where you kind of can see like a dynasty of lifters coming to an end in a sense. Like I know there's like you have the Susie Hartwig-Garys that like she is competing still and still getting stronger, but now there's new people on the horizon. And that pushes the former lifters and the champions that have held for some time to push their lifts, as well as to see kind of new lifters sneaking in and showing up on the national scale, which is really cool to see.
Well, we're seeing that in the collegiates.
Right.
Last year, one of the teams we talked about, University of Texas at Austin, dominant men's program, 2 national champions, Ian Bell, Preston Turner, who set records across the board. Well, they both graduated.
Right.
So now University of Texas is rebuilding.
Right.
Or as they like to say in Austin, reloading, because they've got plenty of depth down there. But
Right.
you're right, when you move from the collegiates and then you're talking about lifters like Susie that are in the open level, and David Ricks and Brad Gillingham and some of the top lifters, you're having a transition of this youthful talent, as we're seeing this weekend. These are going to be the open lifters of the future.
Right.
In some cases, some of these lifters are already ready to contend for the open.
Exactly.
Let's see what Shahid Kamran has for us. He had a miss on his opening bench, so he needs this lift to get on the board. Looks like he had a little trouble getting down, and interestingly, it looked like his butt came up off the bench. When your hips are elevated, the judges on the side can see that quite clearly, and he was turned down 2-1.
Yeah, that was a big technical miss there on his part. It's tough. He's clearly has to find a good balance between driving up or back on the bench there, so his butt doesn't come up, but he wants to get that backward drive there so he can drive that weight up and get that lockout.
Well, and an interesting thing for people at home watching is the rules of performance require that your shoulders and your glutes stay intact at the bench throughout the entire performance. So when you see a lift being done online, sometimes you can't see that angle. It appears like a good lift, but it was clear to us that his hips left and he was no longer in contact with the bench.
Right. So really quick, let's turn over to the blue platform here. Well, we've got two lifters going here now, but Jason Moore with 187 pounds for her on the blue platform. It's going to be a sizable bench press for her.
Yeah, this will be the biggest bench in this weight class so far.
Right, and then we've got Derek Ward, who's trying to stay in line here with Ricky Hu, and at least Ricky Hu. I don't know if anyone's going to catch Dalton, of course, but
yeah, nobody's going to catch Dalton, but Derek is actually at least keeping himself alive and in contention for second place.
Right.
Ricky, as we talked about, has the advantage in the deadlift.
Right. And Jay Sun dominating 187 pounds over there. So that keeps her about 20, it looks like about 20 kilos at least ahead of anybody in this weight or in this particular flight. We still have the other 57s.
Yeah, and the 57s is a deep class, so
Right.
as amazing as it sounds, Jason is actually currently forecast to be in ninth place, even though she's leading this flight. But it shows how deep that second group will be.
Right. And Ricky here with a record attempt.
This looks like a junior American record.
Right, junior
It's
American
not quite
record.
exceeding the collegiate record.
Right. So
But it would be a junior
248
match.
pounds.
248 at 114.
That was definitely a solid second attempt. I mean,
And you know what's amazing is we just saw Ricky Hu set the American junior record, and there's a young lady who's in that same weight category, Victoria Vargas, who's actually done 259.
right.
So, you know, you hear all this stuff about girl power. Obviously, you know a lot about girl power and powerlifting with Vanessa and some of your training partners. We're talking about the best collegiate men's lifters, and there's going to be a female that's going to come along who in some cases could exceed the top bench presses we're going to see in the men's division.
That's for sure. That's for sure. And that's an amazing thing, too. Really quick, let's focus on Dalton here for a second. He's got
259.
the record attempt here for 259.
Yeah, this would actually be to exceed that collegiate record.
And he made it look really easy. It was, beyond a shadow of doubt, a solid second attempt.
Very strong for Dalton.
But it is interesting to see kind of the emergence of females in powerlifting and how that aspect of the sport is really growing as well. And I feel like only over the past 5 years, maybe, like it really exploding. Whereas you used to see that maybe there was like 1 or 2 or 3 women in a weight class. Now they're packing the house as far as a lot of the female weight classes are concerned, which is really awesome.
Well, and as you know, your wife Vanessa in Pretty Strong Powerlifting has been at the forerunner of promoting women's powerlifting. And as I like to say, the bar doesn't know the gender of the lifter.
Right.
The bar follows the laws of gravity. So when Victoria Vargas gets on the platform, that bar doesn't care, male, female, what your chromosomes are. It just goes up.
Right. Right. The great equalizer in the sport here is that barbell. And Paola there missed her third attempt. That was 82.7 on the red platform. We have Jennifer Ramirez here going for 121 on the blue platform. And she's bringing it down now.
Jennifer actually was unsuccessful on her opening bench. She got her second on the board and unsuccessful on her third.
And she just missed
so it
that
appeared
one
like
there.
she had some trouble out of Texas San Antonio. A little bit unusual. That program, if anything, has been showing us is that they make a lot of lifts.
Right. Well, again, as we're talking about how much the sport is changing and new faces in the game here, I think we could easily see the title in both the men's and the women's class kind of jockeying over the next few years until a new dominant program kind of arrives. You know, you had the Louisiana Tech era, and now that has been the winner has been swapping back and forth now for some time. So,
well, the men's clearly has had a lot of diversity. Louisiana Lafayette's won a couple men's titles. University of Texas won a couple men's titles in recent years. But on the women's side, everybody is saying that the Texas San Antonio program is the team to beat.
Okay.
I mean, that's the one that everybody is telling me that's the one to watch out for. So I'm clearly not an expert when it comes to the collegiate women's team, so I'm trying to follow what the record and the previous results are saying. And so just from the looks of it, and Victoria Vargas is a good example,
right,
the Texas San Antonio women's team is dominant. But as we see every year, it really comes down to how your team makes lifts, because as we talked about with the team scoring, all of a sudden if you have a lifter who's expected to win and they get injured, they miss an attempt, they bomb out, there's some sort of a flip-flop, and now you go from somebody who wasn't expected to win scoring 12 points for their team. So much like any sport, there's upsets. If you're a Kentucky Wildcat basketball fan, you definitely know.
Right.
Nothing is a given in sports.
All right, and there's Brittany Basco. She wanted to get that number on the board. That keeps her soundly in second place
Brittany went 3 for 3, Dave, in the bench, and if you remember her in the squat, she looked pretty solid in the squat.
She did.
She's definitely putting on a good display this weekend.
Right. We had a good lift over there on the blue platform with Angelica Garcia. And we've got some Latori Williams with the Raging Cajuns here on the red platform, also taking 110 pounds as her third and final attempt. And that doesn't look like it's going to happen today.
Yeah, the interesting thing there, Dave, what you'll notice on some of these light classes, the women will take a very wide grip to shorten the distance. The problem is, as you can see there, it's just difficult to get any leverage.
Right.
So it's like much like a sumo deadlifter. It's hard to get the ball off the floor, but you have the advantage of not having to push it as far. So you'll notice a lot of the females will take a very wide grip because they're smaller and they have a shorter inseam, shorter distance to push. They can use the max grip. I always say the rules don't deviate. The max grip is the same for a 94-pound female as it is for a 300-pound male.
Right.
So clearly you can shorten the distance. We're going to see another lifter here, Tiffany, very wide grip. So she's shortening the distance. And it's really going to come down to, can Tiffany get enough power to get this bar started? Once she gets it moving, she's probably going to be able to lock it out. Now that's interesting.
Like
the bar came back down. Let's see what the judges say.
Yeah.
3 red lights. That was a groove issue, Dave. She had the strength. She actually came off the chest in some cases maybe too fast. And it when you're dealing with the shirt, there's a groove where if it comes off so fast, it sometimes almost rockets back on you and you have to catch it. It's a little different dynamic than a raw lifter. Typically a raw lifter, once you get that much power moving, you're going to be able to complete the lift. Fortunately for Tiffany, she's been so dominant. That little 2.5 kilo hiccup is not going to be enough to stop her from the goal. That's
for sure. I mean, the next closest lifter is Basco at 145 kilos right now. So,
yeah, when you look at that, Tiffany's got a 77-kilo lead heading into the deadlifts just off subtotal.
Right.
I'm sorry, 77-pound lead. 77 pounds is a gigantic lead in this weight class.
Right. And I guess we've got Connor Grunts here on the red platform. And Lauren LeMay.
Lauren LeMay got 160 over on the blue.
159.8, right?
Lauren LeMay, 3 white lights. We're going to take a commercial break briefly for Team Roar. Personal training. Josh Roar has got some excellent information online. Go to his website, be able to check everything out there. He is the meet director extraordinaire for this competition. And we really want to stress to the viewers out there, we need you to support who supports us, because the way we're able to do broadcasts like this, the way we're able to have the beautiful, great ballroom at the W Hotel in Midtown Atlanta is because of the sponsors. So any way you can go to these sites, and when you buy something, make sure that you mention you heard about them through the USAPL, Collegiate Nationals, and the online broadcast.
Right, and that's I remember when we did the bench press nationals, we were in a much smaller portion of this hotel, so it's really cool to see us kind of upgrading here and getting into a bigger platform. And Zachary Newman here with the United States Military Academy. It's 192 pounds for his third attempt. All right, and they're going to take that from him. He just couldn't finish the lockout there. Jason Moore here, she's going to finish up with 198.4 pounds. If she gets this, she'll have gone 3 for 3 in the bench press.
Jason Moore out of University of Texas at Austin, 19 years of age. Was successful with 187 on her second, and now bumped that up to 198, nearly a 200-pound bench. Tell you what, I know some guys in college who would like to bench 200. In fact, I heard a study one time, and I was curious to know what this is currently. It was about 10 years ago that approximately 1% of college-age males, all college-age males, so not powerlifters, not football players, just all college-age males, approximately 1% can bench 225 pounds. So when you see females here benching 200, you know, think about that. You're on campus, and you're just dealing with the masses. The vast majority of the men can't even bench that weight.
Right.
We take for granted, to us, 225 pounds doesn't sound like a lot, but for an average college student, that's a tremendous accomplishment, and that's at any body weight.
Right, and that's a good lift there for Mitchell Gonzalez. And being power lifters as well, it's you probably around that kind of weight moving all the time, so it's not really.
Yeah, we do get spoiled.
Right.
When you talk about someone saying, well, I only squatted 400, only deadlifted 500, the average person, you go into a gym and you see 315 on the bar, that's a big deal.
Right, and I think it's funny because lifting mainly with a majority of a female team, it's funny because, people are like, oh, yeah, a friend of mine, lifted or squatted 200 pounds the other day, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've got some girls that are squatting a little, they're squatting 275, 300 on a regular basis daily for reps, and, it's just totally becoming, it's really just changing the face of the sport altogether.
Well, you have a wife who's actually got a 300-pound squat and 300-pound deadlift.
Right.
So you're definitely dealing with a whole different category. After this lift, we are going to take a commercial break. That lift is no good for Shahid. Oh, actually, the lift was good, 2-to-1 decision. LiftingLarge.com. Serious gear for serious athletes. All kinds of gear. LiftingLarge.com. Make sure you check them out. They are a gold sponsor for the Collegiate Nationals, and that means we want you to support them because they're supporting us.
All right, so so Derek Ward here, he's coming up 231.5 pounds. He's going to want to add this into his total here because he's really neck and neck almost with Ricky Hu.
And he has got crowd support only paralleled by Northeastern because he's part of the Ragin' Cajun program, Travis Werner's strong powerlifting program. I told you they have a team, have won 2 men's national titles as a team. And Derek Ward, and from what Travis Werner told me, this is a team to watch out for. They are not the top-ranked team headed in, but if a couple of their lifters can step up, they can win the team title this year.
Okay.
So Derek could very well be putting points on the board with this lift. 231, drive it up.
Looks like he's going to lock it out.
I think that's a good lift,
It looked good.
3 white
lights. And Derek representing well for the Ragin' Cajuns today.
And we talked about earlier, probably the perfect 2.5 kilo increment.
Right.
He probably couldn't have made 236.
I don't think so, right.
When you're in powerlifting, that's the exact number you love.
That's
when you
exactly
hit the third, and you could honestly say, I could not have made 2.5 kilos more.
Right.
That's the smallest increment in powerlifting, so it's exciting to be able to hit on those. The hard part is pick the right number, because some meets you hit it and it was easier than you expected, and you naturally think, I wish I'd have gone more.
That's true.
Because us powerlifters have a disease of more.
Right.
You ever hear somebody hit a lift and the first thing they think about, when can I hit that next barrier?
Right. It's I guess you really have to be gluttonous as far as weight is concerned to be a powerlifter.
I can remember after taking years to hit a 700-pound squat, the first meet I hit it, the first thing I thought was, now I got to hit 800.
Right.
I was fortunate enough to hit that, so now I got to find a way to get to 900. Unfortunately, it gets harder each time you hit a new barrier.
Right. So here's Ricky with 259. This will break his junior record from before.
Wow. Ricky absolutely smoking his third attempt.
Right. I think Ricky and his team are looking ahead. They're looking at the deadlift openers, and they're saying, we've got a chance to push Derek Ward and keep him in that third place spot.
Yeah, because they're tied right now. Ricky is slightly. Actually, Ricky moved ahead. Yeah, we saw the scoreboard update. Ricky's really got. He's got the triple threat. Ricky's ahead by 11 pounds currently. He's the lighter lifter, and he's opening bigger in the deadlift.
Right.
So basically, Ricky's got a full house of cards that Derek Ward might be handling with 2 pairs. So he's going to have to step up to pull that one out. Now, Dalton Lecoe looking to go 6 for 6. Remember, he made all his squats and all of his benches so far.
I mean, he's definitely having a banner day at the moment.
270.
And this will be the record again. He'll break it from before. It looks like he might have downward motion there on that one. Yeah, it's a no lift. He definitely had a little downward motion of the bar there. But that was a great attempt. That was 270 pounds. If he had missed that little bit of hiccup in there, he'd been all right. So let's look over here at the blue platform. We're getting underway with the second half of the 57 kilo weight class for the women here. Jelena Corville hitting 187.4. She wants this for her opener. It's quite the fight. Let's see what they give her on this one. 3 white.
3 white lights.
All right. So we're now starting on the red platform. Louisiana Tech University, Clarissa Johnson.
Now, Michelle Ryan is actually continuing in the competition in the bench press, but unfortunately she was unsuccessful. She bombed in the squat. She bombed in the squat last year and this year. You're allowed to continue for the individual lift. She just will not post a total or be able to score team points.
Right.
But the Northeastern team does not back away.
And that looks like a mislift there for Clarissa Johnson. I'm not sure what the...
So let's see if Michelle can get on the board. This will be 187. It looked like she was good. 3 white lights.
Right. And next is... All right, we've got a commercial coming here now. All right, and that was Titan Support Systems, also one of our major sponsors here and one of the major sponsors throughout all of powerlifting. Okay, so Yasmin Trujillo, 99 pounds. Let's see what she's got. All right, and that was like a smooth, easy opener. And aside from what we've been talking about earlier, she actually had a really close kind of grip there, which could sometimes be a benefit, even though you see some of the lifters trying to get that wider bench grip to try and get more of an advantage. She kind of builds a better column of press underneath herself as she's going to drive that bar upwards. So keeping those arms in can really be an advantage as well, even though you have to push the bar a little further. And looks like Kimberly Johnson, Kristen Crodel had a good lift there on the blue platform. Up next is Kimberly Johnson with 203.9 pounds on the bar. And Diane Chow with 104. And that's a good lift for her. All right, we're just slowly trying to get it rolling here as far as the bench press is concerned here. Women's classes right now. Diane Chow is just our bencher on the red platform, and Kimberly Johnson, our lifter, on the blue platform right now. And they're lifting off to her. This is 203, and this is her opening attempt. And Kimberly Johnson right now is our first place lifter in the 57 kilo class. And that's 3 white lights for her and a solid opener for Kimberly Johnson. Next we've got Erin Stevenson, and the bar moves to 214.9 pounds. Kimberly, Erin, and Emily, the next 3 lifters here. These are our top lifters. They'll be jockeying for position as the day moves on here. And Kimberly and Erin are fairly neck and neck at the moment. Ashley Guzman with 115 pounds on the red platform, and that looks like it's a good lift for her. Up next is Sarah Cruz Ortiz on the red platform. All these lifters so far have made their lifts. Clarissa Johnson, the only lifter in on the red platform that has not made a lift yet in the bench. So Erin Stevenson here looking to actually jump ahead of Kimberly Johnson. with this lift. And it looked good from here. Pretty smooth. That's 3 white lights for Erin Stevenson on the blue platform. Red platform, Sarah Cruz Ortiz, lifting for Penn State, 126 pounds. And an easy opener for her. As you can hear, Emily Liebert getting down for 226 pounds, and that's Northeastern University getting pumped up for their lifters. And Erin Stevenson on her good attempt actually pulled ahead of Kimberly Johnson.
Let's go, Allegra. Allegra on 1, Emily on 2. 226 pounds for Emily.
All right, Emily here, opening with 226. And let's see. The lift is good. So I'm looking here, Pat, and I'm looking at what's going on. Let's see what she goes ahead and puts in here, because she's really trying to, Emily, Erin, and Kimberly are really jockeying here right now. Kimberly was our leader coming into the bench press. Now is down by 2.5 kilos.
Yeah, you can actually see between Erin and Kimberly, it is absolutely within 5 pounds of each other. Right. It was an excellent battle.
Right. And now here we are with Brianna Ybarra here. And Allegra, now see Allegra Hudson, who was our first place coming into the bench press in the 47 class, she's went ahead and she's kind of moved up as far as her attempts are concerned. So she wants to, Lauren Deniger going to try to maybe make a little bit of ground here. I mean, not much, but.
When we talked about Allegra, the defending champion from the 94s, moving up, Lauren, the defending champion from the 125s, moving down 2 classes. So there's 2 national champions going head to head.
Right.
Something's got to give. Only one person can win.
Right. All right, so Lauren Deniger here opening up 176.4. So about 20 kilos ahead of Allegra, okay, as far as her opening attempt.
That's a big bench advantage.
Right.
That's 44 pounds. So, and Allegra had a 28-pound advantage after the squat.
Right.
But Lauren is actually going to blow right by her and take a relatively commanding lead because of this big bench. And we talked about this earlier. That's where the 3-lift total really is what separates you.
Right. So it's about to get good here, that's for sure.
Remember, we talked about Lauren being the defending champion from 125, moving down to the 103s. So it's interesting to see. Lauren actually benched last year. She benched 209.
Okay.
So you can see her bench is down considerably, but that makes sense because she's dropping 22 pounds of body weight. And
right.
22 pounds of body weight when you're 125 pounds, think about that, that's 20% of your body weight.
Right.
That's me dropping 60 pounds of body weight. That's going to hurt your bench.
Right, and the question is here is what is her second attempt going to be? Let's see what this looks like here. Let's see what this looks like on her opening attempt, 176. Oh, and she makes it look good.
Good conservative opener. You can see Travis Werner and that team at Louisiana Lafayette has definitely they've got a good system down there. And it's no wonder that they've had such good success because that attempt right there was a brilliant opener because what it does is it keeps her in control, but clearly she's got more left in her. And when you're dropping that much weight, I'm sure she's in a position where they're not sure exactly what she's going to be able to perform with on meet day because for those of you out there, when you're cutting that much weight, it's very possible she did not do a single workout the entire training cycle at the 104, 103 body weight.
Right.
Because the weigh-ins are 2 hours before, she had to make weight this morning. Well,
right.
I would venture to bet most of her training was done much heavier.
Yeah, and she was like right there She 46.7 she weighed in for the 47, so
she made it by just over a half a pound.
Right.
So now we're back to Clarissa Johnson with a comeback attempt. She missed this on her opener, so she's going to need this to get on the board.
Right. And Jeanette Cohen on the blue platform for 180 with 181. Oh yeah, there you go. Clarissa, it must have been something with the.
Two to one decision now, and again it's the yellow card. So what's happening, Dave, is her glutes, her butt's not staying on the bench, and from where we are, it's difficult to see. But the side judges immediately gave her red lights, and what that just simply means is it's a technical error. She's got the strength. A lot of the strategy depends on who you talk to on the bench, but the general thought in the bench is what you want to do is actually drive your shoulders and use the bar to kind of press your shoulders into the bench and press your glutes into the bench to create two anchor points.
Okay.
That are literally driving into the bench. What happens sometimes, as you talked about, is if you're using leg drive and you're pushing too much up, those hips will actually raise up off the bench, and in her case that could cost her because she's going to need to get on the board.
Right.
Now we're at Yasmin Trujillo, 110 pound.
Right, University of Houston downtown. And
got a little bit out of the groove. Let's see if she can lock it out. That lift might pass, Dave.
Right, two to one. Yeah, she didn't look like she had any type of downward motion. What are we looking at the indication with the blue card?
The blue card, then that one actually could be downward motion, they might have called her. It could have been uneven lockout. Basically what you're looking at there is there's a catch-all where there's quite a difference. There's a lot of actual infractions that can take place in the bench press, but essentially what they're looking for is that once the bar starts going up from the press signal, the bar is not allowed to go back down.
Right.
Now it's interesting, if you study the laws of physics, anytime the bar becomes uneven, the bar has to dip, because as soon as one side raises up, there's a pivot. It has to dip. So typically what the judges do is look at the fist. And as long as the fist doesn't drop, the bar itself can drop at the end, because as you slide up,
I understand.
it's a judgment call, obviously, much like a lot of referees' decisions.
All right.
2-1 decision. That lift was good for Diane.
115. And Ashley Guzman's our next lister there, and Kristen Crodel on the blue platform with Texas A&M. The battle of the Texas universities right now. So University of Texas, Ashley Guzman, and Kristen Crodel as far as the platforms are concerned.
It's pretty interesting because
looks like
Texas clearly is the most dominant. Texas clearly is the most dominant state in terms of overall colleges. We've seen lifters from Texas A&M. We've seen University of Texas at Austin. We've obviously seen Sam Houston State. We've seen lifters from Houston downtown.
You know, interesting enough, Ashley Guzman was the second place winner in last year's nationals. And, you know, right now, she's not looking to hold on to that.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ashley, what happened was, as the old saying goes, she's up to her elbows in alligators in powerlifting terms. She's got the defending champion coming down from 125 in Lauren Denninger. She's got the defending champion at 93 coming up from Allegra Hudson. So Ashley was second last year, but all of a sudden she's got defending champions coming from both directions.
Right.
So you're right, she could actually have a better performance this year and still drop in the placing.
Right. So here we go. Now we're getting interesting here on the blue platform with Kimberly Johnson making her way back on the platform with 220 pounds.
Kimberly Johnson is your lifter, and Kimberly Johnson's coming to us out of Wisconsin, Green Bay.
Right. And right now she's holding on to second place with her bench press here. But what I like is Erin Stevenson clearly not trying to give up this lead for herself in Boise State.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see. She could very well be the first national champion ever out of Boise State.
Allegra Hudson. All right, so Allegra Hudson now, she's
the defending champion, moving up from the 94-pound weight class.
Right, and she was holding on to the lead here until Lauren Deniger really put it on in the bench press.
Yeah, that opening bench for Lauren really put up a lead. But Allegra's got a chance here, jumping up 11 pounds to 143 to at least put herself back in contention come deadlift time.
And it looked good.
And she, just so the record shows, she is the best deadlifter in this class.
Okay.
So Allegra is actually in a great position right now because she's hanging close on the bench. And her deadlift opener is 50 pounds higher than Lauren Deniger. So Allegra actually right now is probably the ace in the hole. Let's see what Emily Liebert, Northeastern University, and 25 of their fans standing up. Look at it, a 237 bench attempt. And that lift is looking...
It's good.
3 white lights. I'll tell you what, Dave, we've got ourselves a battle over here at 125 in the women's division. Just right now, looking at the subtotal, I see 3 lifters that are within 28 pounds of each other.
Right. And then their deadlift openers are all very close.
Yeah, actually, it looks like Kimberly Johnson out of Wisconsin Green Bay at this early stage probably has the advantage because she's got a 22-pound heavier deadlift opener. So it's still early because Erin Stevenson is looking to add more to her total. Erin Stevenson coming all the way from Meridian, Idaho. She is a junior elementary education major out of Boise State University.
And that was just a good lift there for Brianna Ybarra, who's clearly trying to make a case to hold on to the second place, possibly third. She's trying here, but it's going to be tough.
Great catch by the spotters over on the blue. Erin Stevenson appeared to get out of the groove, and that bar came crashing down. The spotters caught it. Erin wanted me to mention here a thank you out to Steve Rayborn, who's her coach, for pushing her, and to Nick Stevenson, her brother, for lighting her way, for supporting the journey, and for granting her strength even though he can't be with us today. So we don't know the backstory on that, but clearly she's got some inspiration from Nick Stevenson, who she says is her favorite lifter, and her coach, Steve Rayborn.
All right.
She'll get an opportunity to come back for her third to be able to see if she can get that on the board. Now, Lauren Deniger, as we talked about earlier, she put out a monstrous 176 opener in the bench, and based on the way the deadlift attempts openers are, she's going to really have to have this. In my opinion, Lauren needs this to have any chance to win the overall gold.
Right.
Based on how those deadlift openers look. With Allegra having the significantly bigger deadlift opener, this becomes a must lift early in the competition. And it appears like that lift is 3 white lights.
It's good. Deniger is definitely making the case to maintain the lead, at least at the moment. And we never know what can happen in the deadlift. That's also a big thing, too. Who knows? Maybe Deniger's opener could also be lighter than what we're expecting. You know, it just it really depends on.
Never let it be said that powerlifting coaches don't play cat and mouse.
Right.
So you never know just because you post a deadlift opener. But I can clearly tell you this, based on the way it's looking, Lauren's got the edge right now. She's got a 22-pound lead after 5 attempts. But the posted deadlift attempts means Allegra's going to immediately jump in the lead.
Right.
But you're right. Some coaches subscribe to the theory, interestingly, to put in a heavy attempt opening deadlift to scare the competition into trying 2 big attempts, and then they back it down when the deadlifts start. Other lifters have known to put in a lower deadlift attempt so you're not expecting them to be in contention. Then all of a sudden they bump it up. Right. Either way, you can throw off your competition, so it'll be interesting to see. Some of these coaches are known for doing that.
Right, and that's all part of the sport, all part of the strategy, which, again, team, individual, the dynamic that adds to the sport becomes there's just another dynamic you have to kind of take into consideration. Is
the one thing with Lauren Deniger and Allegra Hudson, they're both defending champions from last year. They're not a secret. Their record is known. Everybody has seen them on the big stage. So if you're coaching against them, it's very unlikely that they're going to put in bogus attempts.
Okay.
Because everybody knows what they're capable of.
Right.
The lifter that really can do that is a first-time lifter at a meet like this, or a lifter that has qualified raw, putting gear on, a lifter that is making big gains. All of a sudden, people don't know what to expect. Typically, the national champions, we've all seen them lift. Their records or lifts are posted. So it's probably legit what those numbers are.
Okay.
Let's move into Jeanette Cohen over here on the blue platform. Jeanette's got 187 on the bar. Now we're back down to third attempt, so out of Penn State University and State College, Pennsylvania.
And that looked pretty solid from here. Yeah,
Jeanette's lift is good, 3 white lights.
3 white lights for her. And Jelena Corville will be next with 192 on the bar. And Trujillo went ahead and missed her third there. It looks like Clarissa Johnson was able to get on the board too.
That was actually huge because Clarissa needed that to stay in the contest.
Right, and they gave her a little extra in there. Maybe she was struggling on with some of the form based on the weight.
It is interesting that you see 2 misses and then she bumped it up 5 pounds and made the lift, so it's possible. Sometimes you need a little bit more weight to make that groove in a tight constricted bench shirt to make that groove actually a little better.
And then we have Diane Chow.
Diane is representing University of Texas at Austin, a powerhouse program. And Diane is 2-to-1 decision, but is a good lift. We got Jelena Corville with a miss over on platform 2.
So that was 192. And Rochelle, she's going to be going for the same weight there, 192. Ashley Guzman here on the red platform with 132.3 pounds on the bar. Oops, sorry.
Interesting here for Rochelle George over on the blue platform. Last year she was successful at the 165 bench. Her third attempt this year all the way up to 193. So if she's able to hit this, she's put nearly 30 pounds on her bench in 1 year. I'll tell you what, that's how you add to your total. And she got 12th place last year, so you have to figure she can hit this bench. She's definitely going to be in contention to move into the top 10. Another raging Cajun out of Louisiana Lafayette.
And Guzman was fighting hard over there from the University of Texas, and it just wasn't in the cards for her today as far as that last attempt was concerned.
Rochelle with a very strong lift, and the lift is good.
Good lift, nice, very strong. Solid third.
Like we mentioned, a 28-pound improvement from her bench last year. She already had an 11-pound improvement in the bench, so she's got 40 pounds added to her total with the deadlift still to come.
Right.
That's great progress. 40 pounds on your squat and bench in 1 year, competing in the 125-pound weight class. She's clearly making good gains. We got Sarah Cruz Ortiz out of Penn State. Narrow miss at 138 in the bench.
Yeah, look, just stuck at that lockout there. The transition, trying to make that turnover to really press it out.
Kristen Crodel looking at 198 pounds out of Texas A&M, junior kinesiology major.
And then we've got Allegra again here, San Antonio, University of Texas San Antonio, 154 on the bar. Kristen Crodel there taking it up.
Lift
and
is
yeah,
good.
198 for Kristen. And that's coming back. Looks like, I don't know if she missed her second there or not. All right, here comes Allegra.
This lift could make a difference in the title here because Allegra continues to be impressive.
It was a smooth lift there, no problem at all for Allegra.
And see, what Allegra's doing here that's interesting, Dave, is her coaches realize Texas San Antonio, one of the top women's programs, she does not have the bench that Lauren has. So rather than do something silly and take a big jump, she's taking small jumps. She's getting points on the board, but what she's doing is setting herself up for the lift that she's got the advantage in the deadlift.
Right.
And the benefit in the deadlift, as you well know, is you have control being the bigger deadlifter to know what you need to pull. So that's really the lift you want to be the best at, because right now on the bench, Lauren doesn't know exactly what she needs to win.
Right.
So she's in a little bit of a guessing game. Allegra is going to know exactly what she needs, and I venture to guess with the coaching of Texas San Antonio, We will see the exact kilo increment on the bar that determines the national title, and Allegra is going to have the ball in her hand,
right,
being the last deadlifter.
And so Ybarra here, again, trying to make that case for at least second or third place here.
Representing University of Texas.
Yep. We'll see here. She's going to get some white lights there. It's going to be enough for her to get a good lift, 2-1. And we're going to close it out with Lauren Deniger. She's going to, so 2:03 is going to be her final attempt. Right, you said last year she had about a 90 kilo final attempt.
Yeah, let's see. And the interesting thing here for Lauren is this actually will exceed the American record in the bench press. The record is currently being held by Molly Zunker. And they're actually announcing this. This will actually be the open American record. So what this means, quite simply, Dave, is there has never been a lifter in this weight class in the history of the USA Powerlifting to exceed 204 pounds. So you're talking history right here. The biggest bench press we've ever seen by a 103-pound female in any age category. And a very narrow miss, but the interesting thing there, Dave, is those 5 kilos, that's 11 pounds. That could be the difference with Allegra being the better deadlifter. It's interesting because everyone focuses on the deadlift determining the victory, but that lift right there might have actually given the title to Allegra. We'll know more in the deadlift, but expectations and based on what I've seen with those two lifters, I actually think that was the lift that could have cost Lauren the title.
All right, so Emmy Leiber here, 242 pounds on the bar.
And it looks like about 242 fans in the crowd because everybody is cheering.
Well, this will be a big make for her.
Yeah, this is quite the battle as we talked about. Currently, she's actually in third in subtotal. So this 2.5 kilos would add to move her a little bit closer to Erin Stevenson and Kimberly Johnson. If crowd support means anything, Emily has got the numbers. She's got a 3.3 GPA, a pharmacy major. She's been the president of the Northeastern Women's Powerlifting team for the past 2 years.
Oh, wow, okay.
She wants to give a shout out to Shayna Pettit, Matt Casista, and Louise James and her family. She finished in second in 2013. So let's see what she's got on her third bench. Looks like she locked it out.
Yeah, it looks strong. They give it to her. 3 white lights.
Emily needed that one for sure.
It's going to come down to an amazing battle in the end there in the 125. So we've started up with a 114 class on the red platform. Casey Landry opening with 82.7 pounds, and Quineka Hughes, her opener was a successful opening attempt as well. And then next lifter will be Emily Hawkins. Emily is our only completely raw lifter here today, at least so far that we've seen. And Jonathan Blood will be opening up on the blue platform with 192 pounds. And we've still got quite a range here in the 59 kilo class. Jonathan Blood, he's sitting around 7th place right now. Our first place leader is Josu Leon, but with Mario Leos very close, making a case to take first place. And Jonathan Blood's opening attempt was good. The bar will move to 209 pounds from Mark Barbosa. And Selena Cheap from the Virginia Military Institute, 93.7 pounds for her opener. All right, Selena. And that lift was an easy opener for her. Mark Barbosa, 209. He's getting the handoff now. And a strong and easy opener for Barbosa. Taskin Amin is going to open with 214. Okay, Nicole Robichaud, she's got 99.2 pounds on the bar.
She's fitting lifter for Louisiana Lafayette, Dave. That's a perfect Cajun name for the Raging Cajuns.
For sure.
Nicole opening at 99 pounds.
And it looked like a smooth and easy opener. 3 white lights. Would you say that in with the geared powerlifting that there's more of a conservative approach due to, as far as the bench is concerned, due to the groove and so forth, as far as the opening attempts are concerned?
Well, see, that's an interesting dynamic, Dave, is the bench shirt has totally changed powerlifting attempt strategy. Historically in powerlifting, you always open light, got your first attempt on the board, second attempt was usually getting yourself near your max, and then you went for PRs or max attempts on your third. Problem in the bench press is the shirts and being so restrictive sometimes force you to open with a weight heavier than you would like, because if you open too light, you literally cannot get the bar to touch, or you have to get out of your groove to get it to touch.
I see.
So I've always said for years that the opening squat was the most nerve-wracking lift for my competition. I've been very blessed that I've never bombed out, and I've never actually been up against it on the third attempt in any lift, but I always felt like the squat would be the one that had the most risk. You know, there's a lot more technical aspects, your depth, your form, your gear, but now the bench clearly is the most nerve-wracking for me, because you have to get the shirt dialed in where you can open light enough to get it to touch, but then obviously if you open too light and you can't get it to touch, then you have to decide how much do I jump. And in some cases, you'll see lifters jump so high that they get it to touch and then they can't lock it out.
I see.
The bench, to me, has become, in the shirt, much more of a crapshoot, to be quite honest. There's a lot of lifters that you'll see miss a lift and come back and smoke it on the next attempt.
Okay.
Or make an easy attempt and take a jump and then miss it. So the bench is clearly, I describe it as trying to bring the bar onto a beach ball and bench press on a beach ball. There's only going to be a very narrow groove that you can actually put that bar on, and if you hit too low on the beach ball or too high, it's literally going to push you out of your groove.
Right, and Kristen Lobo just kind of like showed that was really the case there. The way you could see it, like almost like there was that beach ball in there, kind of bouncing her around and kind of putting her in different, you know, moving her in and out of the groove. So.
Well, and for people out there who have worked out but maybe haven't powerlifted, stability balls are a good example. If you've ever used a stability ball where you actually lean against it and you do some sort of dumbbell exercise or some movement, the whole purpose of a stability ball is to force you to use your core muscles to control your balance. Because when you're on a solid surface bench, you know, you can actually have a little bit more leeway. But when you're on a stability ball, if you get out of the groove, that ball will, you know, it'll cause those dumbbells to flip you from your head to your toes. So benching with a bench shirt clearly has some of that dynamic, and it's interesting strategy to see how tight of a shirt that you decide to go on.
And there's Courtney Halsell. She got herself a subtotal with 3 white lights there.
I want to take a moment, since we discussed your lovely wife, to thank my beautiful wife, one of the unsung heroes, Marianne Anderson, who is just here, just supporting us. She's helping us keep things moving, basically making sure she's security to keep all the people getting out of our way, making sure that we stay hydrated and fed, and a huge, huge help to all of us.
Right. Josu Leon here is going to open with 264, and he's currently holding the first place location right now in the 59 kilo class for the men. And Renee Fronert, she's opening with 137. And Renee, she's electrical engineering major. And that was a good lift for her. She's with Pennsylvania State.
We got Josu Leon out of Louisiana Tech, that dominant program we talked about earlier. One of basically the forerunners of powerlifting. Billy Jack Talton ran that program for a number of years, now being run by Josh Chauvenac.
Oh, and that was an easy opener, 264, 3 white lights for him.
You can really see the lifters, Dave, that are coached well, the programs that have consistency and that have lifters that are continuing to contend. You know, Josu comes out with an opening attempt, just very in control, plenty of room to spare, putting himself in position where he's currently in the lead right now based off of the openers and heading into the bench press and the deadlift.
Right.
Now, Kudo Jang, we discussed him earlier, local lifter from Georgia Tech. He's actually opening a little bit heavier. He's got a slight advantage over Josu. Josu just had that monster squat. Josu actually had about a 40-pound lead heading into the bench, so it's going to be tough to overcome that. But Kudo's starting out with 275, and if he's going to make a dent and have a chance to contend, Dave, he's going to need to start in the bench right now. So
that's for sure.
We felt his squat attempts got easier as the weight went up. So let's see if he's capable in the bench. A little bit out of the groove, but it looked like a good lift. Let's see what the judges say. Yeah. Be interesting to see if he holds form what he did in the squat. A little bit more weight on the bar might actually make Kudo get stronger.
Right, could make a big difference for him. Here we are, Gabrielle Hurley, 154.3.
3 white lights, Dave. Very strong.
Very strong. Very
University
strong.
of Texas lifter.
You know, she's looking to maintain that second place location. Like as we said, I don't think anybody's going to take Victoria Vargas down, but
now this will be interesting. Victoria Vargas's lift that's coming up. This is 115 kilos. This is the lifter that we talked about earlier that is just world class in the bench press. She actually holds the Collegiate American record at 259 pounds. And last year, the bench press in this weight class, the top bench press, was actually 165. So you're talking about an opener that's 50 pounds ahead of the best bench in the country last year. So everybody out there that's watching this, you're talking history right here. A 253-pound bench by 115 kilos lifter competing in the 114-pound weight class.
Yeah, it's just an outstanding
well
bench.
Over double body weight opener.
Look at the way she raises her chest up to the bar, really brings it in there, and then. Oh!
Whoa! Excellent catch by the spotters.
By the spotters, for sure.
I tell you what, if you're a Victoria Vargas fan out there, you want to shake the hands of the spotters because that ball was headed right for her.
And it looked like it was a smooth, solid lift. Looks like she had good control of it and just kind of rolled out there a little bit on her.
And we discussed this earlier. It's just a crack.
Right.
But right now, if you're a lifter in the 114-pound women's division, or you're coaching for one of those teams or a fan for one of those teams, there's a crack that Superman, Michael Jordan, whoever you want to call it, she's actually left the door open. She's got to get something on the board. Because no matter how dominant she was in the squat and how dominant she'll be in the deadlift, you got to get one on the board.
Right. That's
if she
exactly
gets one, she's in control. Nobody's going to touch her.
Well, I would say the smartest move that her team could make right now is to put the same weight on that bar, and just keep the pace at this point, because she's so far ahead at the moment that it's you're better off, I think, getting the lift.
Well, I'm conservative, so I'd agree with you, but do not be surprised. We'll see if they bump it up a little. Sometimes it's easier to be able to bring more bar to your chest when the weight's a little heavy.
Now, do you think, though, it looked like she was able to get it down with no problem. It looks like just there at the lockout is where she lost the control. So So I don't know, was that necessarily a case for her struggling to bring it down because of the shirt? Or
to
was
me, it looked like she struggled slightly, but I'm with you. I'd prefer to do the same weight. There's adjustments you can make to the shirt to make it a little easier to touch. Plus, the second time around should be a little better.
So if you were concerned about it not touching, what would you say? They're going to go 115.
They're repeating the weight, which I think is a wise
115.
choice. Some people would say if you just bump it up 5 kilos, it makes the
5
touch
kilos.
easier.
Okay.
But I'm with you. I'm always of the belief you can make ways to get it to touch. The thing is, once it starts moving, you want less on the bar to have to lock out.
Yeah.
That's really where your advantage comes in.
And not to get too far away from the blue platform here, I just want to recap on Mario Leos. He opened with 303, which
that's a monster bench.
Right.
When you're dealing with the 130-pound weight class, you're talking 300-pound opener, and the bench press is just huge.
Right, and he's in second place behind Josu Leon from Louisiana Tech. So he'll be trying to make a case, I'm sure, here right now to try and pull into the lead. Although Josu's sitting in a good spot also with the heavier opening deadlift.
Yeah, in fact, Josu's actually got a commanding deadlift opener, about a 44-pound lead. So you'd have to figure that, much like we were talking about earlier with Victoria Vargas, with some of the lifters that we've seen, the deadlift advantage is really where you want it.
Right.
It's nice to have a good squat and a good bench.
Of course.
But the deadlift is the ace in the hole, and I've actually coached in a number of competitions. As a coach, it's the ultimate advantage, because for those of you out there who are tuning in, maybe not as familiar with powerlifting strategy, when you get down to the deadlift, it's the only opportunity you have to change your attempt after it's been declared. Your third attempt can be changed 2 times after it's been declared. So what you'll start seeing, Dave, in the strategy is a lifter will put an attempt in to force the competitor to have to match it.
Right.
So when that competitor goes out and, for instance, makes that lift, now I can bump my attempt, as long as my name hasn't been called, back ahead, and you've already lifted, so you can't change her. So the lifter with the stronger deadlift always has the advantage. I wish it was different, because that's my weakest lift, but they don't ask me all the rules of powerlifting. But in true honesty, it really is the ace in the hole.
Well,
if you're the better deadlifter, you have the advantage.
It'll really be exciting when we get to that point, because the whole energy and the dynamic of the meet will change drastically.
Yeah, if you thought the Northeastern fan support was crazy in the squat and the bench, we might see the roof fall off in the deadlift. Maybe have to have Josh Rohr check with the mayor of Atlanta to see if there's noise restrictions or noise violations. Maybe get the chief of the fire department in here to be able to lift the restrictions for what we're going to be hearing and seeing. Be interesting. Maybe we can get some seismologists to do some measuring, see if there's any vibrations in the city of Atlanta.
Right.
When the supers lift on Sunday, we're going to have a 900-pound squat attempt. That'll definitely shake the roof.
I'm sure it will. All right, so let's get back in here. We've got Taskin Amin on the blue platform, Nicole Robichaud on the red platform.
Taskin got 231 over here in the bench press second attempt out of North Texas. Nicole just obliterated her second attempt bench at 110.
Right, 3 white lights, easy. No real hesitation in the drive or the lockout there. So really looked like she was in the groove. And
Taskin's lift, interesting, Dave. His lift was good. That actually exceeds the bench he did last year at this competition.
Okay.
So as I've been telling you, and as you know as a powerlifter, PRs are what it's all about. For those out there listening, personal record PRs is what is your best attempt ever done in competition. So when you're at the Nationals and you can exceed your previous best, that's essentially what we all lift for, is to make those gains. And Taskin has another attempt. So in his third attempt, he can add to that PR.
Right, he's looking to have a good day so far. And now we've got Savannah Gray, LSU. She's driving this up. A little uneven on the lockout, but I think they're going to give that to her. They are. They're going to give it to her. 3 white lights. And Alan Espinoza here.
Texas San Antonio, freshman kinesiology major. 19 years of age. He hit a nice 226 opener, Dave, moving up to 237.
Right.
Let's see. It was interesting, Dave. It came off the chest good, slowed, then he locked it out strong.
Exactly,
a little bit of a groove issue there.
I was going to say, it looked like he kind of wobbled in the groove there, but was able to maintain it.
Kristen Lobo is your lifter out of Northeastern University.
Right, and Kristen, she's a business and economics major. She's a sophomore out of Northeastern. And this is her first year competing.
Wow, that's impressive when you make the Nationals in your first year.
And let's see what she's going to do here. And again, that looked like a groove issue for her. She just slipped out of it there.
And again, maybe the All-American Award should go to the spotter loaders.
Right.
Because ultimately they are making some critical saves here in the bench press.
And here we go, Joe Suo. He's our first place lifter right now.
Yeah, actually, let's get a little update for the crowd. So Joe Suo is currently in first. He's looking to pad his lead with a nice 22-pound jump. Hit a 264 opening bench. He's moved up to 286. Because of his big squat, this lift will just pad to his lead. Because he's got the bigger deadlift, you'd have to figure that Joe Suo is in the advantage. Now, that lift was no good.
That lift was no good.
He's still, because of his big squat and his opening deadlift, he's still definitely the man to beat. I would still put my money on him. But at least he's opening the door for a few of these next lifters.
Right, I was going to say, that kind of, in a sense, opens the door a little bit for Mario. We'll see what Mario's next attempt looks like at 145. And, you know, if he ends up making that look like a solid second attempt, he may have an opportunity to have a third that could squeak him within only a few kilos.
Well, and you're right on the money, because Mario, the one advantage he has is he's the only one that's really even within shouting distance on the opening deadlift.
Right.
He's still 44 pounds behind Josu, but everybody else is 60 and 70 and 80 pounds. So at least Mario's, if he can stay in the hunt, and particularly if he could maybe open up a little bit of a lead, he's going to certainly at least keep himself in contention.
Right.
Maybe pulling the upset. We got a little Texas going against Louisiana Tech. I know there's a rivalry there.
So we got Renee Fronert, 148.8 pounds for her second attempt.
Isaiah Gonzalez out of Houston downtown, putting a nice 286 bench on the board.
And Kudo Jang will be up next here, 297. He's going to go to on the blue platform. And Mika DeVal, University of Texas, 154. Now Mika and Gabrielle, they're trying to make a case here for first or second or third place. And Victoria, you know, continues to struggle in the bench press. We could have a sizable change of lead here. But Victoria's still got 2 attempts in the bench press. So Mika DeVal, the bar descending. All right, and that's a solid second attempt for Mika there at 154. 3 white lights for her. And Kudo Jang here. Looks like might have been some downward motion, but we'll see. Now they're going to give him 3 white lights for Kudo Jang on the blue platform. Still not as smooth as he probably would like it to be. Looking back at his squat and his other bench, he's kind of clearly having some groove, possibly some gear issues going on there for Kudo Jang. Gabrielle Hurley here, 165.3.
Hey, here's your lifter, Dave.
Right.
Mario Leos.
Hey, I'm rooting for him. Let's see what he's got here. You know, he really has got a chance to make the attempt here, to kind of squeak a little closer here.
Well, we talked about him earlier, that he's the one that actually holds the national and American record in the lighter weight class, in the 114-pound weight class. So here he's lifting at 130, and he's got a monster 319 bench. Dave, this could be the lift that could actually give him a shot to knock off Joe Suo. But he's going to have to hit this. If this lift is successful, he is still alive, and I would say he's still alive.
And when I'm looking at that kind of lift and the way he executed that, I'm saying he's probably still got some in the tank there. They may even try to, to go a little bit heavier as far as like trying to kind of push the numbers there to kind of get him right within fighting range. Josu still has to come back and get his third attempt.
And that's really what's going to come down to, Dave. If Josu misses and Mario can put a little bit more, right now the gap is actually, he's opened it up by 15 pounds.
Right.
But he's trailing by 44 in the opening deadlift.
Right.
So really these third attempts are going to determine if Josu hits and Mario doesn't, or vice versa, where this is going to end up.
Right. So let's get behind Victoria Vargas here for this.
Oh, now this is huge.
Right.
This is the lift that really is make or break. Victoria just has to get on the board. If you are a Texas San Antonio fan, you need to move up closer to your television screen, your computer monitor. This lift right here is make or break, and it will also affect the team title. Because if for some reason she bombs out, Texas San Antonio has 12 points that they were counting on disappearing. So let's see if Victoria, it's clearly going to be a technical issue. There's no doubt she's got the strength to make this lift.
We'll see.
The descent is solid. A very strong lift. Oh, she's a little bit out of the groove. I think that lift is good, Dave.
I don't know if she got the rack command in time. She did not. She did not get the rack
actually
command
racked
in time.
it before the rack signal.
Right.
I was a little bit ahead of the game.
I don't know exactly what happened, but it looked like as she was locking out, just before she was about to get the rack command, similar thing happened. That bar fell backwards on her. Instead of the one arm that fell this time, both arms fell together, and she missed the lockout on it.
Well, and the interesting thing now, pressure is all going to come down to that third attempt.
Right.
Because, and I would hate to put the pressure on such a young lady, but let's be honest here. Texas San Antonio, they're the #1 seed. They're the Kentucky Wildcats. They're the team everyone's expecting to win the women's title.
Right.
Victoria Vargas is the #1 seed. Everyone's expecting to win her weight class.
That's exactly
If Victoria has a misstep, just so everyone out there knows, that means she goes 0. She cannot score any points no matter how good her deadlift finishes. And a team that was counting on 12 gets a 0. But then also, whoever finishes in first was figuring that they had no shot at the 12. They were expecting a 9 point. Now that team jumps from 9 to 12. When you look at the team scoring at the end of the competition, that one lift can make or break the whole meet, especially as deep as the women's battle is. So Texas San Antonio is the favorite. But if you're somebody out there pulling for Texas San Antonio, or you're pulling for another women's team, you need to be in front of your computer in the next 10 or 15 minutes, because you might actually be seeing the lift that determines the women's title. I know it's early.
Right.
So we're in the first quarter of a long game, and we're actually talking about the title could make or break with this next round of attempts.
I mean,
so
that's exactly it. Especially when you've got lifters in those groups that are as dominant as they are and expected to place.
Well, yeah, and unfortunately, Victoria's the curse of her excellence is that everybody did expect her to win, and everybody was counting on it. So you almost pencil it in. And so that's actually a bigger loss if it doesn't work out for Texas San Antonio, because you were counting on those 12 points.
Right.
The thing that she's got going for is she's an excellent bench presser.
Right.
And so I always tell people in powerlifting, if you have to put pressure on the lift, you want it to be on your best lift. You know, if you feel like you can always make a bench, which someone at her caliber probably can, that's the lift she needs the pressure on.
I understand
and
that.
as clearly as we've seen, it's within her capabilities.
It is, of course.
But the pressure starts to weigh on you when you're on your third attempt. And she's aware. I mean, I'm sure nobody is in her ear telling her, but she's aware the team title's on the line.
For sure.
And you don't want to let your team down. I mean, you can see the passion these teams and the lifters have for each other.
Right, right, and you know what? And it's all about good, friendly competition. But at the end of the day, you also have to come out here and you have to execute. You have to be able to put a game plan together. And you know what? Not every time does everybody have a good day. You know, and sometimes that means that another lifter's got an opportunity to step up and make it their day.
Well, the controversy will be, you could actually look at Victoria's lifts and make an argument. I don't know her training numbers. She could have benched her opening attempt without a bench shirt. She could have gone out raw and opened, say, 50 pounds less.
Right.
And she would be able to have such a big lead from her squat and deadlift. She could have won with a raw opening bench and then put the shirt on and gone for whatever she wanted, but her team would have still gotten the team point. Now, that's a very uncommon strategy.
Right.
One, because you have to be so dominant that you can win with a raw bench. And two, you have to then rush to get the shirt on between your opener and your second.
That's exactly it.
Because the other drawback some people do is they use a light opener.
All right, and so now here we're moving up here as far as we're getting into the final benchers here on the blue platform. Taskin Amin taking 248, and Josu Leon will be immediately following him. And Savannah Gray is got 121 on the bar for her. All right, and I'm not sure if Taskin got that lift or not, but here we go. Josu Leon is on the.
So Josu, this is a big lift here, Dave.
Yeah, I know. This is going to be big as far as where we're getting to, as far as the meet is concerned, and how far along we're getting here in that regard.
Can I take a break? No, I was going to go to the men's room. I also want to come over and say hello to you guys. Well, I can jump in for you. All right. I'm going to do that.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Josu.
Dr. Pat's going to fill in.
All right, we're going to take a cut here for a minute, and we're going to have Junior Worlds coach Kurt St. Romain. All right, and that was a great lift there for Kristen Lobo, and the Northeastern University crowd makes it known. All right, so just to fill you in, we've got Josu Leon here. He just missed his third attempt bench, and Mario Leos here is going to try to get a little closer to him here by getting his third and final bench press attempt.
Yeah.
And so we've got Junior Worlds coach Kurt St. Romain on the line with us now. Dr. Pat went ahead and made his way onto the main stage to announce the rest of the meet here for a little bit while Gino takes a break. So we're following closely here, is trying to see what's going to happen. But Pat and I were talking about Josu. He's basically opening with about 44 pounds more than Mario, so he may not be too concerned about that missed bench press, but we'll see.
Right. What we really need to be focusing on there is that forecasting total and what they're actually going to be after their opening attempts. You know, Josue is how you pronounce it. He may have kind of stepped in it there by missing those two benches. He kind of opens up the door for Mario a little bit to be able to catch him. Now the thing is they're both pretty good deadlifters. Josue obviously has a big pull, but a lot of times with those big pullers like that have a taller stature and long arms, balance becomes an issue, and it just depends on how well he was able to handle cutting that weight. Whether or not balance is going to be an issue for him. I mean, if his deadlift is on, obviously he's going to be the one who's going to be able to win. But I'll bet he really wishes that he could go back and take 2 kilos less.
Right. Okay.
As far as on the girls' end here, at 52 kilos, Victoria Vargas obviously is the overall class of this competition, and if she's on, she's really the overall class of this meet. That 115 kilo bench press, although it might seem like it's so crazy, given that it's really close to the world record, that it's actually something that she's done in the gym a number of times in training heading up to this meet. So she's just got to be able to get it on the right line and be able to do it correctly. You know, it looked like she had that attempt on her second, and just racked it too early or lost control of it before she was able to get the rack command.
Right, I noticed that at the top of that last one. It was like right there, and then it just kind of fell back on her.
Right. Well, that 115 kilo bench press is the biggest number that any junior female has done in the last 10 years at this weight class. In fact, that world record standard is 120 kilos, so not very far from what this is. And we haven't seen anybody like this in the last 10 years in the United States who's been able to bench like this in this weight class.
Okay.
Victoria is actually the overall, if she's on, then she's the overall class of this meet. I mean, she would pretty much cruise to the best lifter award here, and she wouldn't have a problem with it at all.
I see. And there we go. This is our Mario Leos. He's got his third and final attempt, 331.
Yeah, this is extremely important for him. If he's trying to close that gap with Leon. Looks like he got that.
It looks good, yeah. Yeah, that's 3 white lights for him. And that was awesome.
Mario, 150.5 kilos, meaning that he broke that collegiate American record to do that. One thing that needs to be noted is that a 0.5 or half of 1 kilogram is actually going to count towards his total. So it doesn't really make any difference if these two lifters actually tie on the overall total. It wouldn't actually be a legitimate tie.
Okay.
So he would get to use that half a kilo towards his total.
I see. Okay. So depending on how the deadlift plays out later on, that could end up being an advantage for him.
It very well could. Whenever it's a coaching strategy that some people will use. Now, often it doesn't get to get utilized because you have to have a lifter who can break an American record or a world record in order to chip that weight like that. But if you do have somebody who can do it, then you always want to be able to do it simply because in case of what would not technically be a tie, but theoretically they'd be tied having done the same weight except for that one chip, because that chip's going to count.
I see.
And what you'll have is whenever you get a lifter that's lighter than another lifter, if the two have the same total, then obviously the lighter lifter is going to win. Well, you can trump that by, if you're a heavier lifter, you can trump it by a half a kilo by doing that and overcome that.
Right, by having the record.
That disadvantage, right, by having a 0.5 in there.
Right. So Gabrielle Hurley here in our, she's making a case for either second or third right now.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to be pretty safe in second place, given her prognosis total that she's got coming. It doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to get to her. And Micah DeValle from University of Texas, she's looking like she's going to be able to round out the bronze without much of a problem.
Right.
I mean, obviously, this bench that's coming up for Victoria is going to be the entire meet right here. You know, if she makes this, then she's obviously going to be the winner, given that she makes one deadlift and she misses, and she's really thrown the whole meet away, as well as best lifter.
Right.
For Collegiate Nationals.
It'll be interesting to see here. So, folks following it online right now for Victoria, this is a make or break lift for her right now. So, if you are a University of Texas San Antonio fan, right now is the time to come together here, because this is extremely crucial to see who's going to come out on top in this meet here.
It looked like Victoria had a pretty good attempt at it on her second. She just lost some control at it at the top. Again, this is only 5 kilos off the existing world record standard.
Oh,
just couldn't quite control at the top. It's a huge weight for somebody that small.
Right.
She's obviously going to be pretty upset about that.
Right. That's definitely a devastating thing for her and for.
We're gonna watch this replay right here.
Oh, okay.
Brings it down to her chest without a whole lot of a problem. Looks like she just kind of gets out of her line just a little bit, and there towards the top she's going to lose it. Any kind of a misstep, or anytime you're getting off your line with that kind of a poundage for somebody that small, they're not going to be able to recover from it.
Right. Yeah, I saw that right shoulder kind of just pulled out a little bit there.
Yeah, if you're gonna push the envelope like that with that kind of weight, you've absolutely got to be perfect.
Right. Now, something Dr. Pat was talking about, and I'm just wondering, since being the world coach and so forth, he spoke about, because of where she was in the competition as far as her position at this point, that she could have been better off taking an even smaller opener or even a raw opener to just kind of keep her in line. Would you think that's a better strategy, or?
I personally, I wouldn't have gone so far as to take the raw opener, even though she technically could have and still been able to win without much of a problem. I probably would have, if it were my call, I probably would have opened her another 5 kilos less, maybe 7. But again, I'm also not her coach on a regular basis, and that's not my call. And,
right.
And it's very easy for us to sit here with a microphone and say that her coach should have done this or done that.
Right.
But we don't see her day in and day out. I do know that I personally have seen plenty of training video of Victoria in the training cycle for this meet, and I know that she's completed 120 kilo bench presses on a routine basis without much of a problem at all.
I see.
So now that may be not quite an apples-to-apples comparison with regard to this meet, because she also didn't hit a big squat when she was doing those in training.
So,
like I said, it's easy for us to be critical of choices, but the one good thing that she's got going for her is that men's and women's nationals is in San Antonio here in 5 weeks. You know, she's going to be able to roll out of bed and drive 10 minutes to the meet. She definitely has another shot at making not only that lift, but also making the junior world team again.
Right.
So it's definitely disappointing for her and her team. I mean, it's going to cost them team points. It's going to cost her a win and the overall best lifter, but she's definitely got a chance to redeem herself here in a few weeks.
Right. All right. Outstanding. All right. Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and Dr. Pat's going to do some interview stuff here with you. And so everyone stay tuned. We've got the interview coming here with Kurt St. Romain.
Like I'm knocking down pins. If it goes down in history, will I even get to see a tug of war with this game? Trying to be number one. It's drawn in my game book, spotted my position. The swag is in condition, paint a perfect picture. Yeah, I'm all about to win and nonetheless make it happen. Got me.
All right, we are back live. We have just finished some exciting squatting and benching action for the 2015 Collegiate Nationals. And we're going to take a little bit of a break as they get ready for the deadlift platform. And we are interviewing the Junior World Team coach for Team USA, Kurt St. Romain. Kurt, welcome.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Tell me a little bit about, you're obviously dealing with the Junior World Team, but at the Collegiates, the Junior Worlds being the 23 and under World Championships. The Collegiates, you're dealing with a similar age group and category, so there's quite a bit of crossover. So let's start with, so the people out there can know, when is the Junior Worlds this year and where is it being held?
Junior Worlds is in the first week of September. It's being held in Prague in Czech Republic.
Nice. I've actually been to Prague for international powerlifting competition, so that'll be interesting for you. Now tell me a little bit about yourself. I know you've been a coach for a while. How long have you been the Junior World Team coach?
I've been the coach of the junior team since 2011, and then last year I also took over the sub-junior team, which is the high school age lifters.
So 18 and on down. So the juniors and the IPF, so people out there know, what is called sub-juniors is 14 to 18. The juniors is 19 to 23. And obviously Team USA, we send both a men's and women's, junior and sub-junior. So are you responsible for all four teams, men's, women's, junior, and sub-junior?
Yeah, that's correct. I oversee all four teams. I've got an excellent coaching staff of lifters that does the actual physical coaching for me. But yeah, I'm there picking attempts and kind of overseeing everything that's going on. So for all four teams, that's correct.
So let's look at, I know we've seen several lifters here already, and we have more this weekend. Let's start with just name some of the lifters that have either represented the Junior Worlds previous years or you expect to make the team this year. Start with the women's division. I know Victoria Vargas, although unfortunately she wasn't able to record a bench, she's certainly on the radar now. How does it work for her qualifying? Since she bombed out here, will she still be eligible? Does she have to lift in another nationals to be able to register for the Junior Worlds?
Yeah, for the junior team, the two selection meets that we use mostly. We also use the high school nationals if somebody is old enough, but it's generally collegiate nationals and then men's and women's nationals, which that men's and women's championship is coming up in San Antonio in 5 weeks. Lucky for Victoria, that's where she's from and where she goes to school. So she'll be able to try and posted large enough total to get her on that team there in 5 weeks.
And is it correct that since she did not score a total here, if she did not lift in San Antonio, you wouldn't be able to put her on the team regardless?
No, absolutely not. Regardless of her talent, which she's obviously probably, you could say, make a case that she's the strongest lifter at this whole meet here. Even with all the good quality lifters that we have, she did not post a total here today. And so, yeah, if she didn't go to men's and women's nationals, then she wouldn't be eligible for Worlds at all.
Has she competed in the sub-junior or junior Worlds previously?
She has not. She has not gone to Worlds now. She's been a competitor at the national level, and she competed at collegiates last year and was the overall female best lifter at collegiates.
Based on what you know about her totals and the totals at the junior Worlds, is she someone that you would look at if she put her lifts in that she would be a gold medal contender?
She's right there. There's a Russian lifter, Anna Filimonova, who's one of the very best lifters in the world, and generally when that girl is on and she's making her lift, she's considered to be unbeatable, and because she does have such a large squat and such a large bench press. Victoria is the first lifter that we've seen in a long time that's actually got the subtotal to be able to counter that, and she can actually deadlift more than Anna can.
Nice.
So it's something that we're really excited about if she's able to make a run at making the team. Obviously, she didn't do it today.
Yeah, how does that work for you as the junior world team coach? Are you going to be in the ear of her coach, Wes Zunker, at the women's nationals? Or you have any ability to be able to plant a seed that they need to get her on the board, no matter what it takes, even if she just has to open light?
I'm always telling people that it's extremely difficult for me to come to these national competitions, in that while I'm the one who's in charge at the junior worlds and the sub-junior worlds, that I'm not anybody's coach at this competition, and that it's really not my place to say what anybody should be opening with, or any attempts or technique changes. Unless a lifter or a coach asks me specifically, I really try and keep my nose out of it.
A little bit of a helpless feeling, though, when you have someone like that.
It's an extreme helpless feeling when you see a lifter like that can help you out, and you want to have an opinion on something, but at the same time, it's not my lifter, so I kind of have to let things play out as they will.
Well, Dave Bell and I were discussing, much like you, I've competed and coached in powerlifting, so I'm always looking at the strategy and looking at Victoria's numbers. She had such a big lead and was so dominant in the squat and the deadlift. I don't know exactly what she would bench without a shirt, but I venture to guess she could have opened raw and been able to do enough to have still won this competition.
Well, that's definitely true. She could have done that. However, it may, looking at it here and watching replays, it's easy for us to say that she definitely could have opened raw, or definitely should have opened with something less. Like I was saying before, when we were during the break, I have seen training video from this training cycle for this meet for Victoria where she's done 120 kilos without any problem.
Wow.
So while that 115 kilo opener is large, it's not to say that was out of the realm of possibility. I don't personally. I would have opened her probably another 5 kilos less, but that doesn't mean that wasn't the right number.
But that could have made all the difference, because how close all of her attempts were. If you'd have opened 5 kilos less, it's very possible could have made the difference.
I agree.
Based on knowing her and seeing how she lifted, is it possible that the lifts you saw in training, that a weight cut affected her? Is she someone that has to cut a decent amount of weight in a 2-hour weigh-in?
She generally walks around at that body weight. I would venture to say that what probably had more effect than anything is just the different variables that come with being at a collegiate nationals. For one thing, she had 385 pounds on her back only about an hour ago, and doing 3 attempts as well as all of her warm-ups. I think that probably had more of an effect on her than anything else. She wasn't making a weight cut. She also had to travel. She's staying in an unfamiliar place.
Absolutely.
Not that we're on the other side of the world or anything, but any kind of change that
it's not Prague, but it's also not Texas San Antonio.
That's true.
There's a definite change there. Well, you were here for the squat, so you probably saw this. Dave and I were discussing Victoria, just by the nature of lifting the amount of weight she's lifting, her walkouts in the squat, you could see were her most difficult aspect, getting set up, because she's handling so much more weight than her body size, as opposed to, a male athlete that might be doing something in the 2 or 3 times body weight. But interestingly, once she got set up, she actually smoked the weight on her first and on her second. On her third, if you remember, she actually lost her balance, and it's very possible, what you said, when you lose your balance like that extra weight and the extra stress, that it could have fried out her shoulders enough, because again, in the bench, she appeared to have the strength. It was always at lockout that she would lose it. So it could have been exactly what you said, that worn out from the heavy squats, which interestingly, you would think coaching-wise you might back the bench attempt down because of that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like I said, if it would have been me, I probably would have opened at 110 kilos, but that's not to say that the number that she opened with was incorrect. I mean,
well, tell me about some of these other lifters, particularly in the men's division we've been seeing over here. Josu Leon and Mario, we got some lifters that are really contending. Tell me what you notice on that side, any of these lifters that might potentially be junior world team contenders. Josue.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just start with the lowest weight class at 53 kilos. Dalton Laco is the reigning world champion, junior world champion at that weight class.
So he actually won the juniors. He would have only been 19, right? Or did he win sub-juniors?
In his first year of eligibility as a junior, he won junior worlds, and then he was the sub-junior world champ the year before that. Dalton is still very new to lifting. When he won sub-juniors 2 years ago, he was brand new to the sport and hadn't even been around for 9 months. Now that he's really got some good training under his belt, so to speak, he's really starting to come into his own as a lifter that's really going to be unbeatable. And we'll see his opening deadlift at 490 pounds that he's about to attempt here in about 8 minutes is the biggest deadlift that you're going to see out of almost anybody in the world at this weight class. The world record standard for the deadlift for his weight class is 529 pounds. More than likely, he's going to be attempting at least that on his third attempt.
Wow!
But as impressive as he is in his squat and his bench press, because he does have great raw strength, his deadlift is just unbelievable, and he's really putting himself into a scenario because he does not cut but a couple of pounds, and because of his short stature, I mean it's a different looking body type than what everybody else has, but at the same time it's been a real advantage to him in that he doesn't weigh very much.
Yep.
But it's not keeping him from being just as strong. He's really utilizing his leverages to his advantage, and Dalton's putting himself in a situation where he's probably not going to be contested for the next 5 years. If anybody's got a chance to win 5 junior worlds in a row, which you get 5 years of junior eligibility, and to win 5 of them is something I don't even think it's been done before.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a historian. As far as I know, that's never been done before. Right. Simply the semantics of it's hard to win when you're 19. That's the bottom line. Right. And then you've obviously got to be able to contend and go back 5 years in a row. An interesting thing when you talk about his deadlift is we were looking earlier, the American record in the deadlift in that weight class is at 501, collegiate American record, was actually set in 1997. Dalton was 2 years of age. That's true. He's going to be on his second attempt breaking a record that was set when he was, as they say, in diapers. So Dalton is really putting on quite a show, and his bench, statistically being the weakest of his lifts, was still the best bench in the weight class. So it shows how dominant he is. His squat and deadlift, I mean, are just destroying the competition, but his bench being supposedly, or you would think statistically, the weakest of the 3, he still had the highest bench in the weight class.
Right. His bench is not what anybody would consider to be outstanding, because it's just not, especially when he gets into international competition, it's unlikely that he's going to win a gold medal in the bench press, but it's not going to be so low that his deadlift doesn't more than make up for it. When you're talking about a lifter at 116 pounds who can deadlift over 500, he's going to have to be really far behind before anybody's going to be able to beat him. And being able to squat what he did, I believe 197 kilos.
435.
Yeah, 435. I mean, he's put himself so far ahead of anybody right now, and that includes at this meet or internationally right now. The kid's really a superstar, and he's really coming into his own. You're not going to see him lose anytime soon.
Do you know what his best squat was before today? What had you seen him do?
I believe 200 kilos is what he did in his last meet, and so he was 2.5 keys behind that.
A little conservative.
But I do know that was also a meet in Pennsylvania, where he's from.
Local meet.
And also, if you look back at the replay on it, you'll see that his third squat looked better than the other 2.
I was just going to mention that. His third actually looked like his best of the 3, and sometimes top lifters step up with the bigger weight, or sometimes it just took him 3 attempts to get used to. One of the things we talked about earlier is now Dalton's had some international experience, so he's probably been on a raised platform. But a lot of lifters come to a meet like this, and competing yourself, the first time you're on a raised platform in a big ballroom, there's balance issues, it's disorienting. Yeah, you're laughing. Did you have an issue?
I was watching one of the lifters with a really classy post-lift celebration that he had. But No, that's true. And one of the best things that these lifters can do is to not to pick a spot out in the crowd to focus on, because it can definitely throw them off. Because if their focal point is something that's below their feet, they can definitely get pulled forward. Best thing that they can do is find something that's at eye level, perhaps a little bit higher, and it appears that he was able to get that done. I think it was more of a suit issue that suit was pulling him forward. He wasn't quite into it like he needed to be, and as he went up, everything just seemed to come into place a little better. I'd be very shocked if Dalton wasn't able to squat 210 kilos today.
Well, you're a little young for this reference, but I know you're a powerlifting fan, so I'm sure you've heard of Lamar Gant.
Sure.
Dalton, I actually lifted in a couple nationals. That's how long I've been around with Lamar Gant. Not the same weight class, obviously, but Dalton is very comparable in terms of body structure, in terms of having the phenomenal deadlift, and then Lamar Gant actually got strong enough where he was able to set world records in the squat and the bench as well.
Right.
While we have you here, let's talk, because Dalton's coming up, but Ricky Hu is actually looking in strong contention for second place.
Right.
Now that lift should be turned down. He actually locked it out and unlocked it out. But Ricky is actually looking like he's going to be the guy to beat for second. Now Dalton is up right now with 490-pound opener. Now stop and think about this, Kurt. We're in the Collegiate Nationals in a relatively competitive weight class, and he's opening at, just a little bit of quick math there, about 150 pounds ahead of the next opener.
Yeah, his deadlift is so impressive right now that really nobody else is gonna fathom any kind of a deadlift like this.
Is he a conventional or sumo?
No, he's a sumo deadlifter.
So he's a little different than Lamar in that case.
Right.
Lamar was a conventional deadlifter, and Lamar, because of the issues with his spine, would actually not have to pull the bar as far the heavier the weight got, because it would compress. It looks like Dalton's got a similar issue.
Yeah, Dalton actually has fewer vertebrae than what the normal person has, and so while Lamar's spine was compressed, Dalton's is just plain shorter.
Is that congenital or from a surgery, or? Okay.
What you're going to see is it's going to appear that he's still straining on it, and all of a sudden he'll just be done. I don't think you can do it any better than that. That's pretty impressive. It's kind of what we were expecting. You can see that his coach is obviously very happy with that.
Wow.
We're going to watch this on the replay here too.
Yeah, for those of you watching on replay, we might have to put it on slow-mo just so you don't miss it. Sumo deadlifters, as you know, Kurt, traditionally the trouble spot's getting it off the floor, and then the lockout's a little easier because of the short distance. Dalton was so powerful, it actually exploded off the floor, and then it, as you said, was locked out before you knew it.
Right. Some other lifting that's going on in that same flight, Tiffany Vu from the University of Texas.
She's been very impressive. Tell me about Tiffany. She's been very impressive.
Yeah, Tiffany's actually coming into her own. She was has been with the University of Texas. I believe this. I know it's at least her third. It could be her fourth Collegiate Nationals. She's making a real run at trying to make that team to go to Worlds right now. In the past she's just been not quite there strength-wise to where she hasn't been able to make the team. But it appears that not only is she good enough this year to make it, if nobody comes along at men's and women's, she's not only good enough to make the team, she's definitely good enough to medal for us. And
excellent.
So we're really in that smallest weight class. It's always so important to have somebody because it's just not that hotly contested. So we're very happy to have somebody here that's going to be competitive for us. Her forecasted total being 317 kilos right now. I mean, if she makes this next one, she's going to be able to post a total over 320, which is 700 pounds. Anything over 700 on somebody weighing 95 is always going to be competitive for you. I mean, at Worlds, it's going to be pretty shocking if she's unable to medal with something like that.
Well, and obviously as a coach, but for our listeners out there, as you talked about, the lighter classes in some ways are more valuable for you as a coach because there is openings where it's not as deep of a class and you can all of a sudden get more points for the team, because if somebody can get you a high placing in that class, those points in a much deeper class are harder to come by.
Right, absolutely. Just simply because they're not as competitive, and also it's just difficult to find in the men's case, it's difficult to find a man that weighs under 117 pounds, much less to find one that's actually strong and has has the determination to want to train on a regular basis and wants to go through everything that a power lifter has to go through.
Absolutely. Are you familiar with this lifter out of Angelo State, Caitlin Buck? She's been very impressive. I'm not sure if she's aged out yet for the juniors, but she's actually in second right now in the 125 weight class, and she's just been very consistent. In fact, I think if I recall correctly, she got second at last year's meet.
Yeah.
And so she's actually one that's got some experience and potentially, you never know, could actually.
Yeah, Caitlin's a good lifter. She's well coached. They've got a good team there at Angelo State. They're way out in West Texas. I would venture to say that they're probably the most remote of all the schools that are out here. There's not a whole lot except tumbleweeds out in San Angelo, Texas.
Well, she's closing in on. She's at 340 right now, so about a 750 total in the 125s. Obviously, the depth starts to increase when you get up to that category and it's more competitive. What's it going to take to medal there? Are you looking more at like 800?
Well, no. I mean, now you have to remember also that what we're looking at is the light flight of those of that 57.
So there's a whole round of.
Yeah, it's unlikely, and it's going to be pretty impressive if she's able to medal with that number there, because she's at 342 kilos. That's in the mid 700s. More than likely, it's going to take in the mid 9s to possibly 1,000 to try and win.
Wow.
We're seeing Kimberly Johnson up from Wisconsin. She's
and there's a young lady from Boise State that's in contention in that group.
Yeah, and Erin Stevenson and Emily Liebert from Northeastern. Those three girls are going to be the ones that round out your top three, given that they make deadlifts.
Have any of them, as far as you know, competed in the Junior Worlds?
Erin Stevenson was on the team 2 years ago for us, and she's got plenty of national and international experience. Erin's a very good lifter. Kim Johnson, her brother Kenny was actually on the sub-junior team at 116 pounds for us last year. This is the first that we've seen of her at Collegiate Nationals. We're very excited about her. Tiffany Vu's coming up here at 137.5 kilos. It's 303 pounds.
Yeah, crossing over the 300 barrier, as you talked about, competing in the lightest of weight class, weighing in the 94-pound weight class. And she was actually light.
Right.
She was over a pound under.
Yeah, she's got her total at 683 right now. She makes this. She'll be at 690, 93 quarters. I guess we could be generous enough.
Yeah, we'll call it 700.
We can call it 7.
Looks like plenty of room there, Kurt. So you might be coaching her in Prague.
Very possible.
She could very well be on your team.
And just hopefully coaching her to a silver medal, maybe even possibly a gold.
Well, yeah, and as you talked about, when you're dealing with that light of a class, a door can open up, because there might only be, she might not be the #1 rank going in, but there might only be 1 or 2 top lifters. A lifter moves up a class, a lifter gets injured, a bomb out, anything can happen. Right. Yeah, we've obviously all seen unexpected world champions.
That's true.
So she's at least going to be in the hunt, like you said, for a medal, and of course that helps you out for the team. How has the U.S. team done, let's go with last year, in terms of the team rankings? What were our finishes in the junior and sub-juniors, men and women?
The juniors and sub-juniors, we were able to sweep all 4 this past
So Team USA,
yeah.
Wow. Now, as far as you know, because I know you're a historian too, is that the first time that's been done by Team USA?
Definitely, most certainly. It's the first time.
That's an amazing accomplishment.
First time it's happened. It was the first time that the sub-juniors has swept the men and women, and then the juniors had done it 2 years prior. But it's definitely a first time that we've.
So the juniors had done the men's and women's.
That's correct.
But this time you did all 4, sub-junior and junior.
Yeah, it's the first time, and actually we thought that we had only won 3 of the 4. The junior men had gotten second, and it turned out that that the Russian lifter at 105 kilos failed for a doping offense, and so they lost those points, and we ended up in first place. It's not quite as sweet as being able to win it and getting the trophy at the banquet, but it's still, I'll take it.
Well, just on hearing that you guys swept all 4, I don't have any say in the matter, but I think you should get a raise. So if anybody asks me, you should certainly be continued on as the coach. What is your term? How many years do you have left? I know they do a certain number of years.
Yeah, we do a 3-year term. And
where are you in that cycle right now?
I believe this is the last year of the 3.
Are you interested in renewing?
Oh, definitely. And
I can safely say nobody.
Think that they're not gonna replace me. I would certainly hope not.
No, that wouldn't be a wise decision. When you win all 4 and as someone who's coached at the Open Worlds, I've been a big believer that Team USA, and I've said it for years, can win the Open Worlds. We just need a commitment from the organization. And the way I've always said it starts is we need a strong sub-junior and junior program and then funnel those lifters in. Because clearly there's a different level of competition when you get to the Open. Particularly certain countries don't send as dominant a team or as strong a team in the junior and sub-junior. But at least you're setting yourself up for some of these lifters are going to be future Open World contenders. And we've seen that over the years with Mike Teixeira and Tony Cardella and Dan Williams and lifters, Lissa Hitchcock on the women's side that have had successful junior, sub-junior careers and then moved Wade Hooper into the Open division. So you could be essentially setting up for the 2020-2025 Open World team with the lifters you're coaching today.
The plan is for us to be able to establish something like what the Soviets had in hockey there for about a 40-year period. It is the kind of success we're having with the subs and juniors right now. That there's nothing to indicate that we can't be successful at the Open level as well. And you know, things are starting to even out, especially with the IPF cracking down on doping. You know, some of the other countries are just not as competitive as they used to be. You know, we're on more of an even playing field.
Well, and the thing I would tell you is, unfortunately or fortunately, I was at the Open Worlds in '94, one of the last times we won the title. '96 was the last time we won it. And then I was there in '97, the first year Ukraine, another country, beat us. Up until that point, the U.S. had won 24 of the first 26 IPF Worlds. What's happened is we dropped off so much, and then, as you said, the competition has now increased. So you got Russia and Ukraine are dominant. Poland has picked up. And some of the Asian countries at the Open Worlds have some deep teams. But we clearly have the framework to do it. We just need the organization to make a commitment across the board. It's going to take time, but you're definitely, what I've always said is the framework, the key, because you can't build your Open team on 35 and 40-year-old lifters.
That's correct.
I mean, we have the David Ricks and the Brad Dillingham and Tony Harris and, you know, top guys who can still win in those age groups. But the way you're going to be able to build an Open team is turning Victoria Vargas and, you know,
lifters like Preston Turner, Ian Bell.
Yeah,
guys like that, and even more recently, we've had some lifters that have transitioned from juniors into the Opens. Joe Capolino is an excellent example of that. Doc Holloway is it?
Holloway.
I believe Doc went to 4 junior worlds as well.
Wow. Newt Douglas. Yeah, we've had a few of them who've transitioned from Dan Williams, as I said, from the juniors into the Open.
Okay, I'm looking at the scoreboard here, and I didn't think that Dalton was going to go quite this large on his second attempt. He's going all the way to 237 and a half, 523 pounds. So,
based on what we saw, now you know him better. If he's got any kind of you know, ability to hold on to big weight, does he have a grip problem or he has no grip problem?
The only thing that about a year ago Dalton was having some grip issues, and that's going to be normal given that he's going into pulling such a big weight without having a lot of lifting experience. He just hasn't had the time to build that type of grip strength. But he was successful with a weight 2 kilos more than this, and had a little hitch in the middle and missed it at the last meet that he lifted in. I believe, and he's told me that he's been able to fix his grip issues. Based on that first attempt, I don't think he's going to have any problem with this. Or I don't believe that he should, as long as his technique holds up.
So let's set the stage for everybody. 523-pound deadlift, second attempt by a lifter competing in the 116-pound weight class. So, you know, you're talking about closing in on a 5 times body weight deadlift.
Well, we're also looking at closing in on a 552 kilo total, which is over 1,200 pounds, and he weighs under 117. And there goes that grip. As you can see, he was definitely able to lock that out without any problem at all. He just couldn't quite hold on to it. We're going to watch a replay right here. He keeps that bar really close. I mean, his technique is not bad at all. He's able to snap that lockout in. He's just unable to hold on to it through the down command. It's going to be interesting to see if he's able to come back and make that.
Well, it's interesting. Watching him lift right there reminds me of a legendary deadlifter, Dan Austin. Dan Austin was notorious for some huge sumo deadlifts, and sometimes he was so powerful particularly in his early days, that he would do what Dalton did. He would come up, and if you looked, he almost hit it with so much power that the weight reverberates in your hands and it kind of pops out. And Dan got really become a master towards the end of his career. Gene Bell was notorious for this, that when you get close to lockout, to just ease up enough so that there's not too much of a rebound. It'll be interesting to see. Dalton might be in the early stages where he's not thinking to that level, but down the road, and you being his coach, that might be something he has to actually do, and it's hard because your focus is power. Sure. But when you come up that fast, there's a natural rebound, and it tends to pop out of your hands.
I'd highly agree with you. I think he's got that snap lockout on that deadlift, and that bar is definitely going to shake more than if he were just able to slide on into it. Now, also given his stature and the way that all of a sudden his back just kind of locks out, that could be easier said than done for him to slow down at the top. I myself don't have any problems like this at all. I generally don't clear the floor with 523, so I can't give him a whole lot of advice as to what to do.
Well, and it's a subtle thing, like you said, because you don't want to go slow. It's a balancing act. It's more just like if you watch a Gene Bell and a Dan Austin and some of the all-time greats. It's a subtle thing. It's not so much slowing up as just controlling. In converse, Kurt Kowalski and Wade Hooper had some of the grip issues where they would be so powerful that they would do that where you'd lock out, and when they hit it easy, it was very easy. But when they whipped, as you said, like if you watch Dalton's, at a split second, it looked like he was good to go, locked out. If you could pause him right there, it's a good lift. And just as easily as that weight kind of reverberating, it shoots right out.
Right.
It was definitely exciting to see. Be interesting to see what could he get off the floor. You'd have to figure with that type of power, he might actually be able to get 600 to his knees. Or at least well into the upper fives.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. It's just he's going to be limited by that grip as he continues to get stronger.
Tell me about some of the bigger lifters this weekend. I know you're probably familiar with all these. There's a couple guys out there I'm interested in seeing. The novelist, as they call him, Stephen King, and a couple of the lifters at 264 and 231, and even the 205s are supposed to be pretty deep. So
yeah, we're going to see. I'll just move up the weight classes for you at 66. The favorite's going to be Charles Opoka over the University of Texas. He's still a brand new lifter, but he's incredibly strong. He finished second last year. The national champion, James Vang, is not here. He'll be competing in men's and women's. And so I would say that Charles is definitely the favorite. Now, I've been hearing some big numbers from him personally in training, and that he's got some very lofty goals. Now, whether he hits those, I don't know. I sure hope that he does.
For your sake, definitely.
Well, for everybody's sake. It's everyone's federation. So I would sure hope that he is able to hit those numbers, because I would definitely say that he's going to make the team.
Is he eligible age-wise for the juniors?
Definitely. He's last year he was almost young enough to be a sub-junior. I mean, he's in only his second year of junior eligibility. Looking over here on the 57-kilo platform with these girls, we're getting into the opening deadlifts here. You're seeing that Erin Stevenson is opening 145 kilos, 319 pounds. She's known as a big squatter, got a big bench as well. Deadlift is just not quite as good as her other two lifts.
Kimberly Johnson looks like she's clearly, at least as of the opening deadlift posted, got the advantage because she's got the biggest deadlift.
Right. And
she's battling Emily Liebert as well from Northeastern.
Yeah, Erin really needed that bench that she missed on her second and third attempt. That while it's difficult to say that that's the lift that either makes or breaks her, that she'd really like to have that another attempt at that lift, because that did cost her some weight.
Well, you as a coach can appreciate. Dave and I were talking earlier that I always say powerlifting is a sport that doesn't play defense. So you cannot, block a shot like you would in basketball. You can't stop a team in football on the goal line. In powerlifting, your only way to score points is on offense. So what I tell people is every attempt, your 9 attempts are like 9 possessions. And what's the number one determining factor, or the main determining factor in most sports, is turnovers. Sport like football, the team that has a turnover advantage typically wins. Well, in powerlifting, to me, a missed attempt is like a turnover, because it's the time you cannot score points. So when you have 9 attempts, you only have 9 scoring opportunities. And what you're noticing in a lot of these close battles, and from your world's coaching experience, is the difference between the lifter who makes the third and then the close battle misses the third is a double whammy. Because you might add 7.5 kilos, and I lost 7.5 kilos.
Sure.
And at the end of the meet, you can play that game, what if?
Right.
What if you'd hit your third and I missed, and all of a sudden I'm the champ? And that's where attempts, to me, is everything. It's strategy and coaching.
Well, you've got to – there's two different ways to look at it. Myself, as opposed to counting, number of made attempts, which some people like to do, I more so like to just take a look at the actual attempts. Like if my lifter's second attempt is extremely difficult, then I know that he or she has gotten everything that they could get out of it. And if they come in and miss a third that they were never going to make, then it doesn't really make any difference.
So in that case, there's a good strategy to maybe pass a third. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah.
If the second is an absolute max.
In some cases, I'll do that on a pretty regular basis if a lifter's second squat is extremely difficult, and a lifter has exerted quite a bit of effort to be able to finish a second squat. A lot of times you're better off passing that third squat because it's only going to save your back and your legs for your deadlift. Plus, just keep you rested overall. And so it's not necessarily number of made attempts; it's just whether or not you maximize your total. Tiffany Vu's going for 148 kilos here, so she's trying to chip an American record. So this is 326.
326 in the 94-pound weight class.
Wow.
She got it moving. You could tell at her size and the way her lift was, she really just needed it to get a little bit higher before she had a chance to even have a shot at the lockout. That was a really impressive run.
That bar moves about another inch, and I think she's probably able to lock that out. That's an impressive total for her. She's coming in where today? What did she total? She was
705.
Yeah, 320 was her total. So yeah, 705 for her. This is most certainly a PR.
And the interesting thing, looking at the weight classes, she won her class by 62.5. So you're talking about 140 pounds.
Right.
To win a national title. That's pretty impressive.
I agree.
I don't know about you. I would have been happy to have won a national title by 5 pounds. 140 pounds was not something I was even on the radar of.
And especially at a collegiate national.
Yeah.
This meet is always extremely competitive.
Well, I know you competed in how many collegiates?
I lifted in 3 of these myself.
What was your best finish?
My best finish was 4th place. And
me too. 4th place was my best finish.
I trained as hard as I could for 3 years just trying to come in the top 5 and get a medal from collegiate nationals.
Yeah, I got 4th here, and probably before you were born.
Okay, we need to see this replay here.
This is the celebration you were talking about.
Not too bad. You can't fault a kid for being excited for making his final deadlift at collegiate.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
That's a good, easy opener for Emily Liebert over there in the 57-kilo class. It looks like she's going to give these girls everything that they want, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, she's currently in 3rd. The problem she's going to run into is Kimberly, if she can hit her opening deadlift, is really going to have a command and control, and it might just be between Erin Stevenson and Kimberly.
Yeah, I think we're going to find out everything that we need to know based on Kimberly's opening attempt here. If this is an easy attempt, it doesn't look like she's going to be caught. Erin Stevenson's opener was not all that fast, and she's making a 7-kilo jump. I would venture a guess that if she makes that, it's going to be just about all she's got. I think a 7-kilo jump is a good one because it is going to be very close to the most that she can do. Like I said, we're going to watch this 155 kilos or 341 by Kim Johnson, and if it's really difficult, then we might still have something here. But if it's easy, I would imagine she'll take a conservative jump and she'll put it away on her second.
Yeah, looking at the numbers, it almost looks like if Kimberly hits this is the ceiling lift, because the issue that Erin's going to have, as you said, her opener was not that easy.
Right.
Even with the 7.5 kilos she's jumping, she'd still be 7.5 kilos behind. She is the heavier lifter, so she'd in actuality be 10 kilos behind.
That's correct.
So you're talking that she's going to be needing 162.5. Clearly, based on what we saw, that's out of her realm. So Kimberly, really, with this lift, as long as it's passed, is probably your national champion.
More than likely. I mean, I would say that her coach probably, no matter what this looks like, I wouldn't jump any more than 5 or 7.5 kilos and just put this away and make sure that it's completely done.
And then on the 3rd, she can go to whatever she wants.
Sure,
because by then it'll be clear.
Absolutely.
In fact, everyone will be done pulling since she's the heaviest puller.
Right. Okay, here comes Kimberly.
Now, has Kimberly made the Junior Worlds before?
No, Kimberly hasn't really given it a run that we've seen. She's kind of a newbie on this.
She'll definitely be on your radar after today. Whoa! What do you think of that, Coach?
Well, she's on the radar now.
She is definitely on the radar.
We're gonna look at it. We're gonna look at a replay on this one.
Now, the interesting thing there was that was actually tremendous power off the floor for a sumo deadlifter, and then just a very easy lockout.
Right. I think she could be running into some of the same stuff that some of these other sumo pullers have done. She's got that hard snap lockout. Now, while the weight with a lot of these female lifters is not big enough to where they're going to drop it, what you'll see with some of these girls, because they're just a little thinner, they're not built quite as much as the guys are, so they'll lock that deadlift out with that snap lockout, and they'll lose their balance and either fall backwards or fall forwards.
Well, the thing I found interesting on Kimberly's, she's jumping up 10 kilos on her next attempt. That puts her at 445 if she hits it. You know, thinking ahead and being a numbers guy like I know you are, if she could potentially go for 175, a 385 third attempt, that would be 455 kilos. And as you know, 455 might not mean much internationally, but in the U.S., that's 1,003. And we know that that's a huge barrier. How would you like to have a 125-pound female drop a 1,000-pound total?
It'd be real nice, and especially for someone as young as Kimberly is. That's an excellent number for her to put up. I know that. Oh, and we have Dalton LaCote.
Yeah, we got Dalton with 523. Let's see
if he can hold on to this one. Whatever was wrong, he fixed it.
Well, it's interesting because I don't know if it was a conscious decision or just circumstance, but if you notice, watch his lockout, he slows up almost like he's a little bit out of the groove, and it could have been enough to hold on to his grip. Watch right here, he just kind of eases it back.
He's got no problem. You can see that bar's not moving at all in his hand. It's not like Dalton to celebrate quite that much after a lift either. You can tell this kid is really fired up. I cannot wait to coach this kid in Prague and Czech Republic. He's going to be a heck of a way to start the week for our team.
Yeah, it's nice, you know, in a baseball analogy, your leadoff hitter is your 116-pounder in the men's side. So it's nice for you as a coach to know going in that you've actually got a shot to have 12 points on the board right off the bat.
Right.
And now this year it's interesting with you being the gold medalist for all four men's, women's, and sub-junior and juniors. Now you got the bullseye on your back. So instead of going in as the underdog, you guys are clearly the one that every team's looking for, which of course you got to love. But it definitely means it's nice to have Dalton as your leadoff hitter.
Right. It's what I'd call one of those good problems.
It's a much better problem than being the 8th best team.
And they can come after us all they want. I don't want to sound too cocky, but I'd venture a guess that I think we're probably going to be able to pull off the same thing again this year. We've got the incredible talent that we've got coming back. Our sub-juniors are feeding our juniors really well, and with the young crop of talent that we have every year coming in the subs, you know, for the foreseeable future, you know, we might not win every single time, but we're going to win a heck of a lot more than we lose.
Well, and I like that. I don't think it is cocky. I think, like I said, I grew up in the sport of powerlifting. The first 24 IPF Worlds, Open Worlds, first 26, we won US won 24 of them. And so I took for granted that was going to be, you know, the way it was going to be. And now it's been, like I said, since 1996. So we're closing in on 20 years since we've won an Open men's title. And so I like that you guys have taken that attitude, and you should be confident. You won it across the board last year. It wasn't a fluke.
Yeah,
who is your biggest, telling me internationally, who is the biggest teams that you would say are the contenders? Like who's the second and third best teams?
It's definitely Russia. Russia's the only one that's able to really get after and compete with us on a team level because they have the same kind of depth that we do. Now, what makes it a great competition is that you get other countries that show up that aren't necessarily contenders for the team because they just don't have a top-to-bottom team like what we have or what Russia has. But what they've got is they've got 2 or 3 individuals that are really good.
That can influence the outcome of it.
Right, and it's not like a dual meet, a dual wrestling meet where we've got one lifter going against another one and whoever wins between the Russian and the American is going to be the winner. It's certainly not that way. Otherwise, you'd have a team winning with a perfect score every time. We've got excellent lifters from South America, from Venezuela and Ecuador. The Scandinavian countries, Norway, Sweden, Finland, they always bring some great lifters. Ukraine brings good ones. So does Poland. You'll see some Czech lifters that come around. We've had junior and sub-junior world champions from France and Japan as well. That's really what makes it a good, true world championship, is that it's not just the U.S. and Russia that are competing in it, and truly that's what makes it the most fair. Yeah.
And it's interesting for you as a coach. It brings out some interesting strange bedfellows, as they say. For you as a coach, there's times where you're rooting for Venezuela, you're rooting for Finland, you're rooting for Czech, because they might be going against a Russian. And so either maybe the U.S. doesn't have a lifter in that class, or the U.S. lifter in that class, say, has already, like a Dalton, clinched the gold. Well, what you want is somebody to take that second place spot ahead of Russia, maybe a third place spot, because that can make a difference in the whole competition. So all of a sudden, you're waving the flag for Canada and any other country that doesn't have a full roster, you as a U.S. coach is rooting for.
Yeah, I can tell you this. I've got no problem buying a coach from Venezuela or Ukraine a beer after the meet. We're definitely not above that. We like to hear that. We like to see those guys finishing in front of the Russians. Anything to keep that anthem from getting played. If we can't win it, we definitely won't want to see those guys win it. If our national anthem's not being played, I'm perfectly okay with listening to Sweden's.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, let's look ahead. We got Erin Stevenson from Boise State. Erin Stevenson really right in the hunt. She's in second place right now. And so she's someone that looks like Kimberly Johnson, as we said, probably has it wrapped up.
More than likely, if Erin doesn't make this lift and show that she's got a little bit left, she could be fighting a losing battle as far as it comes to winning. But
you as a coach, tell me, off this lift, does she have 10 kilos more in her? Because that's what she's going to need to win it off of Kimberly's opener.
That's kind of what I figured that lift was going to look like. Now that's a good lift, and we're going to show you a replay on this, maybe. And
it was a very impressive lift, and it was a solid lockout. Right. But clearly, obviously, anything can happen. We've seen amazing deadlifts. Clearly, it doesn't look like another 22.5 pounds is going to be there.
Right.
Now, this is interesting. This weight class right here, you got Allegra Hudson and Lauren Denninger. Right. Hudson is the defending champion from 94-pound weight class. Denninger was a defending champion from the 125s. So you have one moving down 2 classes, one moving up, and they're in quite a battle. It looks like Allegra's probably got the advantage because of her big deadlift.
Right, yeah, and Allegra's actually the defending world champ at 43 kilos as well. The defending junior world champ.
Junior world champ.
At 43 kilos. She's moved up simply because she couldn't make the weight anymore. Emily Liebert just made that second deadlift. She's actually going to be making a run at Stevenson here on this third attempt for second place. It looks like Kim Johnson's going to be able to run away with it,
so tell me a little bit about, you said that, was it Allegra that was the defending junior world champion?
Yeah, Allegra, who's about to deadlift now. She's the defending world champion at 43 kilos. She made a second attempt deadlift of 325 at that tiny little body weight to be able to win it last year.
And this deadlift opener will put her right under an 800-pound total at 782. Tell me, you're familiar with the numbers in this weight class now that she's in the 105, 104s. What's the number it's going to take to contend or win?
She's going to put her anything up around 800 is probably going to be competitive. She missed a third squat, and her third bench was pretty easy. I think she ought to yank this right up off the floor. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
you can
nice
tell that you're familiar with her.
Yeah, it's nice that you have lifters as good as Allegra, because it makes you look real smart as a coach. It's not difficult to pick numbers with her, because Allegra's always going last, and all you got to do is just do the math and make sure that your calculator's not broken.
Well, since you know Allegra, what is her best deadlift, or what have you seen her pull? Because clearly that's not close to her max. So what do you think she's in the range?
I have not seen her in equipment in this weight class. So since she's moved up, now I do know that her best deadlift was 325 at 43 kilos. Now that was 308. I would venture a guess that they're probably going to go to 330, maybe 336 on this one. You know, if I were picking the numbers on this one, I would probably stay with something that we know that we're going to make.
Yeah, I would have said 150, 330.
Right. I would probably guess that she's going to go somewhere around there because she does still have to hold off Deniger.
If you wanted to be extra conservative, you could do 325, the 147. Also, since she pulled that last year, mentally it's the same weight. But I think strength-wise, does she have any type of grip issues?
No, Allegra's going to be able to hold. She has fairly large hands for as small as she is. And
we want to make sure we touch on what just happened on the blue, because Kimberly Johnson, if she hadn't sealed the gold already, it's safe to say, is your national champion.
Yeah, Kim was able to definitely put it away with that one. That nobody else is going to be able to catch. Liebert's at 420, and Stevenson's at 427. Johnson's at 445 right now. Neither of them really have too much left on their deadlift. They're not going to be able to get with her. So Johnson's going to be your national champ here. It's just whether or not
she goes for a grand or not. That's the drama.
It'd be nice, and you know, she also needs to be thinking about just putting some extra weight on her total, because like I said, we do have another national championship coming up, and that number that she puts up needs to be able to hold up if she's going to try and make that team to go to Prague.
And her being a Wisconsin Green Bay lifter, it's very possible she would not be going to Texas for San Antonio just because of travel.
That's correct. Well, plus, and that meet is also 5 weeks away. And that lift is no good for Ibarra. She's a University of Texas lifter. She's actually from San Antonio. As far as our lifting goes between Hudson and Deniger, Hudson's coach has made a very conservative jump, only 5 kilos, and all they're trying to do is just wrap things up at this point.
Well, and they took a hurting on the team title, being the defending champs, and everybody counting them as the #1 seed with Victoria Vargas's bomb out. That was a critical 12 points, because you go from expecting 12 to a 0. Right. So Texas San Antonio cannot mess around with Allegra, because if she gets upset, you know, they're now not just the favorite; they're actually in the position where they could be out of the team title. So
that's correct. I don't know who who we're looking at as far as winning that division. Yeah, winning that division.
Louisiana Lafayette's definitely contending for the women's too.
I meant it as far as at 52 kilos. Right now, it kind of looks like we've got two lifters from the University of Texas now, with Gabrielle Hurley and Micah DeValle that are going to be trying to go 1 and 2 in that division. You know, we're talking about big points there. That I can guarantee you, that's 12 points that University of Texas wasn't expecting to get. And not only that, but they're getting a win out of Tiffany Vu as well. So that's big points for them on day 1.
And Brianna Ibarra's already got 3rd place, looking like wrapped up in the 104s as well, so the 47 kilos. So yeah, you're right. University of Texas actually could be sliding in for the women's title, which is interesting because they're the defending men's champ, but losing Preston Turner and Ian Bell, people were expecting them to drop back, and now they might jump right in and win the women's team title. We still got a long way to go.
That's definitely for sure, and please don't think that UT San Antonio is out of it either. No. They've got an excellent lifter in Giovanna Ortega at 63 kilos. They've also got who I would probably call the lock of this meet, and Jalen Clark at super heavyweight. Jalen's defending sub-junior world champ, and she's the world record holder in the squat for the sub-juniors.
What kind of a squat did she do?
547, I believe, is what she did in
what age? 18?
Yeah, she was 18. She was sub-junior last year. Jalen's an incredible talent. She's one of the best high school lifters ever to come out of the state of Texas, in my opinion, and that's really saying something.
Let me just, for perspective here, you said 545, right. Age 18, female. I won the ADFA Teenage Nationals with a 578 squat.
So another good deadlift for Lauren Deniger. She has really impressed me a lot with her lifting at this new body weight. She was the national champ last year at 125 pounds, and now she's all the way down to 103.
Yeah, I noticed that, and I thought that was kind of strange. That might be a strategy thing. But when you're the defending champ, you know, typically people run from you. It's odd for her to then drop 2 weight classes.
I'd venture a guess to say that she wasn't going to be able to total what these girls are totaling at 57 kilos last year. You know, the total she won with is not anywhere close to the 445 that Kim Johnson has right now. And so it made a lot of sense for her to be able to to make this move. Now and obviously she didn't want to lift against Vargas at 114. So why not just make the jump 2 weight classes? If you feel like you can lose a full 22 pounds, then why not, I suppose.
Looking at my numbers that I had worked on last night, I did a little pre-research. You hit it right on the head. Last year, Lauren Denninger won the 57-kilo class with a 372 total. Right. So you're talking about, we just said Kimberly Johnson is at 445. I mean, yeah, 150 pounds she would have been out of the 57-kilo, you know, from what she did last year. So strategy-wise, Travis Werner, who I know you're familiar with, he plays the weight game. And now he might be in a position where, although Allegra Hudson, our lifter now, is definitely in command.
Yeah, Allegra,
as you said, this is a conservative jump.
Allegra makes this, and she'll be at 360 kilos. She'll have a 15-kilo lead on Denninger.
And this should be room to spare.
Yeah, another easy deadlift attempt, and that really is the right call. I mean, that attempt could have been another 5 kilos heavier, and she definitely would have made it. But that really is the right move. You know, now look at the and you can do the math real quick and see just exactly where Denninger's going to have to be in order for us to in order for her to even catch what Allegra has already done. You know, she's
being the heavy lifter, they actually put in the right attempt. Based off what Allegra just did, Denninger's going to have to jump 17.5 kilos, as you know, 40-pound, nearly a 40-pound jump. Right. She's all of a sudden having to go all the way up to 314. Just to be able to pass what Allegra we both considered an easy second.
Right.
So in reality, even when Lauren hits that, if she was able to hit that, Allegra could come back out with a 2.5 kilo jump and seal the deal.
Right.
Most likely, what's going to happen is that lift could be a little much for Lauren. Then Allegra's free and her coaches to take a big jump if they have a number in mind, a certain PR, a total.
I would venture that they're probably going to take her up. They'd probably take her up another 5 kilos, and there it is right there. That's going to give her 365. That's 804. That's a good, an impressive total for somebody in that weight class. Going over to the 57s, though, we've got it. We're going to finish up. We're in our final 5 attempts here. Stevenson's got this big attempt right here. It's really important for her. She's trying to hold off Emily Liebert of Northeastern. It looks like that's a good lift. Jennifer Richardson of Texas A&M University.
Yeah, Jennifer's actually put up very good numbers. It's just this class is so deep, she's not even going to be close to the top 3 because there's so much depth. But yeah, she's had a really good day.
What we were talking about, what you were just saying, that I believe that's the that's just about the total that, or that's actually more than the total that Lauren Denninger put up last year when she was the winner, and Jennifer Richardson is finishing in 5th with that total right now. It just goes to show you the parity that you get with these classes at collegiate. Here's Erin Stevenson going at 157.5. She really needs to have this one if she's going to hold out second place. If she makes this is going to be it for her.
Let's see if she can lock it out. She's right there. A little too much.
Yep. I think 2 kilos she may have had a chance, but 5 wasn't going to happen for her. That does open up the door for Liebert to give it a shot.
Well, you know, it's interesting, Kurt, you were just bringing it up, and I'm glancing up here. Jelena Corville is in 8th place with a 370 and 815-pound total. Lauren Denninger won this class with 821 last year. So if you did the same total as last year, you might drop to 7th place. So, and you as a coach, and as you said, we're all USAPL members, that's really what we want, is the growth of the sport to be deep and competitive. Because when you just have a dominant lifter, it's not the same as having this depth. Now, Emily is actually in 2nd place here.
Yeah,
this is not enough for her to win.
Right now, if she can make this will put her in 3rd. Or I'm saying in 2nd. Let's see lights on this. That's a good lift. So that's going to put her in 2nd place.
Yeah, what that lift did was moved her ahead of Erin Stevenson, and on body weight they actually tied. But on body weight now, Emily is your 2nd place.
Showing the replay. Gets a little funny there at lockout, but apparently it doesn't matter to those referees right there. That's a good lift. That's a nice celebration.
Alyssa Gatan now is your lifter. She's got 358 on the bar. She's actually currently in 4th place.
Yeah, she's in 4th. She makes this, she'll stay in 4th.
Yeah, there's a big jump when you get from 4th up to 3rd.
looks
Hey,
like
so we got a little bit of what we talked about earlier. Kimberly Johnson going for a 1,000-pound total.
This would be nice to
I
see
can
for
actually
such a
remember
young
when I
lifter.
first totaled a grand. That's a big benchmark. So for a female at 130 pounds, 125 actually, and she was light. She was almost 5 pounds under the body weight.
Yeah, she's small for this weight class for sure.
Do we know how old Kimberly is? Are you familiar with
Not
her?
very. I do know that.
Actually, might be in here because if we can figure that out, she could be someone you could have down the road. She's 20.
Yeah.
So you could have yourself
I didn't think she was very old. She's showing a heck of a lot of promise. The winner for Junior Worlds last year in this weight class was Michelle Van Dusen at 457, and she makes this. She'll be at 455. I mean, this is really putting her right away up in contention definitely for a medal at the Junior Worlds. I really hope she makes this one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at a 1,000-pound total for Kimberly on the bar. And she smiles her way to a 385 deadlift and a 1,003 total.
Not a problem at all with that either. That was an excellent number, well picked. She definitely had some left on her. It's good to know going into Worlds that if she's going to be able to pull a little bit more than that. I'm going to have to.
We're going to do a replay for that lift. The interesting thing here, you notice the hips come up a little before the bar leaves the ground, but she's able to keep her chest and keep her upper body tight and smiles her way to.
Yeah, that was 175, and 180 would have been there for sure. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
So you could have yourself maybe a 400-pound deadlift by the end of the competition, by the time she gets to Prague.
There's worse things than that.
All right, so now what do we got over here? Lauren, this is the lift to move her back into first. Clearly Allegra's got the advantage because her lift was easy, but at least this puts some pressure on Allegra if Lauren can hit it.
This will put her in first place for the time being. Yeah, that's too much. 17-kilo jump from her second. That just wasn't going to happen for
That's a monstrous jump in that weight class.
It's an enormous percentage of what she had just pulled. You know, she was
more than 10% jump.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. And so Allegra is going to be your national champion, and it doesn't look like they're going to raise this number from the 150 that they've turned in. 330 pounds is going to be this last attempt. She makes this will give her an 804.
That's a nice round total, breaking the 800 barrier.
It is. It's the first time that she'll have done that as far as I know, and she's definitely got a lot left in her.
Now, you said she was the world champion last year in the lighter weight class. Do you know roughly what the total was in this class, in the 103 weight class?
Yeah, if she's I feel like Allegra's got somewhere with some good training. I think she could total somewhere in the 380 to 390 range, and I think that's going to be good enough
to maybe win gold?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I tell you what, Coach, you could have yourself a nice little Tiffany Vu. You potentially could get Victoria Vargas on your team, Allegra Hudson, and we got Kimberly Johnson. Yeah, you might be able to hit 4 golds to start the meet out in Prague.
Yeah, we're starting off the meet with a pretty good. It's kind of nice to know that the first leg of your relay is going to be the fastest one in the whole race.
Hey, like you said, they make you look like a smart coach.
They really do. When all you have to do is pick numbers that allow them to make their lifts, then it's really not that difficult.
Yeah, it's true. When you've got great lifters, it makes you a much better coach. Now, if you can coach someone like me to a title, it's a lot more challenging. But when you can coach some of these lifters, you're really putting yourself in a position to maybe you could start a dominant run in the Junior Worlds. Try and see if you can get yourself multiple titles.
Yeah, that's the plan. I'd like to accumulate.
Well, you said the junior men and women won 2 years in a row, right?
Now, the junior men and women won 2 years ago in Poland,
and won last year, so that's 2.
And then last year or 2 years ago, I'm sorry, 3 years ago we won both, and then 2 years ago we didn't win either one of them. The Russians won both,
okay.
And so we were able to get it back from them last year.
So 2 of the last 3 years, the junior has won the men's and the women's.
That's correct. All right.
Well, I'd be betting on your women's team this year.
Well, I would hope so.
I mean, based on what I've just seen,
right.
I'm a little biased, but it looks like, especially if you can get Victoria Vargas on the board at the women's nationals.
I like our chances. I think we're going to be just fine. I'd be pretty shocked if anybody wouldn't consider us the favorites going into this year with the kind of horses that we've got.
Well, the interesting thing, I'm sure you're obviously aware of this, is that you're also getting good battles for the team spots. So where that helps you is for future depth. And if somebody gets injured, if somebody can't go to the Worlds, when you're dealing with Prague, sometimes at this age there's a financial issue. You never know whether they're going to be able to make the Worlds or be able to commit to the team.
Well, it's not only that, but lifters are only going to be as good as they want to be, and they know that if they've got somebody coming up behind them, if there's a lot of depth coming up from the sub-juniors and then from other junior lifters, that they're going to work a heck of a lot harder, and not only that, but they're going to work a lot smarter too. They're not just going to get away with high squats or sloppy benches in the gym, and they're also not going to skip their deadlift workouts, things like that. The type of commitment that's required to be a junior world champ or a sub-junior world champ, that's only going to come with depth. If you've got lifters behind you, it's going to push you to that kind of performance.
Well, and iron sharpens iron, so when you're putting lifters in battles like this, it's making them better lifters for when they get on the world stage with you, because they are going to be dealing with Russian lifters, and as you talked about, some of the South American, some of the Scandinavian countries, that a lot of these lifters, when they're lifting in their local meets, when they're lifting in meets in their state, they're winning easily.
Right.
So it's better for you that they're being pushed here, because then when they get to the Worlds with you, it's not the only time they've had a battle.
Right. We're taking a look at the 59 kilo class. We've got opening deadlifts coming up. Mario Leos has bumped his deadlift opener. Apparently the opener that he had turned in was a bit of a fake attempt. And what we were talking about earlier, Pat, was that Leos was able to put a half a kilo on the American record bench press, that he actually gets to use that half a kilo. So he's going to have that advantage over Leon, which wouldn't really matter anyway, because Leos is the lighter lifter, so a tie would go to him anyhow. But if he makes this and Josue makes his first, then Mario's going to be in first place. This is going to be a heck of a fight.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because Josue, a Louisiana Tech lifter, he's opening at 501, but you just have to know what you're capable of, because strategy-wise, he would actually be in a good position if he waited till the last change and bumped it up. Now, obviously, he can't.
Well, this is going to be your class, the standard deal. The biggest puller is going to go last, and he's just going to wait.
Yeah, so Josue is going to know exactly what he needs.
Well, that change deadlift attempt almost reached up and bit Mario in his hind parts on that one. That was an extremely difficult opening deadlift, and it's unlikely that he's going to have a heck of a lot left. I mean, if I'm picking numbers for him, I'm going 217 or 220, and even then I would probably give it 50-50 that he's able to make that.
Well, and this comes to some of your strategy. Me and my philosophy in this case is with Mario is he might be better to pass his second, since he's got it wrapped up for second place. The third place, Isaiah Gonzalez, is almost 100 pounds behind him. So he might be better off resting his back and literally just trying to see how Josue pulls. And it's tough because if Josue is a little bit of one of those deadlifters that can fool you, you might not know what he's capable of. But if you can get a read on what he's capable of and you're Mario, you can just go for it all in the third and maybe potentially push him. The one advantage Mario has is, like you said, he will be in the lead even after the slip. So Josue is going to have to hit 2 deadlifts to win the title no matter what.
Right.
Now the question is he going to smoke this? And the answer is a resounding yes. So
make sure
if we were in Vegas, as they say, in the areas of warm climates when they're putting money on the line, Josue is definitely the favorite, and you had to put money on someone, it would be him. But this is where strategy comes in, and if Texas, I don't think Louisiana Tech's going to be full, but if Texas could somehow push Josue into taking too big of a second, which it's not likely, that's the only chance Mario has.
Right. Yeah, Josue needs to take exactly what it's going to take to take the lead. And then if Mario makes it, then that's going to be fine. It looks like he's got plenty left in the tank, and all he needs to do is just take take the minimum number that's going to be required for him to take the lead. If he does any more than that, then they've really made a mental error here.
Well, the strategy that'll be interesting here is, and I've seen this done before, Josue is jumping much more than he needs. He only actually needs 230, but it's actually not a bad idea with how easy it was, because if he goes out and pulls 230, Mario can jump up just enough to make Josue have to pull 3 deadlifts.
Sure. Yeah,
This lift right here, the 529 he's got in, will seal the deal based on looking at what Mario has left in it.
No doubt about it. That 240 is going to put the whole thing away. Now, if it were me picking numbers, I wouldn't have gone this high simply because that number is not necessary. Now,
so would you have done the 230, the minimum he needed, or would you have gone in the middle like a 235?
I probably would have taken a 235 because I know that as long as he doesn't fall down, then he's going to, or let go of the bar, he's going to be able to pull it. He's strong enough to do it. Myself, I would have gone 7 kilos to 235. Now, that being said, I don't think that it's not that I don't feel he can make the 240 because I do, but it's just not necessary for him to do that.
Do you know what his best pull is?
That he is. I don't believe he's ever pulled 227 before. This, if I'm not mistaken, this is the highest, or this is the first time he's been in this weight class. I know that he competed at Junior Worlds at the 53 kilos at 116. So he was he finished in 4th place at Junior Worlds last year.
Well, it's interesting because, as you said, 235 is kind of a good compromise because he's probably going to hit the 240.
Right.
But at least Mario has the glimmer of Mario's in the lead right now.
Sure.
So every once in a while you can actually win when you're not the stronger lifter. It's going to take a mistake by Josue, but like you said, all of a sudden if he misgrips it or has a balance issue, much like we just saw there with Jonathan Blood, now you can set yourself up for Josue opening the door. But clearly it looks like, if you were asking me, Josue might have 250 in him on the 3rd.
Yeah, he and I stay in pretty close contact with a lot of training videos that he likes to send me. He sent me some video of him deadlifting into the 520s and 530s without any problem at all. I felt like that was a smart opening attempt for him. Obviously, I mean, it was really easy. I would venture a guess that he's probably got 551 in the back of his mind right now as his 3rd attempt. Josue needs to just make attempts here and try and get himself in 1st place and on that junior team.
Well, the other question will be, does Mario pass his 2nd attempt now? Because his 2nd attempt doesn't mean a thing.
Right.
It literally means nothing. Whether he makes it or misses, it does not affect, because he's in the lead if he doesn't make it, and if he does make it, Josue is still going to beat him after his 2nd. Now, has Josue lifted in the Junior Worlds before?
Yeah, he was on our team last year at 53 kilos.
Looks like he got 3rd place.
Yeah,
is that correct?
I'm sorry, he finished in 3rd last year. I had said 4th, but yeah, he finished in 3rd place last year.
What was the winning total roughly? Like, do you have any idea what you'd be dealing with?
Dalton was the winner, and
he went against Dalton, so you had 2 of them doubled up.
I had 2 lifters in that weight class.
But now that he's up, what was the winning total at the 130s? Do you remember?
It's going to take some. I'd venture a guess that
as much as 600.
It's going to take something around 600. Now, that's not to say that Josue can't do that, because he's still filling out this weight class right now. You know, he hasn't had a lot of quality training in this new weight class. So, and plus he also had the 2 misses in the bench press. I mean, if he can really put it together in one day, I feel like he's capable of hitting a 570 total.
Yeah, certainly 570. Actually, his next deadlift will give him 570. So maybe with some extra lifts, maybe 580 or 590. Alan Espinosa with a 441.
bar is loaded for Taskeen Amin. He's from the University of North Texas. Taskeen has actually lifted in the competition that I've organized there at the Holiday Classic that we have every December there in Dallas. Nice to see a familiar face at this national competition.
Well, Texas is such a hotbed for high school and collegiate powerlifting. I imagine that you actually get to see some of these lifters, you know, in the local scene and then transition over into the nationals and eventually the worlds. That's got to be good for you.
Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, you're not. I'm really no different than a college football coach or a college basketball coach. If I'm not out recruiting with where the very best high school lifters are, and still expecting to win, then I'm really messing up. I do know that there are certain lifters that we've had. You know, Preston Turner is the most obvious one. We went. Tony Cardella and myself went to the high school state championship and recruited Preston. Had we not gone, he probably would have gone and played football at some small school and would have quit the sport of powerlifting. Now he's the best bench presser in the world at 120 kilos and 3 times junior world champ.
Okay, so do you know, is Preston lifting in San Antonio at the Open Nationals?
Preston has been having some knee issues. He has been cleared to train, and so he is going to be lifting in San Antonio, yeah.
And do you know, is Ian Bell as well?
Ian will be as well.
Man, that's going to be exciting. So Mario, now this is the lift I told you strategy-wise as a coach, I might consider passing this lift because there's no benefit. Clearly, though, what you said is true. His opening attempt was just about all he had.
Yeah, that was the nuts. That was all that he could possibly do.
But the interesting thing goes back to what you said. Now, Josue's attempt here,
right,
he has to have, and it's 22 more pounds than he actually needs.
Right. Yeah. Now,
still probably not a problem.
Probably not. But then again, you never quite know.
Yeah, as a coach, you don't want to ever try more than you need.
You just have no idea what a lifter is going to have from one deadlift attempt to the next, because at some point, every lifter has to hit a wall. Now, sometimes you can get lifters that can go through 9 attempts and all of them can look equally strong, but that just doesn't happen very often. I mean, you'd like to think that Josue's going to be able to yank this off the floor to lockout really quick.
Well, in watching him perform today, he seems like he's a relatively consistent lifter. So he's probably a guy who's used to making second attempts. But you're right. At this moment in time, he still has to have this to become the champ.
Not a problem at all.
I would say it's safe to say that's going to be your national champion, your first team All-American in the 130-pound weight class.
Okay, we're looking at a replay on this. The kid has definitely got the stature and the long arms for a big deadlifter. It's not a shock to anybody, or it shouldn't be at all, that he can pull 529.
Be interesting to see as a coach, and you know him a little bit. What do you think would be a third now that he's got it wrapped up, and by then he'll know for sure?
Well, the number.
Do you see 250 is possible, or probably going 45 or 47?
I would probably say that. That 247, 545 is probably going to be the top. Now, I'm known to be wrong, but I've seen him fight through some deadlifts before, but I would tell you that probably 247 is probably what he needs to be.
We're in agreement there. I've never seen him lift before. They put him up to 250. The reason why I was thinking 250 only is because of the round nature of the number, the 551.
And
it might be a number that's like a barrier, a PR or something for him. I'm sure it is based on what you said.
Right.
But I would say to you, it's possible. It's certainly in contention, but 545 probably is the better call.
Right. Yeah, I would agree with you.
But he's in a position where this is the time to take a risk, because it doesn't make a difference for the total. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Kurt St. Romain had to step away, the junior world team coach. So what we're going to do now is wrap up the final round of deadlift attempts for Flight C for both platforms. You got Emily Hawkins out of Florida Gulf Coast over here on the red platform. A very strong third attempt at 193 pounds. I'm sorry, that's actually a second attempt. There was a misload and Emily got put at the end of the round. We are on third attempts though on platform 2, the blue platform with Jonathan Blood out of Louisiana State. Jonathan was unsuccessful on his second attempt, but he's jumped it up to 440, and it looks like 3 white lights. Jonathan is actually in 6th place. Alan Espinosa will be your lifter. Espinosa out of Texas San Antonio. Currently successful with 441, bumping it up to 446. Looking to get over the 1,100-pound barrier in the total. A very nice round number for powerlifting standards. Alan Espinosa, 446 pounds out of Texas San Antonio. One of the more prevalent teams in this competition, been the favorites in the women's side, but they are bringing it on the men's side as well. This lift for Allen, he is currently in 5th place. Looks like this will maintain 5th. He is not in a position where he will be able to move up any higher. And the lift for Espinosa, 3 white lights. All right, we are up to Taskin Amin. Taskin Amin is your lifter. Taskin Amin out of North Texas. Taskin is doing a comeback attempt here, Kurt, looking at 457. He was unsuccessful on his second. He's currently in 7th place. This lift would give him a shot to actually move up.
Yeah, he didn't look like he had near enough to be able to make it on his second. It's going to be pretty impressive if he's able to come in and take this on his third. Sorry I had to run away there for a second. I had to put a bug in the ear of Josue Leon's coach to try and get him to total 572.5, which is it's the kind of a standard that we have for him to be able to make the junior world team.
All right, we're doing a commercial. This is a gold level sponsor for the Collegiate Nationals. SBD. Got all kinds of great equipment, wraps. They sponsor some of the top strongmen, powerlifters. You can get their stuff at andersonpowerlifting.com. We are back with Isaiah Gonzalez.
From the University of Houston downtown, they've actually established a very competitive collegiate team. Dr. John Hudson is their coach, and he's done an excellent job of recruiting.
Yeah, I met Dr. John Hudson yesterday. He's telling me all about his program. Fascinating how they're building something there really out of just local lifters from the Houston area.
And from South Texas.
And Isaiah's lift is good. It's 2-1 decision, but he got it past. That's actually a great finish for Isaiah. That's actually moving him all the way up to 3rd. He's clearly the leader of the pack after the top 2 in Josue and Mario Leos. So Isaiah, that's not a bad finish. He was 4th at last year's Nationals. Moved up a spot to 3rd. But it's interesting, you as a coach can appreciate, I'm just glancing at my numbers, he put 40 kilos on his total from last year. It's a pretty healthy gain. Went from 487.5 to 527.5. So you can clearly see he's only 20 years of age. That's a young lifter who's probably going to have a chance to maybe even win this thing in the future.
I would agree with you there. Okay, here's Mario Leos. He's going for 230. This is 10 keys more than what he just missed pretty badly. I mean,
yeah, this lift would put him back in front, but as we both agree, this would be one of those amazing occurrences.
Right.
Sometimes you'll see a lifter do what they call sandbag on his second, where he won't really try and then come back. But we both saw Mario, he was trying. So this would be, I would say, Finnish or Russian or Ukrainian-like in being able to hit a missed deadlift after you've jumped 22 pounds. I saw it happen once to Wade Hooper when Oleksandr Kucher, the Ukrainian, came back and hit a deadlift that he wasn't supposed to. Interestingly enough, he actually might have given it a better run on that one than he did the one before. But Josue is officially your champion.
Yep.
Team Roar Powerlifting. We're getting a commercial in before the last deadlift. And we are back with Emily Hawkins out of Florida Gulf Coast University. So Josue Leon is actually only jumped up 5 pounds, so we both would agree this is well within his capabilities.
Yeah, he's doing this to hit that minimum standard to try and make that junior world team to go to Czech Republic. He knows he's already wrapped this up. Now he's got to try and hit this. This won't exactly punch his ticket, but it'll darn sure help.
You know, interestingly enough, he might not have had anything more in him.
Yeah,
it actually looked like that was a great call, Coach.
The wall that we were talking about that every lifter's got to hit, I think if he'd have gone 2 keys more than that, I think could have been more than he had.
Yeah, we're going to replay it, and you can see on the replay, it was a solid lift, good lockout, but there was not a lot left in him.
Right.
Now, let me ask you about this standard you're mentioning, because are you saying that there's a minimum standard that you at least have to hit? So that if it's not hit, that you're not an automatic? Is that what you're talking about?
The way that the juniors and sub-juniors are selected is we take the average of the third place finisher from the previous 3 years, and if you're the best lifter from the selection meets that we use in your particular weight class, and you have hit that standard, then you're an automatic for the team. Now, if you're the best lifter in your weight classes from collegiates and men's and women's, the meets that we use to select, and you haven't hit that standard, then you're going into the alternate pool. So had Josue missed that one, then he'd be going into the pool with some of the alternates, and more than likely, given the commitment that we've seen from a lot of our lifters, more than likely he wasn't going to be going to Prague. Now, if nobody comes up at junior national or at men's and women's nationals in 5 weeks and beats that 572, then he'll be making the trip to Prague right now. That was an extremely important lift, and people might look at that and think, well, 2 kilos can't be that big of a deal. Well, when we've got such a competitive group that we've got, it's pretty incredible.
Well, I was involved along with Sean Scully when the executive committee put that rule in for the open world team.
Sure.
And I love that strategy. I think it's really the way it should be, because you should be selecting your world teams based off what the competition is going to be at the Worlds. And there's a lot of sentiment for people just want winners to go. And the strategy, the way you're doing it, is winners still have a chance. They're just in the alternate pool. But you really shouldn't be an automatic unless you're legitimately going to be a medal contender at the Worlds.
Right.
And what you did with Josue now was, as long as nobody beats that total, he's a lock.
Right. If nobody shows up in 5 weeks in San Antonio and beats 572, then Josue will be making the trip.
Now, do you know, since you know him, will he even compete in San Antonio just in case, or is he probably not going?
I wouldn't know, but more, it's possible that he might, given that he did have so much left on his squat and missed 2 benches, he may go and do that.
We got ourselves another commercial.
That was a good one.
Yeah, it was Team
was
Roar.
That was a commercial for Spacely Sprockets.
It was Team Roar for how fast and powerful their equipment will make you. The commercial was equally fast and powerful. It was so quick that if you blinked, you missed it. So
fast and powerful.
It's technology for you.
Team Roar, everybody.
Well, you know, Josh Roar, he's getting all this publicity as a meet director. I was looking in the record books. He still holds the Collegiate American deadlift record. He was a 2-time collegiate national champion, competed in the Junior Worlds and the Open Worlds. This is a very accomplished lifter for running meets here.
He definitely is. He's an excellent meet director, just like he was an excellent lifter in his day as well.
So now what we've got here, Coach, is we've got the red platform is closing out. Looks like about the last 6 deadlifts. before we will move into the the session 2, the afternoon session. So we're down to just one platform for these last 6 lifters.
Right. Looks like Micah DeValle and Gabrielle Hurley from the University of Texas, both of them are going to round out 1 and 2. Gabrielle's going to be your national champ, and then Micah's going to finish second. I mean, like we were talking about earlier, UT San Antonio really missed a golden opportunity with Victoria Vargas to get 12 points that they desperately needed. University of Texas already has a win with Tiffany Vu, and they believe they have a 3rd place with Brianna Ibarra at 103 pounds, and now they're
so you're talking 2 firsts, a second, and a third.
Right, 2
already.
first, second, and a third at the end of.
That's 41 points.
Just in the morning session, out of 41 points, and the most that you can score is 60. So they've really.
Now you're familiar with some of these lifters. Do you know if Texas Women's has another later lifter that could potentially win the gold?
They've got some other good lifters left. Now, obviously, they don't have quite the ability to score the same number of points that they do in this first morning session. But then again, we're not finished.
All right, we're going to Team Roar. Another commercial. We got to pay the bills just like everybody else, so please support our sponsors, TeamRoar.com. Quiniqua Hughes. Quiniqua's got 264, and the lift is good. Last 4 deadlifts. Savannah Gray out of LSU, Louisiana State. Louisiana State's got a decent crowd support here. See quite a few purple shirts out there. Big time SEC program. Let's see if Savannah can finish up with a 3rd attempt deadlift at 264. This is interesting right here. Coach, she's actually in 5th place. Currently she's tied with Kristen Lobo, but she's the heavier lifter.
Yeah.
So Savannah has to hit this lift to push herself back ahead of the next lifter, Kristen Lobo. So Savannah has now moved into 4th. Kristen's going to get a chance to actually move back ahead of her.
Right.
All right, we got a commercial from extraordinaire Trey Cunningham and the webcast. Let's check this out. Cunningham Camp, new media and marketing. For those of you who are watching this telecast, Trey Cunningham, one of the top junior, collegiate, and open lifters, lifted in Louisiana for years and years. He's the one running all this. He's basically the one who's coordinating the webcast and basically making us look good, which is a challenging task. Kristen Lobo actually here is looking to move back ahead of Savannah. 275 out of Northeastern University.
Yeah, that's going to be too much.
It wasn't for a lack of crowd support. All right, we got 2 deadlifts left, Coach. We got Gabrielle Hurley. It's going to be a Longhorn duo. The last 2 lifters, 1st and 2nd place out of Texas at Austin.
Yeah, Gabrielle's looks like she's already wrapped up the win here. Micah's not going to be able to go get her. But this is a heck of a first day for the University of Texas.
Clearly, this would be the shock or the surprise of the early weekend, is that Texas San Antonio has opened the door now for Texas at Austin to potentially win the women's team title.
Yeah, the only way that anybody else was going to win this class was a bomb by Victoria Vargas, and it's a shame that UTSA isn't going to be. It's a shame for them that they're not going to be getting those points, because they definitely would like to have them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, just like any sport, nothing's a guarantee. That was we're doing a replay of that lockout. Micah DeValle will be your last lifter, 319 pounds, almost 320, looking to get a solid 2nd place. Really, when you look at Victoria Vargas' numbers, she clearly could have opened in the bench press with probably 100 pounds less.
Right. And that lift.
No lift for Micah.
it's not going to make any difference. She's still going to finish with a silver medal at Collegiate Nationals. Nothing to sneeze at by any means.
Not at all. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a break and let Dave Bell jump in right now before we get ready for the afternoon session. I need to feed my face, or I'm going to end up in one of these 104-pound weight classes before the weekend.
Let's not stretch too far on that.
You like to jump in? Sure. I'm going to feed my face, or I'm going to be down in 104.
All right, I guess we just finished wrapping up here. Sure. All right, so I guess this is closing up the morning session. I didn't get a chance to really see the tail end there, but I know that one of our big lifts of the day, or lifters of the day, was Dalton Lacoe. He really kind of swept the men's 116.
Yeah, he was definitely the best lifter that we saw in that class, and as a matter of fact, he was definitely the best lifter that we saw of the morning session here. As we've talked about before, Dalton's the defending world and sub-junior world champion prior to that. He's really coming into his own and is making a name for himself as really the top lifter at 116 pounds or junior at 116 pounds in the entire world right now.
Right.
That deadlift, the fact that he was able to come back from missing it on a grip issue and be able to finish that lockout without any grip problems on his third attempt shows a lot for the guts and character that he's got, and he's really going to set himself apart from everybody else here very soon. You know,
right.
I wouldn't anticipate a whole lot of silver medals or worse in the immediate future for him. He's one of the top lifters that I've seen in quite a long time, talent-wise, and he really utilizes the unique body shape that he's got. He's an excellent lifter.
Right.
As far as the next weight class for the men at 59, it was a good fight between Josue Leon and Mario Leos. You know, Josue kind of let Mario in the door a little bit with missing some lifts, particularly in the bench press. Mario did a heck of a job with that American record, and it was it was a little bit closer than it probably should have been, but Josue was still able to lock that out. As far as with the women, I mean, like Pat and I've been talking about, it's the number of points that the University of Texas was able to score in the morning session. You know, they've got 2 wins and a second and a third place. I think if you'd asked the Texas coaching staff at the beginning of the day if they'd have been happy with 5 points less than that, they definitely would have told you yes.
Right.
That obviously the story of the morning session for the women is Victoria Vargas and the bomb out. So she wouldn't be scoring any points and or getting any medals. You know, she was pretty much a lock to win best lifter for the entire meet.
Right.
If she'd have been able to get just one bench press in. But so that's it remains to be seen, but it's more than likely that that's going to change the outlook of this entire meet.
Right.
But you know, Tiffany Vu did an excellent job at 43 kilos. Allegra Hudson did exactly what she was expected to do, and lifted extremely well. Had a missed squat was really the only misstep that she had all during the day. She had 3 easy bench presses. And she totaled 365 kilos or 804, but she definitely could have totaled significantly more than that. I mean, she had a little bit left on her deadlift as well. So I'd be pretty shocked to see her totaling any less than in the 840 area on at Junior Worlds later on this year.
Okay.
Then at 114, we've got the 2 lifters from the University of Texas that were able to go 1-2. I mean, it was definitely a good. It was definitely a good section of lifting this morning.
All right. So, I see here they're doing the push-up contest here. So I guess this is the most.
I'm not sure who would ever want to volunteer for a push-up contest. That sounds pretty terrible. I'd probably rather walk on hot coals than do that. now we're getting an excellent look at the unique wardrobe choice of Gino, our MC for the weekend. In all seriousness, Gino is probably the best announcer that we have in the country. He's in the last few years he's shown that he's always going to have plenty of excitement, even for 3 whole days. You know, this guy's not going to take a break. We've got 2 sessions for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and he's going to have just as much excitement on Sunday afternoon as he does right now.
Right.
He does an excellent job. He's really does a great job of getting everybody behind the lifters.
All right, I think they're gonna go ahead and give out a prize here, possibly.
Yeah, we're looking at starting awards here pretty quick.
So I guess we'll go through and they'll give out each of the medals here. Now, Pat was telling me, I guess, as far as the scoring's concerned, first place is 12 points.
Right.
And it drops off 3 from there, so it's 9 for the next.
12 to 9, and then 8, and dropping a point, and so on until you get down to 1 point.
Okay.
So, but yeah, because of that 3-point difference in second place and first place, being able to win your weight class is really something to aspire to. I mean, obviously you want to try and win, but the value of those first place points is really incredible. And
right.
If you can pick up 2 or 3 wins, even there's 9 weight classes. There's 8 weight classes for the women. But if you're able to pick up 2 or 3 wins, you really set yourself ahead of everybody else. It's pretty difficult to catch.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now, does that team scoring work the same way in across the board, or just only in collegiate?
No, the collegiate nationals does their team scoring the same way that they do internationally.
Okay.
So now some of the other national meets that we'll have will use a different team scoring format. But collegiates, because the team aspect of it is such an important piece of the puzzle that they want to try and make it fair for the